Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome here to Series E Halo Infinite. It is a wonderful Monday afternoon, as I gotta turn myself down a little bit there. It's Monday afternoon, folks, and we're kicking off the week the only way we know how, with some Halo Infinite action here at Series E. So excited to have you all on board. My name is Yeso. I'm, as always, your host here to kick off some more Series E action. Now, for those of you that may be new, I want to break down just how Series E works so we're all on the same page. Now, Series E is a professional esports open circuit that absolutely anyone can join across multiple different titles. We've got Apex Legends, Guilty Gear Strive, the new Series E Multiverses, and of course, Halo Infinite. Now, the way that it works is players and teams that come out, they compete in our open qualifiers, and the best of the best make it into Series E. Now, what does that mean for them? Well, players will get the opportunity to sign a contract, they'll get sponsored by one of our partner brands, they'll get to compete weekly for points and prize money, and of course, they can earn some sweet cash with their awesome monthly salary. If you and your friends want to get involved, head over to esportsarena.com for more information and to sign up. And of course, we are getting ready to kick off the seasons for Apex Legends, Guilty Gear Strive, and Multiverses with our draft days coming next week, so keep an eye out for that. But we're doing Halo here tonight, and we're ready to get into the fun. We got an open bracket here, as always, on Monday nights. Gonna be a ton of fun, $1,000 on the line, and a ton of very talented teams coming out to compete. We've got my good friends Clutch and Tools on the mic today. They'll be calling all the action, and I'll be here to break things down in between. And we've got an absolute banger of a match to kick things off. Aperture and Envor matching up with their squads in this first set should be a fun one. But I'm not going to waste any time. I want to hand it over to the casters. I want to get into the fun, so let's kick off another night here of Series E Halo Infinite.
Welcome to Series E.
I'm just excited to be here and excited to see even more Halo.
But it might not be enough. There's one auction note.
Keep map control, get that flag on the move, and great shots from Mines to keep map control once again. What a massive ending.
But blown away by how
These are very crucial kills in the favor of complexity. It's allowed Monster the positioning to not only pick up a kill, but
Blues look around, the shots are ringing out. I think that player had rockets, so that the rockets end up in the hands of Gunshot. Fire.
Wait a second. Right in the middle of the action. It's complex.
Flipping the map, look for the opportunity to push forward, and now Sorrel was here too, so it's a party in the BR side, and we all aren't invited. Sorrel gets the bad smack. That's gonna be a
Hello and welcome to Series E. We got the open teams back at it again. I'm Tools, that's Clutch, and we have some great competition in store for today. You know, a little bit of off-season action, Clutch. We're going to see some new rosters potentially hitting the waves today. Any teams you got your eye out? Any players that you're wanting to keep an eye on?
yeah, I think that's where the learning part comes in for a lot of myself and the viewers, is you get an opportunity to see who's playing with who, and how these teams are like combined, how they're playing, their play styles, how much success they're going to have. It's an awesome opportunity for the league to do that hurricane-esque type movement where you see teams and players shuffle the boards completely, and it's a guessing game to how some of these teams are going to be able to, how successful they'll be. So I'm extremely excited to just come in here with kind of an open mind and try and see who's put together the best roster potentially this early in the off season.
Absolutely. Well, we do have a little bit of a process of how we're going to see these teams. You know, you got to get through yourself for the brackets. So let's take a look at some of the formatting that we have for today, because it can be a little odd if you're first time watching, because it's single elimination until you get to top 8. When you do reach that top 8, though, we go into double elimination, best of 3s all the way through. That means an objective, Slayer objective for our games. And, well, the winner, they'll take home the lion's share of $1,000, $600 to first, $300 to second, and $100 for getting to that third place mark. But what's most important about today is it's really an opportunity to try out some rosters for some of these new teams. You know, off season has been hitting hard. We saw Optic win the championship, and well, I've been seeing some creative teams out here, and one that I have my eye out on particular, Clutch, is this Incognito squad. We got Carmea, Rain, Ryan Noob, and now making his appearance back in the competitive scene after working with you over at 343 for a little bit, Mikwin making his way into the fray.
Yeah, Mikwin's a cold player. He's got a lot of skill, and we know what he's done, the damage he's done, the tournaments he's won. Career speaks for itself. Not shocked to see him on a pretty good roster right now. I'd say Ryan and Rain trying to reshuffle their United days do a good job to pick up a main slayer like Nikwin. Carmea also very impressive in some of the games I saw him at the biggest stage. I believe it was Worlds. And I'm excited to kind of see where Carmea can go. I think it was actually Orlando. I was watching Carmea absolutely pop off against a top team. And I can't quite recall what the matchup was exactly, but Carmea did a good job to make sure I remembered his name specifically. So no surprise he's really getting a chance here. And if this team has a lot of success today, I would expect his chance to continue.
Hey, yeah, and Carmea is still a very young player, right? Moldable, and you have putting him with 3 longtime veterans sounds exciting to me. For our first match that we have on stream today, it's going to be Ambitious versus Underground. Ambitious is going to be Envor, Tony Two Turn, Rami, and Monster. On the other side, Underground is going to be, or is it? Yeah, it's Underground. Let me see if I find. Okay, here we go. Aperture, Hative, Shock, and Piggy. So yeah, I think this is like the match of the grinders per se. These guys never get off Halo, always playing those 8 lobbies, trying to get better and better. You know, what are your first initial thoughts about this matchup, Clutch?
A lot of skill, honestly. I think you got to favor Ambitious just with the like how they've done throughout their careers. But this group from Underground is like you said, that next wave of players that are putting in so much time into Halo Infinite. They're always competing in the Esports Arena tournaments. They're always playing online in the playlist. And eventually they're gonna catch up to the rest of the pack, you have to think. So they started to do a good job of making themselves names in the first season of Halo Infinite. It'll be really interesting to see who transitions to year 2 and starts to become like the next level pro and potentially ends up becoming like a superstar in the league, because that's how superstars are made. You have to do that grind. So I'm very interested to see if Underground, players of well-known names, maybe not the most prolific, can do against players that have been here for a little bit longer, but the work, like you're saying, usually pays off.
And I think Underground really a fitting name, right? So often we see some crazy names for these team names, but Underground, I think that's about as apt as you can put it for these players. You know, I think the heads, the Halo heads, they know. But if you're watching for the first time, if you're just surface level into competitive Halo, you might not know all these players' names. But let's say give them a couple years, they'll be making their way into some of these bigger rosters and having bigger opportunities. And well, you know, best of 3, anything can happen, right? So I don't think it's ever a surefire pick on whoever you're going to pick to win this game, because anything can happen in 2 games. Like it's very easy to upset teams, and we get to see some crazy movements in these brackets because of it. And you know, one thing, I'm also our top rated team for today, and the top seeded team, Clutch, I'm looking over there: Barcode, Huss, Spartan, and Mortally. What a very interesting conglomerate of players right there. I've been a big fan of Mortally since he's been hitting the scene, so I'm excited to see how he plays with Barcode and Spartan. Barcode and Spartan, a little bit of a roommate action over there. Barcode's still in the States with that G2 roster. Hope to see him stay in North America for season 2. How would you rate Barcode's, you know, first couple tournaments in North America?
If I'm being honest, pretty disappointed. And not from like an individual standpoint. I think that he played solid compared to his team, but not enough noise from G2, right? I think that G2 team kind of let themselves down all year long with the expectations that they set for themselves. I know those guys don't expect to be in top 8 and top 6 the entire season, and that's pretty much where they were able to find themselves. I can't think of a placing outside of that or a real upset that they were able to create, and that's what those guys should be capable of. Similar to what we saw Native Red do on ACS Seattle, right? You thought that G2 was going to be potentially capable of a run like that, and they never did it. So it's back to the drawing board.
Absolutely. I have word that we're getting right into our game. First match on stream, and it's Ambitious versus Underground. And well, first blood already struck. Ambitious going to be able to find the first couple kills. As Aperture, though, is trying to recover for his team. Gets that heat wave, but can't get any further as we start to see the first couple kills of this match go down and seeing who wins control of the mid-map. And although Ambitious, they had the first couple kills go against them, looks like it's a quick recovery from them as they're in striking position on this flag.
Yeah, there's a lot of firepower on this Ambitious team, so they start getting momentum. Be careful. They start to roll with it right now in the enemy base. In a flagpole in the first. minutes, a pretty good place to find yourself. Unfortunately, with 2 down, it looks like they're gonna have to reslay.
Rami, he wanted to get that flag around the corner, tried to use that thrust, wasn't quite able to get it any further, but he stays forward for his team as he starts to knock down some damage. Monster gets the cleanup, and well, he's right back into position wanting to strike into that flag. But there's that thing right in the middle of the map that I think every team has to be aware of. It's that thrust control, making sure that you keep control of that thruster pack, especially if you can get your opposing team's thruster, because that's how you make the big plays. 2 go down, and well, it's another flagpole on its way.
Another flag on the move. How far can you get it with a couple of down? You think he's going to be able to turn this corner. He is knocked to no shield and playing his life pretty well. I like the staggered flag run rather than having run it directly with no shield. He's done himself a great job. As he loses teammates, he's going to be able to take the lead.
Well, I think about it, we just saw a perfect nade, but it's just not going to be enough. Shock trying to get into the back, find a recovery for his team, but they just don't have the control. And well, he's going to go down as Monster lands the finishing blow. And as all these kills go down, Hayden tries to steal the camo, but just a half second away. Camo's down and 4 grabs, and it looks like Ambitious quick to recover. It looks like they're going to be able to punish Underground's ambitious play.
Good job not to get counter capped from Ambitious. When you lose 3 like that, as soon as you get that flag in, you think that that's the inevitable case. They do a good job to get a set of slays their own, and in the meantime, Rami's found himself a camo.
Oh, I like this lurking. If he can let these players go forward, he has a real opportunity to strike and get some advanced timing for his team. Trying his best to survive, and he's somehow doing it. His teammates come from behind. The flag is out, and it could be a second one that's quickly on the board for Ambitious. The overextends from Underground is needed, but who else but Rami? He got the camo, and now he's staying in the front lines trying to keep Underground at bay.
Absolutely nasty movement from Rami right there with the thrust, and because of it, look at how he gets to at least impact the rest of the flag run. Because Underground are forced to focus on him bottom middle, he's doing so much damage. The flag carrier, he gets the opportunity to punch it in. It's a 2-0 lead for Ambitious.
And just look, Ambitious, everyone's picking up the slack right now. Rami has the least amount of kills, but he has 6 assists, and he's still double positive at 4 and 2. Everyone is just getting their chance with the slays. No one is slacking behind, and Underground are constantly seeing the respawn screen. They're trying to recover as quickly as possible, but it's just not enough to tip the scale. So often they're fighting against multiple players or power weapons, and it's just led to effective flag grabs for Ambitious.
Yeah, the slay is just heavily favoring Ambitious. 2 caps to their name as well. The map control is really the name of the game, and they're doing such a good job. A little bit of an overstep here with the heat wave, you would think, but somehow the teamwork comes through. Rami pushes in. Unfortunately, that's the first time for Ambitious fans that their team weren't able to get the slays. A beautiful defensive stand there from Underground to keep this at a 2-2 lead, or 2-0 lead, because at that point you were thinking another 3rd flag was going to be Ram, but since then, slays once again benefiting Ambitious.
Well, Rami quickly there to grab the thruster pack. Honestly, I think that's my key to success for me personally on this map right now, Clutch. As I've been grinding my way through matchmaking, I just find it so much easier when you have that confidence to take the 1v1s. But Hayden, he's quickly trying to stop this flag grab, and honestly, it feels like he's trying to do everything for his team in that situation. He gets the double kill, tries to get towards that flag, but it's just not enough. The rest of his team's not there to help secure the finish.
Yeah, and that fight's gonna get continued on the move by Envoy. He's the last player alive, but a touch on the flag was all he really wanted to accomplish there. Can't quite turn the corner to stay alive, and that's going to do it for that flag run. But look how hard Underground had to work in order to get that return to defensively stop the momentum of Ambitious. Looks like they're on the offensive side for the first time here, so let's see how they're able to play this one.
You know, working as a pair, but they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Ambitious plays rock solid defense, able to work together while being separated, get both the kills and stop the push from Underground. And now this is what I love, already trying to get to the high ground, get forward on the map. But Monster, I think he's looking for some ghosts. He's looking all around. Maybe a camo player unaccounted for. I don't believe so, but he thinks there's something behind him, Clutch. There's nothing there, Monster.
Just slow down the pressure, but in the meantime, look at this. 3 go down. Last player alive is actually in the closet. Can't quite take down Aperture, but the team is there to clean it up. And although Monster didn't have maybe the highest level of awareness in that situation, the way he plays it denies any opportunity really that Aperture would have gotten behind enemy lines, minimizes that damage. He gets cleaned up. So in all reality, look at the situation they find themselves in even after that. 3 down for Underground, and it's up to Aperture once again to try and defend this one. He goes down, flag on the move.
And I mean, Ambitious, it feels as if they've had a clear line of path to the flag over and over again. Underground, they've been doing their best to play with what they can, but so often it just feels like Ambitious gets 3, 4 down, pulling that flag. And well, what does Underground have to change? What is your switch to flip for this Underground team to get back in this game?
Right now, there's no switch you can flip. Everybody's got to step it up. They're getting outslayed, and it's because of the teamwork, the map control. It's been dominated so far. The flag is on the move, but it's going to be a flagship right now. And with numbers already in the favors of Ambitious, this is one that Underground need to figure out a way to get some slays and get this return. You cannot afford to go down 3-0, especially if you're going to give up a flag return at your base, because that likely will turn into a counter cap as well.
Underground heard the call. They got 2 down, but weren't able to progress any further. Piggy gets cut down at the last moment, and so far Ambitious playing solid defense, keeping Underground away from this flag. And while Monster picking up the 2-piece, it's time to roar into this base. The players in red start to march on forward. Flag returned, and well, let's make it another pull out. Another flag. Monster already gets it to the 50-yard line before he's taken down.
Yeah, they tried to get a second flag, and that was what I was worried about, right? The flag standoff so many times will turn into a double cap situation and opportunity, but the slays don't come through, and now all of a sudden Underground, they can at least keep this at a 3-score game for now. We'll see if they can get some offensive with those set of slays. Was that an overextension from Ambitious for Underground to try and get some map control? It looks like they have it, but they're not really able to scavenge. The dynamo grenades aren't up. The pressure's here, but wouldn't a dynamo grenade be nice right now? They don't have that. They don't have the util. They overextend. They give up their lives, and there goes the map control Underground once had.
That was so interesting, right? Underground pushed up into that utility, but they thought they had some map presence, and suddenly 3 players from Ambitious come forward, and Underground, they just couldn't find the slays, and that's going to lead to some more pressure that Ambitious pushes on the other side. Piggy trying desperately not to let Rammy get away, but Rammy has the final laugh. That commando, it hits hard, and it's hitting harder. Oh my God, he gets another.
Rammy's absolutely deciding the outcome of this first game. The thrusts have been so perfect from him, and it really is that thrust control that gives him the opportunity to make a play like that. It's first collecting the equipment, the second is putting it to use, and Rammy is doing such a good job of both.
Already flag on its way. Monster's the last alive, trying to push it further and further. Did he get it far enough for the respawners to make it impact with the first nade? Onboard's trying to keep him off the return, but it's gonna be nothing to sneeze at. And Tony got in there?
Yep. Got the touch. No one hops on the return. Tony gets 1. Tony gets a half. The third goes down, and it's up to Piggy. He's down as well. That's the 4th cap going in, and what a play by Tony to get behind enemy lines, touch that flag. A massive mistake from Underground.
Honestly, I don't know how Tony got there. I didn't see him on the our observer screen. He got in, got the flag pull, and then somehow after getting that flag pull, I don't think Underground expected it either, because Clutch, they looked lost in the sauce. No one was shooting at him. He got so much free damage downrange.
They thought for sure that flag was going to get given up, but Ambitious overextends to get a touch on the flag. It pays off so well to give them a 4-flag lead. And what we thought was going to potentially be a very competitive series here, game 1's proven otherwise. 2 minutes left, 4-0 now. Ambitious rolling with momentum.
2 minutes. I'm not one to try to raise people's hopes, but we have seen some crazy comebacks on this map before. I'm always reminded of that Cloud9 3 flag caps in a minute to force an overtime. Underground, they're gonna have to start playing like some of these players on Cloud9 if they want to make that a reality, but that might be too much to ask. Well, Ambitious 3 down though. Underground, if they're gonna have a shot, they need to start pushing now and get Tony to get on the respawn screen. Now, while he's 1 shot, the flag's away, and well, for the first time, it looks like Ambitious struggling to get out of their spawns. This flag might be the first one to go on board.
Look how well Tony plays his life. I mean, it's not going to end up being anything more than just damage onto this camo player that's running the flag. But at this point in the game, you know it's over. But Tony continuing to play his life so perfectly, dropped the no shield several times, making it work though. Making Underground work for every kill they get. They eventually do get the flag with a nice toss up. Great use of the camo there as well. But it costs so much to replicate a flag cap like that. I mean, good luck.
Now, even with them getting that 3-4 down, it was still a slow flag run. And, well, they need to be anything but slow. And with Underground going 2 down, Monster being this line of defense, they just can't get through him. And he's going to have a flag on his own. He's going to try to put that 5th and final one in before the time runs out. Underground, well, they see 3 to the respawn screen. Oh, my God. Nice little slide right there from Monster. As they're going to end the game early, they said, hey, we'll wave the white flag. Game 2 on its way. Slayer up next.
I think you pointed it out when you pointed the slays out about midway through the game. If we had an opportunity to look at the stat page there, it was everybody that was really popping off on Ambitious. And with a team with a lot of individual skill, I mean, all those players made statements at Orlando, started to pick themselves up towards the end of the first season of HCS. No surprise that they're continuing to grind. And look, they look even better than when we last saw them. I hope that that's going to be the case for these guys, because I am a big fan of the Tony Two Turns of the world, the Monsters of the world, like Rami. I mean, who doesn't love Rami? Like, everybody's been waiting on Rami to get his highest placing to pop off, to figure it out and take the next step in his career. A lot of potential on this team. You can tell they're ambitious with the team name. Let's hope that their hard work pays off, because, I mean, if it's anything like that game 1, they're on the right path.
Yeah, I'm ready to see the rise of Tony Two Turn. I think we need more players like him who get a little bit hyped. You know what I say? You see him on land, Clutch.
It's a little bit too much for me.
You think it's too much? Oh, he's too turned, baby.
But that being said, he's like a young Clutch, so he'll fizzle. Like, he'll settle down once he gets fined, and that's what happened to me. But there's no denying the skill. I think, like, everybody loves the loud, wear your heart in your sleeve, be passionate, be proud, be like blatantly disrespectful to your enemies. I love every bit of that, but the gameplay has to be there, and that's the thing for Tony, is the gameplay is there.
I love it. You know, if you had to go back, you said it reminded yourself, like, let's go back. You know, you have so much knowledge of the old scene because you're a little bit older, Clutch. You know, not
all right. We didn't,
I mean,
wore the hat to hide the hairline, and then you just throw me under the bus.
You know, it's not helping, brother. But we'll go back. I want to see who are your top 3 trash talkers in Halo.
I'm putting myself up there for sure.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Who
absolutely.
did you take inspiration from?
There's nobody that would have taken me down back. I think Elamite was good, dude. Elamite was real good. And then Walsh is such a classic when he has a mic, but he's not really an in-game trash talker. I would say you got to put Gandhi in there. Although
the toilet paper.
Yeah, I mean, he was good. He was good.
He led the road, right? He paved the road for everyone else. Whoa.
He definitely drew the blueprint up for me.
Now here we go into game 2. Underground need to put on a performance right here, and Haydom's trying to do his best. Uses that grapple to get this big old gun, and let's see if he can put a post through a head as 2 players push into him. And well, he tries to do his best, but unfortunately he's gonna fall, and that's gonna lead to the skewer switching hands. Ambitious gonna have their opportunity to potentially put that in their hands and find some kills. And this map, man, it can be such a tough one to find control. I think one thing that I noticed so much at Worlds, Clutch, was how often this map went to time.
Yeah, this map, when a lot of money's on the line, is going to be played a lot differently, right? You start to care a little bit more about your overextensions, about those individual deaths, and you'll make a far less mistakes. It's very difficult to press a team on Catalyst Slayer because of the different segmented areas. I don't assume that this is going to go anywhere near time, though, just given the moment, right? I think that that's a big thing for why we saw it act in that manner and at Worlds. It was like, no player is going to give up any free life at Worlds for $1 million on the line, right? This time, online tournament, it's Esports Arena, everybody wants to win, but maybe not to the degree of I'm willing to, like, play every second of the game slow, try to receive information and play off of it. I prefer the fast-paced gameplay though, so I do appreciate to the players that they're not going to stand still on their segmented areas in this map.
Okay, shot.
Good shots.
Yeah, he's feeling smooth right now. That's a 4. And he's going to go for more.
Not the first time I've said that when watching this kid either. This shot kid, he's impressed me a lot.
Oh, oh my God. Okay, well, he uses that utility to his best, finds the kill. And Shock, well, not everyone knows this didn't start in Halo. Gears of War kid, and well, he was phenomenal at Gears. And well, it's interesting to see him try to make his way. I think out of all the players that have made the transition from Gears, I think he's had the most notoriety behind him. I think Mental's been insane, right? But Shock's definitely been the player that people have been looking out for. And what do you think about that, Clutch? Some of these players transitioning over from different esports. Like, do you think, like, as a former Halo competitor, do you think you could do the same? You think you could pick up any esport and just become a pro level player?
It's really tough. It's about learning all the skill sets and decision making. I think the aim will definitely transfer from one to the other. Maybe Gears is a little bit less of an aim stylistically towards Halo. I think it's easier to go from Halo to other games and try and compete. But that being said, like something like Call of Duty, I think transfers fairly well. Like time on target's the only big difference that you have to get kind of used to. That and decision making. If you can adapt to the decision making, absolutely. I think becoming a pro, playing at the very highest level, you learn how to carry yourself and how to get good at things. And I think that that's the important quality. As long as you're able to acquire that, you're going to be good at whatever you do.
Piggy getting a little creative right there. Tried to hit the curb slide. Little ledges here and there that you can try to use some of that improved technique, that fast pace movement. Something that's been kind of all over Twitter. I feel like the last couple of days is people talking about if they are in support, aren't in support of that advanced movement. I have to say I like to see the players zooming around on Infinite, so you can put me down in the advanced support movement, the advanced movement column. But here we go, a 4 down as Underground starts to get control. This is where they can start taking control of the game, but I love to see all these players coming out using that fast movement.
I think it's definitely exciting. I think the snap slide's a little bit of a different conversation, but well,
interesting.
We'll leave that for a reserved.
One of the breaks, we'll have to go have our little debate hats on.
Come on. No, we're not doing it.
As a representative of 343, I got to get you on the record.
You won't hear me publicly telling you anything outside of what I just did. Back to the gameplay though. Underground up 3. Much better performance here in the Slayer, especially on a map like Catalyst, where it typically does. A better team does find more difficulty in dominating the map and the control and the benefits you get from those styles. You're seeing a completely different story here, right? Like they're able to hang with Ambitious in the Slayer and specifically on this map. I think that this is a beautiful game type for Underground to see as an opportunity to get back into the series and turn it into a best of 1.
Well, I hate it. Just made a massive play right there. I went on the flank, and that's back-to-back 4 downs in favor of Underground. Ambitious trying to figure out a way to get off spawn, and what it looks like we're starting to see some players leave the lobby. I don't know if we had a lag out or whatever it is, but we'll take note of the score. And what is it, 33-26? So let me do the quick math. 4 plus 3, I think that's 7. So I think it's 7 kill differential that we'll probably have to go back.
Were you using fingers there? What was that? I saw you. We switched back to you, and I saw what you were looking back.
Terrible at math, dude.
I can do small numbers and subtraction and addition.
Subtraction. When you multiply stuff, so like when I do it, I used to just have it all memorized. What I find myself doing now is like I'll be like, okay, like 82 is like 80, so I do like 8 times whatever, and then I'll like
that's how I do it.
Yeah,
and then add like 16 or whatever you're doing to it, or whatever the division might be.
Yeah, before when I was young, man, I could just rattle that stuff off. I had like all memorized and stuff. But I think they teach kids in school to like do that method now instead.
There was a lot of things that I had memorized that I no longer have memorized.
Yeah, it's like I just got my. I'm terrible at math, right? I got my degree, but I had to. I was that one senior in the like the freshman level math class, like trying to get my my final math credit. Man, I hate doing math.
Calculus was where I called it quits.
Yeah,
I got it.
You got all the way up to calc.
I got an A in calc. I taught myself calculus in a night, right? Because we have one grade, and it was right before It's like the night of the final exam, and I was playing Halo, so I did not go to class. And don't be like me, go to class.
Go to class. They always say pre-calc's harder than calculus is like what I always
would agree. Because like understanding a formula and just like plugging in like things where they see fit, and like knowing the rule sets. As long as you know the rules, math is like easy. So it's just about memorizing the rule sets. But I feel like we're on a math tangent right now.
Yeah, I mean, what are we supposed to talk about? Oh, 7 kill advantage. I mean, hey, people don't want to hear our math talk. They can click off. You know what I'm saying?
True. Yeah. What else? What else did I have memorized back then?
Were you competing?
States and capitals.
Dude, yeah, I could go with you toe to toe, state and capitals.
You would kick my rear end for lack of esports arena sponsorships. What was the question? Oh yeah, I was in college. Yeah, I was in college just about my whole career. End of high school, college, I was one of the few players that actually kept doing school and tried to compete. Who knows what could have been, honestly, if I didn't have to focus on school. Nah, I'm messing with you.
I was about to say, were you really focusing on school while you're there?
It was like a half-ass effort. Yeah. Let's be honest.
I mean, hey, you know, it's esports was really different back then. It wasn't like it wasn't this guaranteed salary, you know, sort of.
That being said, I was getting paid per tournament winnings only, and I was paying to go to events, paying for my team pass, paying for my hotel, my flights. A little bit different story when players are making comfortable money to stream and focus on being a professional player.
If you were 10 years younger, Clutch, I mean, imagine what could have happened.
Imagine my hairline.
Hey, I need to see some old. Next time we got to get you some high school pictures or something.
There's a bowl cut out there that nobody needs to see. We're gonna leave that somewhere in the depths of Facebook, probably.
My sophomore year, I had a bowl cut because I tried to I forgot what it was. I was at this lady down the street cut my hair, and I was getting my hair cut, and she had it bowl cut form. I just saw it. I cracked myself up. I was like, I just leave it. I'm gonna go have a laugh with my friends at school.
That's a lot of confidence for a kid to just
I had a bowl cut for 3 months, dude. It was terrible. I don't know why I did that.
I think I probably rocked the bowl growing. It was like a scruffy bowl.
Dude, I will say haircuts in the 90s and early 2000s. I don't know what y'all are doing, dude. It was bad. I feel like I see pictures of just people walking down the street and stuff, and everyone just had bad hair.
It was the style. You can't hate the era for the style. It's like looking at people from the 70s or something and saying you hate their clothes, right? What was Austin Powers wearing? Austin Powers was the swag daddy back then.
Bro, I see pictures of the Halo kid. You see Ogre 1, Ogre 2 playing side by side. They always got the same weird haircut.
Yeah,
the haircuts, especially gamer haircuts from the 2000s, I think can never come back.
I think what it is appearance started mattering more, right?
Girls started watching esports, is what you're saying. There was more appeal to it.
Just in general, I think social media blew up people's ability to care about their eyebrows being trimmed, their tan, their haircut, looking clean, clothes. I could see that. It just expanded all the importance on how you look, which we don't have to go down a road about is that a good or a bad thing, but
I would say there's a lot of hype beasts in esports now. You know what I'm saying? You go and people are wearing the brands or whatever it is. Maybe we've corrected too much. You know what I'm saying? We're going down some dangerous roads, but I just think it's so interesting to see how it transformed. I mean, you probably went to LANs where you would know players, but you didn't know who they what they looked like, right? So it'd be top.
Oh, all the time.
Right? I don't feel like that happens anymore. If you're gonna go to a LAN, you know what the up and coming players look like because they have a social preference.
Yeah, I think the only person we didn't know what he looked like was Bound for the longest time.
That was kind of hype. I feel like they kind of goofed that. They could have done some hype review. I imagine if he came out ski mask on, played the entire rally without revealing his face.
Yeah, I just don't know what it would be like to try and wear a ski mask while you're in the middle of a serious tournament.
Have you seen that one fighting game player? There's a fighting game pro. He's one of the best. His name's Sonic Fox, and he just dresses as a giant fox when he plays, and he's won tournaments.
So he's like a furry?
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, Clutch, but we'll go down the road. He's a furry, and he wears a furry outfit. I don't think that's an
offensive term.
I didn't want to open the can of worms. You know, I don't know enough about the community to like make big statements. But
see, you are just fine digging the hole and pushing me in to the hole. I throwing the dirt back on me
6 feet deep, and let me start shoveling it back in. Yeah, he wears like a giant fox outfit, which is like really well done. They had a concert with. Dude, who was it? I want to say it was Megan Thee Stallion, but maybe it was Jack Harlow. It was some big, A-list star, and he was just in the audience wearing his getup, and they invited him on the stage, and he's just chilling in a massive concert. I thought that was neat. But that being said, I think you can wear a giant furry costume and win a massive major. I think you could do it in Halo. I don't think it'd be too hard, but here we go back into the game. For anyone who's just joining us, we did have a lag out in game 2. That means Underground, they only need 43. They have the 7-kill advantage, while Ambitious, they got to reach that 50-kill mark. And while Underground they're just picking up right where they left off, a 7-1 run right away.
Even better than where they left off. 7-1, that's a magnificent start for these guys. Just about clinches this game, in all honesty. They have a 14-kill lead at this point. Just about. A phenomenal grenade from Envor might ruin that storyline, however, because he gets 2. It's a 5-kill difference. You add 7, that's 12. Still a very significant lead for Underground to play around, and on a map like Catalyst, it's going to be very difficult to get that big of a momentum swing in order to change the outcome of this second game.
Here we go. It's so interesting how these early leads, I feel like sometimes they don't matter, because so often I feel like we see teams jump off to a 10-kill start, and then it evens out pretty early. And like you said, it was Envor's big nade that sort of slowed down this push from Underground. But I always find it interesting how the early game, so often it feels like it doesn't quite matter as much as like players probably think it does, because so often I feel like teams like Ambitious get right back into it.
We'll see. It's so difficult on a map that you're not able to control. That's the biggest thing for me. That's what Catalyst Slayer does compared to every other map mode combo that we have on the circuit. It's one of those that it's almost virtually impossible to control the entire map or to really dictate where the enemy team's going to spawn. Hayda just grappled the overshield to himself in the meantime, though. Multiple kills going in Ambitious' favor. Hayda couldn't quite activate the overshield, and now you're seeing Monster. He's been able to do so. Gonna apply some pressure, and this is how you have to play if you want to come back. You have to force split spawns. You have to get solo kills before they can do anything about it. Monster's still playing aggressive. Finds himself in a lot of trouble right now, and it's a 4-kill game this time around. A great job by Ambitious to come back. A lot of work to do when you add 7 to that score.
Monster somehow able to survive for as long as he did, and I think we saw how big of a difference a second can make, right? Because for Underground, they were grappling that overshield to themselves, Clutch, and then half a second, it's the backsmack from Monster. He gets the kill, he starts grappling forward, he's doing everything that he can, and well, they've already took as much advantage from that as possible, and well, we're back to just about even with the numbers. This next push is going to determine who gets the momentum in this game. And well, Piggy, he has his plans with this green gun of goo. Gonna get an update tomorrow to be a little bit effective, but he's already putting it to work. Gets the assist as Aperture gets the first kill at Underground. They just ferociously pushed themselves in, but there was a player, Tony Two-Turn, who was on the back lines, and while Ambitious, they're striking back. Piggy's trying to do his best to survive. Rami gonna be able to find that kill, and well, it looks like the slays do favor Underground at the end of everything, but just a creative push from both the teams on how they interacted with the push and pull nature of Halo.
Yeah, the trades back and forth. The lead for this second game, still 7, still 14 in total. And another trade, a great job by Aperture, just continuing to figure out a way to trade these kills off. Find yourself in a game 3 where hopefully you're able to have more success in the objective this time around. Still climbing towards that direction. A couple of kills do not get traded out this time around, however, and that's Ambitious's opportunity to get an overshield. And this is where, if they're going to make a statement in this game, it has to be now.
Well, this is the second overshield that Underground has let slip by, and Monster, he'll take the back-to-back as he starts to apply this pressure, and I have a feeling we're going to start to see a lot of blue players meet the respawn screen as Monster gets the double kill. Piggy last alive at that back base, and you can see Tony has some ideas of his own, but Aperture comes up, spawns, but not there in time. Piggy survives, but it's going to come at the cost of his teammate's life. The only thing going for Underground right now is that they do have that 7-kill buffer, so they do technically have that double-digit lead. Did he shoot the grenade pad across the map?
Hit him with a spike and shot the grenade pad, and basically just killed them all with grenades from across the map. That's an actual heads-up play, but just abusing the sandbox, the locations, everything to his disposal. A phenomenal job there from the Underground player. It's a 9-kill lead here this time around, 16 total from the reset before, and Underground cruising here in the second game. They clearly look like the better Catalyst Slayer team.
Just doing his best to survive. Monster's having no business with that. Monster able to stay alive. Piggy now finding himself to have to be on the run to survive, but they're not letting him go. They know exactly where he's at. His teammates are falling. He's trying to do his best to get to safety. Underground finally are going to be able to work on a counter, but Ambitious, they aren't letting go. They're a dog with the bone. And oh my God, Underground, their lead, it's in trouble. We're starting to see a massive momentum shift into the favor of Ambitious.
It's a 2-kill game. Make it 1. They're still going to be down 7. Easier to track when it's an even score line. They can't quite get it to even yet. This is a beneficial fight right now. You can feel Ambitious starting to steal momentum, but with so little room for error right now, they lose an overshield. In the meantime, Aperture escapes with it. Now they still have a 7-kill lead to play around.
And that overshield might make all the difference. Aperture not able to get the second. And so, oh man, Underground has such a big lead, and this kind of feels as if they're tripping over themselves as they approach the finish line. They only need 4 more kills, but Underground, they just have no momentum to work with. Ambitious working together. They seem to be frying everything that goes on its way, but Alex Shock, he takes the 1v2, somehow comes home with a trade and gets them one step closer to the finish line.
Yeah, no reason for him to get a kill there, but somehow is able to. Grappling your own teammate, Tony Two Turn, to stay alive. That was actually beautiful from him, but still, 2 kills to go, 8 for the side of Ambitious, and they know they can't afford to give up any lives if they want to make this one interesting. Slow this one down. They have a skewer to play around, but how many picks can you realistically get?
The skewer could blow everything open, and well, Shock needs to stay alive. That skewer is gonna miss, but Shock, he won that 1v2 fight, and I think he's getting a little too in his head about it. He just jumps into all of the players on Ambitious. You have to imagine Ambitious, they're gonna stick together for the rest of this game. Don't see any of them going rogue anytime soon. Aperture was up high. They didn't expect it, and that's gonna come at a costly death. 1 kill away for Underground. Now Aperture will put the exclamation mark in. They're gonna take this game. Ambitious had a great shot right there, but I think it was a creative play by Aperture to use his teammates as bait up in that high ground to eventually find the pick needed.
Much better second half of the second Slayer from Ambitious, but still not enough to get the job done, especially when you dug yourself the hole the first time around. So rightfully so, Underground are going to take game 2, even with the errors of technical difficulties, and we're going to have to settle this one, it looks like, on Street Strongholds. And I like Underground's opportunities a lot better on a Strongholds like Streets. It seems like they're going to have a better chance to compete, opposed to the Aquarius CTF that we saw was an absolute one-sided affair on the side of Ambitious. But we'll have to see. If they can dominate the map the way that they did early in Catalyst, they're going to have a real opportunity to take this. But Objectives and Slayers, I mean, they're 2 completely different stories, and until you show me that you can hang with some good teams in the Objectives, you're just like a chihuahua barking at the pit bull at that point, right? Like you're not an actual threat until you can steal an objective.
And I mean, remember Ambitious on the first objective, they just absolutely slid through them. It was no resistance at all. And when we're going to Strongholds on Streets, that has to be the most how would you say it, snowball of a map, right? You get a triple cap on that are so easy, and to just keep control of how small the map is and how easy it is to manipulate the spawns. Underground have to keep that momentum, because right now I feel like Ambitious, they're going to come out and they're going to force their will on this map, is my prediction, right? I just think they aren't going to lay down in the objectives.
Yeah, Streets is the smallest map we have on the ACS circuit, on the competitive circuit, we'll call it. And with that, rotations come in faster, you force split spawns more, you get that opportunity to really dominate when you have total control. It's all about, at the highest competitive level, can you stop a team from getting that level of control? And if you do allow that to happen, how quickly can you get out of it? Two things that we will learn a lot about Underground here in this objective. If they cannot stop Ambition's roll, right? Because when you get that snowball going downhill, you get the rockets, the bulldog shotgun, you put a player with the stalker, thrust, like all of that on one side, that all of a sudden becomes very difficult to try and compete against. Figuring out ways to trade kills when a team has total control like that and just relieve some of the pressure to stop the bleeding of a trip cap potentially, that's so difficult to do against players like the ones on Ambitious. We'll see if Underdog are up to the task.
Yeah, and it's I'd say if you're a player that's up and coming right now, Clutch, and you have to learn how to play against that sort of aggression. Like when you get trip capped, how do you respond? What team do you think does the best at responding to those bad scenarios?
I feel like Cloud9 is so good at it. I feel like Cloud9 is so good at being able to get a kill in a disadvantageous position. A lot of it comes down to individual skill. Great job by Aperture to pick up that kill as I say that. And look at this, just popping off. But it really does come down to like, hey, I'm at a disadvantage. How do I get a kill? And Cloud9 are some of the best in the world at doing that.
Oh, we'll have to see a lot of that individual talent come out for some of these players.
Jesus
but Aperture,
Christ.
Yeah, he just tracked him right down. Was able to get that kill. He eventually goes down, though, and that's going to be an opportunity for Ambitious to get control of that red gun. But Shock, he's doing his job on the other side. Shoddy in hand, and although C switches hands and the red gun switches, it's going to remain control for Underground. But you start to see some of these red players leak out towards B. And if they can get this control and use this red gun to get some dominant positioning on the map, we could quickly see things change. And this is what we mean by a snowball, right, Clutch? This looks like it has a trip cap written all over it for Ambitious.
Yeah, look how fast Rami wants to play this. Just immediately slides out to the middle of the map, able to apply some damage to the guys in B or in C. He's going to immediately turn his head on a swivel, get to tower to try and apply some pressure. May have overextended here. A phenomenal couple of kills from Underground to stop the bleeding, but the rest of the teams here, you got to deal with the next two.
Oh, and this is what, it's a small map, right? Look how fast Envoy is into this fight. They're trying desperately to establish a trip cap. And although they're getting all these kills, they just haven't quite been able to put it all together yet. The execution a little bit sloppy, but the pressure is felt nonetheless. There's nothing Underground can do. They're constantly seeing the respawn screen, and for the first time, we see the trip cap finally hit the board. And while Monster, he still has two of these power weapons to work with.
One rocket, it finds home. Hative goes down. Tony finds a kill in the kill feed as well. So it's a 3-2 advantage right now in numbers. B is transferred over, so the bleeding stopped for the moment. But right now, what's not stopping is Monster. He's on a killing spree right now, I think. Maybe one more to go, but he's absolutely running terror with these power weapons. Able to bait and switch with his teammate. It's a frenzy, actually, for Monster.
Oh, you know he wants more. Did he see the player coming from behind at the last second? He gets the 11th one before he goes down. And Underground, well, they've been taken for about 70 unanswered points from that trip cap push that Ambitious had made. And oh my God, dude, the red gun is just gnarly in this game. You know, it looks a lot easier when these pros have it in their hands, but they're just so pinpoint accurate. You'll see constantly and find those kills. And Ambitious, they didn't stay down for long. They're able to break out B, and Piggy, he's the last alive. He was able to get that perfect kill, but he's not going to be able to stay alive. The push from Ambitious, well, it's everything like their namesake. They constantly are pushing for these trip caps.
Hey, you can run, but you can't hide from Ambitious right now. Just rotating so fast. The slides, the movement, it allows them to just close the gap on so many of these windows of opportunity that Underground might have. They're using it to a perfection. Rockets are coming up in 20, and it's almost a must have if you're underground. The lead, it's only 60, but it's continuing to climb, and the pressure continuing to pour down onto underground.
Monster, ooh, I was gonna say he went right down the middle, basically intersected himself into a triangle, and well, underground, they didn't let him survive for long, and trying to use that number to play to their advantages, gets a control, and suddenly Ambitious, they're stuck towards B. Rockets moving into the hands of underground, and this could finally be the momentum that they've been looking for as Piggy picks up the double, and he starts to look for the remaining players. But oh my god, Envor's too good at what he does. They get the kill, and well, I think that all from Envor's perfect kill in that scenario right there is going to lead to Ambitious remaining with the control for now.
Aperture under so much pressure right now. Tries to find a kill on a monster. Oh my god. That was absolutely disgusting. Trying to stay alive. Envor can't find him. Thrust forward. Can't find Envor, but a little bit more patience from Aperture there, and that would have been an absolute hell of a play to be able to take down Envor and potentially a third player in front of him. But I mean, still, to be able to stay alive, create that much of a window of focus on you, havoc for the enemy team, a couple of kills, massive play by Aperture to try and get his team back into this. But it doesn't look like the rest of the team has been able to manifest anything off the play. They're starting to capture B, but they're still down 50 points.
Tony immediately makes his way back towards A, has a feeling that he's gonna have to make the play for his team. We could see maybe a counterclockwise rotation from both these teams. A starting to move hands towards Ambition. Does Underground make their play towards C? They're spawning there, but they haven't made an attempt at that hill yet. It's gonna be in points for Ambitious for now. You know, Tony having that shock, and you have to feel like you're in a, even though you don't have control at the moment, Ambitious has to feel pretty confident in their spot on the map.
Just about since we've seen Monster overstep with the shotgun bottom middle, it's been a lot of underground success so far. It's only a 30-point game, and with the control that we've seen Ambitious have, you'd think it would be otherwise. Tony's on a killing spree. Monster was on a frenzy earlier, and this game's still within striking distance. Rockets are up, and it looks like Underground are going to be able to achieve these rockets as well. This is a phenomenal job by them to stay in this game this long, keeping the score within striking distance, and now you have your opportunity you've been waiting for all game.
He puts it all in the work, not able to find the third, but I think you're right about the moment of change in this game, Clutch, because it definitely feels as if Underground got their momentum after the death that Monster put forward, and now Ambitious, they've had a couple great opportunities at getting these pushes, but they just haven't been able to translate it into a successful counter. And now for the first time since the beginning of this game, Underground has a lead to work with. And Shock gets the reset. Oh my god, I cannot believe how efficient Underground has been in the last couple minutes.
We didn't see it from on screen. We just switched over to Shock, but what he did to stay alive, to get a kill, to buy time for Piggy to come off respawn and help him keep control of B right there was nothing short of a damn miracle. Shock popped off as the last player alive, allowed Underground to once again continue control, and now look at this. It's a lead all of a sudden for Underground. So if you question if they could keep up in any of the objectives so far, they're actually in the lead halfway through this third map.
Well, they got the lead, but it came at a massive cost. We see the 3 down. Aperture was the last alive, and well, this might have a little bit of a deja vu for the viewers at home. It was the 3 down that cost Underground so dearly last time. That's how Ambitious made their play for the trip cap, and well, Monster, he's keeping the pedal to the metal. He wants to get a Hatif. He makes the attempt to get the stop, but Monster comes out on top. The trip cap's in for a short and temporary time before B becomes Underground's new home. But this is where you have to feel concerned. Rockets coming up, and Ambitious, they seem to have the better position to make the plays.
Yeah, this is when you need to get out of that total control moment. If you're Underground, they lose 3 players. Monster's able to pick up rockets, and now when it rains, it pours. It's about to start raining rockets.
Piggy got a back A spawn, and well, Monster, he might have the ability to clean up 2 for his team and keep the push forward. You start to see Underground spawned up, but they didn't go for any home base. They know they need the slays, but the rockets too much. Monster weaves the needle gets the kill, and oh my god, the pressure. Look at them. They're funneling down middle. They're trying to keep COA. Piggy not able to get the finish, and it's a trip cap still in effect for Ambitious.
Underground have to find a way to get some kills. They cannot jump in these strongholds to stop this trip cap right now without a couple of slays. And guess what? Ambitious not giving it to him. Onboarders get taken down, but it's still numbers in the favor of Ambitious. Stalker rifle in the hands of Tony Two Turned. And if there's one player you don't want it in the hands of, Tony Two Turned might be that player on this server, because he's about to rain terror under these players trying to transfer A. The brute grenades are so true. Aperture's completely one shot. He's taken down as well. So you stop the bleeding, but it's not in time. Game 3 going to Ambitious. And although Underground did a hell of a job to make that one interesting, Ambitious showed you exactly what we talked about at the start. The fear of total control and what it can do to a team.
And just like how efficient they were with taking control of the map, right? Every time it felt like they got 2, they were able to immediately push for 3. The trip cap showing how effective it can be, because my God, did we see some effective trip caps for that squad. Underground, they played a consistent middle game, not enough, but they will have a second opportunity in the elimination bracket. Ambitious moving on in our bracket. Speaking of our bracket, I'm going to pull it up, Clutch, because I want to see what we have coming up next. I believe we have, dude, I'm going to say this so wrong. We need to ban Weebs from playing on this stuff.
Rokuyaki?
Rokuyaki versus
Rokuyaki.
Rokuyaki.
And that's a Southern man raised in the southern belt of the Memphis, Tennessee area, trying to pronounce a word that he has no idea what he's pronouncing. So if that was wrong, apologies.
I'm gonna look this up. Like,
it's no disrespect. It's just...
What's the over-under of this being some weird, like, anime thing?
Anime? Over.
Team Rokuyaki, Yu Hakusho. I guess it's a team? Okay, so...
Yeah, I'm looking at him.
Okay, so let me pull up the what picture do you have? Can you send me the picture that you're looking at?
Yeah, it's like
I want to see if we can label who each one of these players are of the Yu Hakusho team Ryoku.
You're going down another dark hill. You're starting to do this.
And then versus Palm Villains is the other team. I believe is what we'll have next. Palm Villains.
We're rooting for Palm Villains.
Yeah, right. We can't
without knowing any of the players.
You can't have Weebs winning. You know what I'm saying? Palm Villains, Diagram, Suppressed, Avenue, and Boo Boo Doo Boo. That's it's the trick.
All right, chances are we get a win here.
Hey, that's a good shot. Okay, so. Oh, dude, I wonder if I can send this to production so we can pull it up on stream. Because okay, so we got the big guy with the mohawk in the middle. That has to be, dude. Okay, let me pull up the roster.
I don't even know who the team is.
Oh, yeah, it's Barcode's team.
Oh,
Barcode, Spartan.
Okay? I'm starting to connect dots. Are you saying that makes
sense? Are you gonna start throwing?
That makes sense. Sparty's a big anime guy.
Is he? I didn't know that.
Massive anime guy.
Wow. Okay. So Barcode, Huss, Spartan, and Mortally. So Mortally has to be the little kid on the bottom, right?
This might be Barcode, right?
Wait, no, dude, I think Barcode's
like the nice, innocent, like little kid, always got a smile on.
I feel like Barcode's the guy with the red hair. No,
I don't know. He's too ripped.
Barcode, dude, underneath that soft exterior, Barcode is a rock hard Aussie man. Let me tell you.
I don't want to talk about Barcode being rock hard anymore.
Yo, that is wild that you pulled that out.
You did that.
Yeah. I didn't have that implication though, Clutch.
Okay.
Oh my God. Dude, I don't know. I feel like that's like out of all the men that look like out of all the people on that picture, the one that looks the most Aussie has to be the red hair though, right?
Do Aussies have red hair?
I don't know. He just looks like he's like from the outback. You know what I'm saying? It looks like he would like fight an alligator like barehanded.
We're not doing this anymore,
dude. Come on. Okay, let's see.
We got a best of 3.
We got Huss is the guy with the mohawk, and then Spartan's the guy with the yellow hair. Easy done.
Okay.
Easy.
Well
easy.
done.
Well
Does that mean we get to move on?
Yeah, we can move on. I'm just looking at it, and I'm just, dude. So do you think Spartan's the one that made the team then?
Yeah, maybe Barcode's into anime as well.
Yeah, it could be.
I saw like roommate bonding experience, you know, throw some anime up after some long days of scrims and just relax, eat some dinner and whatnot. I could see that being the vibe those two set for each other.
Dude, I want to know about this little kid with the hair. Not the hair.
You're gonna have to watch the show.
Hat. Dude, you want to watch it with me, Clutch?
He's probably the most lethal of them all. That's how it
probably
usually
yeah, right. He's actually like 5,000 years old. He's just like he's just little.
That's usually how that pans out. Like,
Yo, dude.
that guy takes the hat off and all of a sudden he starts whooping butt, which then he would be Barcode, because you give Barcode an opportunity to pop off and he just takes over. He seems like this harmless guy outside the server, but
yeah, it actually could be Barcode, because it'd be like deceptive, right? Like Barcode's deceptive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's where I was going.
Yeah, deceptive. Yo, dude, what is up with anime having like little children who are like super powerful for no reason? That is, dude, what is this guy's? Okay, I can't keep looking at that. It's really interesting character design. If anyone can in the chat can tell me what the little kid with the hat, if he's like a super god or whatever, that'd be cool.
Super god.
Other than that, we have a best of 3 in front of us. Strongholds on live fire, so a little sniper action. Slayer on recharge, a little sniper action. And then back to streets. And maybe we'll get to see the game 3. Palm Villains. Is this the triplets, right? I think Palm Villains.
You said triplets and Boo Boo.
Yeah.
Versus Rokuyaki, which is Spartan.
Huss.
Is it Huss?
Yeah, Huss and Mortally. Spartan, Barcode. It's an interesting team.
This will be a good matchup.
Dude, Huss came out of nowhere for me. Good player.
How good can Boo Boo Doo Boo lead the trio? I know they play a lot together, so
dude,
they'll have a lot of experience. Not quite sure how much experience the whole Rokuyaki roster has playing with each other, but I know that they play 8s like a ton.
Yeah.
And so I'm probably pretty sure that this like lineup had to have made its way through like an 8s lobby, or at least like 3/4 of it, half of it. Lord knows Spartan and Barca probably play all the time together, so.
I would say the triplets plus Boo Boo. I mean, Boo Boo, like in a different life, is like, what do you call
it? Quadruplet?
Yeah, quadruplets. Is that what they're called?
Yep.
See, I know quintuplets, but I don't know
quintuplets, not
quintuplets. Tiplets. Quintuplets.
You are everywhere right now.
Bro, I am, dude. I gotta come down. Let's see. I mean, honestly, dude, Boo Boo's like could be their 4th brother. He's like. He is the 4th brother, but he's older, because I feel like he's the only person that can contain those 3.
I've heard. I've never had a sibling that I've had to play with, but I imagine it's stressful. I've played League of Legends with the ogres, and all they do is yell at each other.
Sounds like hype, though.
So I imagine that it's very difficult to play with your siblings and from a frustration standpoint. We'll see how much success and chemistry they have. They did come out the womb together, so chances are they should be on the same page about a few things right now, but right now it's total control to Palm Villains. They're off to a great start. Avenue with 4.
Which brothers in the history of Halo bickered the most? I've always heard it was Lunchbox and Roy.
No, I think the ogres.
Ogres for sure. Wow, that's interesting. Is Ogre 2 a
Lunchbox and Roy are too
my god.
That was disgusting from Boo. The double. Well, Lunch and Roy are too respectful to like really complain. The ogres will disrespect each other.
My god, Palm Villains are just making this Rokuyaki squad look absolutely silly. Trip cap right away. Boo Boo Doo Boo's been hitting some sick shots. The triplets working in tandem. It feels like everything's going right for Palm Villains right now. And well, Boo Boo, he's looking to get some more action. A little bit he might be a little overconfident with that play. Gets right into the face of Spartan. Can't hit the snipe shot, but the 2 cap still in possession for Palm Villains. Rokuyaki still looking for their first point on board.
74 and counting right now. It's a phenomenal start still for Palm Villains. Only Barcode really the one with multiple kills on the side of Rokuyaki, and he's found his 4th, and that could be the opening they need to try and take one of these strongholds over. But as I say that, he's taken down. It's a 2-2 split right now as far as his numbers are concerned, and Mortally eats a heat wave shot the second he jumps up top turret. It's going to be so difficult for Rokuyaki to come back now. I mean, it's already a 100-point lead and climbing for Palm Villains.
Mortally plays himself slow and is able to get an important kill before Huss comes and throws a nade right at his feet. And there we go for, I was going to say that was going to be the first point. There we go. The first point on board. It's 105 seconds unanswered. before we see the first point on board, and Rokiaki see how much they can push this advantage, as they have quite a hill to climb. And Palm Villains looking to make it more of a mountain. And this is the thing, though. Palm Villains, they play really strong off the gate. I have a feeling that when things start going wrong, that's when, you know, kind of that brotherly love / hate combination probably comes into play. So if Rokiaki can start, you know, putting up some points unanswered, I think that's how they get into the head of Palm Villains.
Yeah, I think that goes for just about anybody, but more so for sure the family. Got to keep momentum going in your favor, but doing a great job in order to get off to the right footing, make sure everything seems like it's working out well for Palm Villains. 105 to 40. It is going to be 40 unanswered points now for Rokiaki, but we'll see how long that lasts, because Sway's starting to go into Palm Villains' hands, and Us tried to make his way to snipe, couldn't quite hit the slide he expected to, I don't think, and with that loses his life. And now Palm Villains looking to fly towards B, as you're seeing Mortally try to take the stronghold, but he's gonna need to create some space, and that's not what he's able to do.
Well, we're starting seeing Palm Villains get that control back, and what's most important is they've also gotten the sniper back in their control. Av's gonna be the one who puts it down line, and well, we start to see the opening push. Huss is gonna go down. Oh, I like this from Avenue. He's gonna get high. Mortally, you're in trouble. This headshot not gonna hit the head, but the body's enough. Avenue makes his way, and now he has a perfect position to watch for this overshield. Barcode's the first victim, as this overshield still up for grabs. Sparty tried to stop him, but Avenue pushes him back down under. Says, get back here. Overshield is ours. Sniper eventually switches hands, but not before Diagram has the yellow glow and the extra shields to work with, and now they're hitting all the snipe shots. Oh my God! He hit another!
Should have been a potential triple, maybe an over for him. The body shot continuing to connect. He finds the kill, doing everything. It runs in the family, apparently. The sniper precision right there. We saw multiple players at Palm Villain have, and I mean, look at that. What was once starting to become a closer game, blown wide back open. 171 to 45.
He went back in possession of Boo Boo Doo, and it seems like Palm Villains have just been able to control the power weapons, and it's made all of the difference this game. Rokiaki still trying to do their best to just get control on this map. Barcode's leading their charge with 10 kills, but they just have not been able to keep up with the slaying output of Palm Villains. 3 players from Triplets plus Boo Boo sitting at 10 kills apiece, just clearly outslaying the competition. And they just have not been able to make any headway. It's another clean wipe as B switches back to Palm Villains. The double cap still in their possession.
Big kill by Suppressus. He was no shield. He's able to pop up. Love the repulsor of the grenade. It keeps him alive. It allows him to kill Mortally as well. And this is the most known of the triplets, I'd say, in Suppress. A very incredibly individually skilled player. Made his way onto the scene this past year and started to make statements. We'll see what his career develops into, but if it involves the brothers and they're playing at this high of a level, that would be one hell of a storyline.
Brother, I honestly don't know why the triplets don't team, because they look like nasty right now, to be honest. This is just good Halo from them. And finally, Rokiaki get the double cap, but not before A switches hands almost immediately. We'll see if that overshield plays an impact at B, as Avenue tries his best to stay alive. Huss gonna be able to track down the final player. B does switch hands as Palm Villains start to see the respawn screen. Rokiaki have a mountain to climb to get back into this game, but anything is possible as you start to see them play aggressive towards A. Want to get into that trip cap possession.
Yeah, they're pushing the trip cap. They have a snipe in the hands of Mortally as well, so a lot of opportunity to turn this game around right now. It starts with a couple of headshots. Unfortunately, nobody home on the first. Pressure's going to be coming from tower and bridge right now, and I love that Mortally wants to play aggressive here. He's rewarded immediately. The double! The triple! Oh my, Mortally! Getting his team right back into this one with a couple of shots.
I'm telling you, this kid is different. First year on the scene, making some big waves, made it to Worlds, didn't have the finish that he wanted. But you can see some of that anger, some of that frustration being let out in this game. Oh my God, that's one of the cleanest triples you can see, so quick with the scope. But is it enough is the question, because Palm Villains, they come up right off the respawn and they're pushing for a trip cap.
I'm still in shock as to what we just saw. That was absolutely disgusting from Mortal. He still finds himself down, however. A phenomenal job from Palm Villains to maybe not get rocked by that unbelievable clip. They're able to get control back and now just 42 points away from ending this game 1 in their favor.
Diagram's looking for the push. It's gonna be Mortally and Sparty working together. Is the commando enough? The support from Boo Boo Doo comes in just a hair too late, but he's keeping the line for his team. Dude, I feel like everyone's been missing that jump the last couple weeks. Guys, get into the custom games and practice it, but Boo Boo Doo gonna remain down low. Hey, Heat Wave's not gonna be enough, and they're so close to the finish line. Palm Villains just need to cross it, as they're 20 ticks away from getting the job done.
3 go down, so they're gonna have to come off respawn and make a play if they want to end this one. It's BNC control in the hands of Rokiyaki. A lot of work to do, though. You got about 100 points to make up for right now, and you need to play perfect if you want that to happen. You can't allow Palm Villains to really gain any kind of head of steam here. As you lose Spartan top middle, that's a clear indicator. Palm Villains have their eyes focused on tower.
Well, you can't rest on your laurels. Keep everything strong. Avenue gets the 4 shot in. Mortally heads down. B and C switching hands. This trip cap could be the nail in the coffin, as Boo Boo Doo has the snipe. And while Sniper's been so effective for their team thus far, Rokiyaki got to make a last-second ditch effort to get into the hill, but the slays start to go for Palm Villains. 3, 2, and 1. We are done. Game 2 on the horizon. Palm Villains take the first game and honestly just played a better game. We're more explosive. We're more definitive in their plays. Had a better trip cap. It felt like everything was going right for the triplets plus Boo Boo.
Yeah, I think the start that they got off to, a 100-point lead, I think it was 100-1 at the start. Just an absolute insane lead for them to get off on. And when you can start a game like that, you can ride that momentum typically from playing in the lead at all times. You get to play with a little bit of more time on your hands. Nothing feels as pressed. When you're playing from a deficit the entire time, especially when it's up to about 100 points, you feel that weight in your decision making a lot of the time. So it's very difficult to, any mistake you'll cost for dearly, instead of we have room for mistakes. And the mentality of the players, they did a great job to be able to play around that, even though they got rocked by a mortally triple kill with Snipe. One of the honestly best clips I've seen in like a tournament play in a competitive environment in quite some time, I would say. Honestly, very similar to like the Chick overkill. It was a hell of a shot, and that can rock you. But they did such a good job to come off respawn and immediately get the kill on Immortally and move on from like, hey, an individual is going to make a great play here. Let's figure out a way to weather the storm. We've done so much right up until this point where that's not going to phase us. So a great job overall from Palm Villains to dominate game 1. Rokiyaki had some plays, had some opportunities, but Palm Villains really didn't give them anything ever since that gaining that massive lead. And I think that you have to be careful about falling that far behind early on because of what it means as far as pressure that you're forced to play with for the rest of the game.
Dude, that triple for Morley, it was like, that's what I really like about him as like an up and coming player, is like you can just see that he gets into like a flow state. That's like a flow state play, right? You know, like you can't just do that. That was all muscle reaction, like how fast he got that triple kill. That's like, that might be the most impressive triple kill I think I've seen in Halo Infinite yet. I mean, it obviously would have been a little bit more impressive if they were headshots. I think all the players were weak, which I think, you know, kind of tones it down.
I think they were headshots.
Nah, dude, I don't think they were. I got it clipped. I was gonna go watch it back. I'm gonna watch it back right now, but I don't think they were headshots. But I will say, my God, what a play. Okay, let's see. Okay, I got it. He goes up the ramp.
Okay. Check.
He gets the first guy in the back headshot, second guy's a body shot, third guy's a headshot. Okay,
that's all that matters.
Okay.
The third one, the fact that that was a headshot, that was an insane shot. Especially the reticle transition from 2 to 3 and to hit the headshot there, unbelievable.
Hey, wide too. That was crazy.
Ran out of time for the kill feed to catch up too. We didn't see the triple for about 5 seconds later, and that's when you know you'd done some damage.
Dude, it was so fast. Yeah, that's what was so crazy about it. Was just how fast the triple was. It was like an overkill potential play, but you can't get the overkill because the kill feed like was just too fast. Like you time out of it because like the 4 players never come out in time. That was just such a sick play, Morley. It's like I'm still thinking about that. If you had to give it out of 10, what do you think?
That's an 8 out of 10 for sure.
8 out of 10. Do you think we've had a 10 out of 10 in Halo Infinite yet?
I think Chicks was probably
that was pretty nasty.
Pretty good 10. I think like you probably got to get an overkill for a 10 out of 10. Like
I can see that.
Yeah, you probably have to, unless it's, I don't know, actually. You'd have to do something even more insane than that. Like, but I mean, Mortally did everything right for about 5 seconds there, and it really gave his team some lifespan. The issue there, which hopefully Mortally will learn later on, not to be that guy, but we'll go down this road real quick, is he overheats the second after he gets the triple, and he just flies at the guy behind the dummies, and he just averagely dies, and then all of a sudden they lose control of tower. Like, you gotta get the clip and keep playing sound Halo, right? Like, you have to be, the difference between like the formals and the Royal 2s and like the top 12, top 16 players that have a ton of skill is like when they make a play like that, it's clockwork. Like that, it's great. Hey, we'll talk about this. I'll show you guys this after the game. But we got more to do. We're down 100 still, right? Like there's no time to be like yelling or roasting or like getting hype when you're down 100 still. The end goal is to win the game, not hit the clip. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think it's like a perfect way to describe it, because you always feel like, especially like a player like Royal 2, I think he's like the first one that I think of. It's like the triples, the overkills, they just feel natural to him, right? It's like it's next step. He's setting up his team.
Yeah, he's got about 9 Xbox hard drives from Halo 3 back when he was clipping people before he was anybody.
God, I wish I was Royal 2. All right, we'll see these players try to recover, because that's exactly what needs to happen for Hiroki. They just did not have a great game one. They had a moment, right? And I think that's about all. The only thing they could really take away from it was a moment. Palm Villains, they about controlled everything you could possibly ask for, and it looks like they were able to keep that momentum up. They get the early lead. Huss trying to get the cross, but Palm Villains, you have a feeling they have something up their sleeve as we start to see them push one by one into this hallway, and it looks like Rokiaki going to be able to survive the push for now.
Yeah, much different start here in the Slayer in game 2 than we saw in game 1 for Rokiaki, and they're right in this 7-7. It's tied up. They want to get that shock rifle in Spartan's hands. He can't quite make it there. They know he's being suppressed. He's not going to be able to get that for free, especially not without the grapple. They got to play her top glass to try and deal with as well, and Spartan doing a good job to hold this area down, sees the opening, and this is where you wanted to find yourselves. Unfortunately, you didn't know Boobadoo was behind you, but it doesn't matter because Spartan is that good.
Hey, that's a 360 if I've seen one. Got to do a little double take, gets back there. Reticle hits the head. Sparty gets the shock rifle. Man, this thing is absolutely deadly when you put it in some players' hands, and Spartan's one of the main contributors to that. It feels like he never misses with this weapon. Oh my God, you see that's when you know a weapon's a little too overtuned right there, huh? He's one shot, he just does not care, tries to get back into it, and well, it comes to the cost of his life, and I think that might be a costly death clutch, because well, Palm Villains, they have complete control of the map now, especially with this weapon in their hands. Diagram quickly gets shut down though. Massive pick by Rokiaki.
Spartan didn't really have a play there with the shock. He was getting sandwiched from both sides, so he tries to hit the shot. Unfortunately, couldn't do it, and that was a great push from Palm Villains to get the shock out of his hands. We saw the damage he was about to start doing with it if he was continued to go on that terror. It's a battle for Camo right now. Everybody getting involved. There's multiple players going down. Camo finally getting activated by Suppressed. trying to stay alive. He's got a lot of players around him. Good information too on Immortally, and it does look like Palm Villains have done a phenomenal job to win this battle for camouflage. Not only are they right back in this after that couple of sequences, they have a 3-kill lead, and they're allowed to play around Suppressed, who has 10 kills already to the map and has all the information he needs.
11 kills for Suppressed. What is that? What's the term? Donut for Avenue. A little bit of a yin and yang between the brothers right now. And oh my God, Suppressed is on a mission. He's trying to hunt down this shock rifle player,
so
keeping him in the air. Not going to be enough. Mortally going to be able to find the kill, but not before Diagram comes in to pick up the slack. And once Suppressed and Diagram both at 11 apiece. I mean, look at the disparity between Boo Boo and Avenue. They combined for 2 kills. Suppressed and Diagram, well, they combined for 22.
Sometimes it be like that, though. Given the opportunity, Suppressed having a phenomenal start to the game. We'll see how it closes out. Most importantly, though, Palm Villains find themselves up 3. Shock rifle in the hands of Barcode, and you know what he's capable of. They're going to allow him the opportunity to dictate this game. Diagram gets his face ripped off, and if you challenge Barcode enough, he's going to hit a shot.
Sword on forward, going to be able to get this high ground. This weapon so effective from the skies. Who got away with the camouflage? It was up. I didn't see anyone jump right on top of it, but it isn't on its pad anymore. Someone got away with that camo. I would like to see who. Barcode uses that last bullet to get the headshot. We're tied up 26 all. Essentially, this is going to be the restart of the game. Right now, in my opinion, Rokiaki, I think they got to start getting themselves towards that pipes. You need to control this next shock rifle that comes up, but Huss hitting the big shots as he starts to take the forward position.
Suppress just gets deleted off the Needler right there. A lot of space in Rokuyaki's favor right now, and you can see these players in pipes. It's a very common place, a very powerful place to control, but not when you don't have the rest of the map. Avenue gets caught out now that the players in pipes don't have an angle to help him. This is a difficult push to try and deal with if you're Palm Villains. And as I say that, Spartan finds a double in pipes. Pipes ends up getting cleared out completely. And all of those slays happen perfectly for Rokuyaki. They find themselves up 4.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost systematic with how Rokuyaki took over the map once again. And they got the control of the pipes right when the shock rifle is coming back up off respawn. So they're in a great position.
Killed himself.
How did he do that?
Maybe shot the plasmas? I'd have to guess. I don't know.
It's like, other than just jumping off on this map, like how do you kill yourself on this map?
Well, he died in an elevator, but either way.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's crazy to me. Boo Boo Doo Boo, you got the shock rifle. That's I think a pretty big misstep from Palm Villains right there. They should have known that the shock rifle was up right when they won that fight at the pipe room. They didn't end up getting this rifle, and they let Boo Boo Doo Boo get a hand on this, and Boo Boo Doo Boo, I think we've seen multiple clips of him putting this weapon into some major use. You have to imagine that replicates itself in this game.
Great couple of kills here from Palm Villains. They've taken the lead. Not only that, it's a 4-kill lead now. Just moments ago, Rokuyaki had a 4-kill lead themselves, but since then, it's been all Palm Villains. Now look at this, a perfect way to try and end this game too. Boo Boo Doo Boo, camo, shock, you know, probably one of the most historical players with camo. I'd say it's Boo Boo Doo Boo and Pistola, and right now, one of them starting to continue to add to their list of terror that they provide when given the power-ups, and Boo Boo Doo Boo can't quite find that player top glass. They know he's down here now, and this is a very difficult place for him to be. Can he get out of here alive?
Oh my. I don't think he expected Huss to keep peeking, and while Boo Boo Doo Boo tried to have an escape route in mind, he's not going to be able to get away, and that's going to lead to the shock rifle hitting the ground, neither team having it for themselves at the moment. But yeah, it's like Rokuyaki's really slowing down this game, and maybe some undisciplined pushes from Palm Villains might make all the difference. Sparty was hiding behind a box. He got himself a free back smack.
Playing the audio to a perfection there. The free kill, does it make the difference in this fight? All of these players from Palm Villains in such a bad location right now. I believe there's another one below Spartan. He finds himself a triple. Everyone's no shields. Phenomenal damage from all of Rokuyaki, and Spartan benefits the most by playing his life so perfectly in long haul. By the time he gets his shield back, he's able to pop off, find himself a triple, tie this game up 40-40.
It just feels like Spartan can't do anything wrong. Everything goes in his favor. One last player to take care of, and well, they have his help from across the map. Mortally has a new shock rifle in his hands, and it's an 8-kill swing that goes to Rokiaki's favor. And suddenly Palm Villains, camo's up, but is it gonna be enough? Can you get it without feeling the pressure of this red squad? And no, I believe Barcode's going to be the one that gets away with the camouflage. Everything going right for Rokiaki at the end of this game.
Yeah, to push this to a game 3, they need to close this one out. 5 kills to go. You got a massive lead right now. Couple of kills going in your hands as well. Unfortunately, Barcode can't quite end the game. 2 more to go. The repulsor's going to benefit mortally. Rips the head off Suppressed. And that would have been a way to end it in style, but you still need 1 kill in order to do so.
All right, I think that's the only way to describe that one. A little stylish Sparty starts to light up the scoreboard at the end of that game. Morley hits another cool sniper shot, and Palm Villains falls a bit short. And it's interesting, you know, we called it out when it was what? They had 22 kills versus the 2 kills of their teammates. That theme kept through that entire game. I'm like trying to read it up right now. I think it was 32 kills combined for Suppress and Diagram, 8 for Boo Boo Doo Boo and Avenue. So we're seeing some backpacking, some unequal loads between the team.
Sometimes it's like that, especially on a map like Recharge. You can't find your groove. You just can't find your footing in the game. But it was just a Slayer, so we'll see what happens on Oddball Streets. And what a better way to end this one than a nice long objective for the 2 teams to separate who's the better team, because both teams looking very strong. Individuals are making plays everywhere. If we can get a map like Streets involved with a lot of strategy, like a setup that Oddball will require you to have success, we'll determine who the better team is here with the best game type of the series, in my opinion, to finish this one off.
Yeah, so Streets on Oddball, that's going to be a long one, like you said. Oddball has this tendency to go 20+ minutes, so you know, buckle in, maybe go get yourself a little drink, some little action before we end this one. We saw some great performances from Rokiaki in that second game. I mean, Barcode had 17 kills to his name, and then we saw Spartan absolutely pop off. Remember, he got a nice triple kill, seemed to be doing everything right at the end of that game. They have the momentum coming in, but Palm Villains, last time we saw them on an objective, they just looked better, and we're gonna have to see if that replicates itself back to Streets. A very small map. Rocket's gonna be making a huge impact. You're gonna see a lot of spawn killing on this map, and I'm very curious. I mean, if you had to give the edge right now, Clutch, who would you give it to?
I give it to Rokuyaki. I think that they have overall the better team, but I think it's so close that you can't really call it, and it's really anyone's game. These guys are going to start making a lot of plays as individuals as they have throughout the series, and I mean, you got to game 3 for reasons on each side. It's whoever's going to like kind of shine in that light. There's no really calling it. It's a matter of who's stepping up.
Right, absolutely. It's gonna be a fun one, man. I'm honestly super excited. The only thing that's a shame about this is that there's gonna be no sniper, because I feel like we've seen insane sniper kills on both of those games. A little bit of a 360 by Spartan in that second one, and a little triple kill from Mortally in the first. I guess the biggest key is that it's been Rokiaki who's made the impact plays so far.
What an interesting start.
Yeah,
what an interesting start for Rokiaki. They went straight for the drop wall, threw it down by the ball. They got the ball all the way to the back tower, but they didn't really play for Rockets. They didn't play for any other sort of the map. You give up Rockets and the setup gets broken immediately. So now it's an opportunity for Palm Villains to have a setup of their own. Rokuyaki brought them the ball to tower. Unfortunately, Rokuyaki right off spawn able to get the slays they needed in order to really transition this into the setup they wanted originally. So everything, no harm, no foul. But you never really see that starting strat so far in like a highly competitive match. That was extremely interesting. I didn't really work out in their favor, but I'm wondering what they've seen in the past that made that such an effective start that they would have tried it here.
What an interesting light that we saw from the Rockets right there, Clutch. Remember, it was first Palm Villains that picked it up. Then we had the whole push. Then we saw Rokiaki pick it back up after the last rocket wasn't used. And then somehow the rocket once again changes hands. So 3 different players get 1 set of rockets, and Boo Boo Doo Boo uses that final shot to get a 2-for-1. It's just the life of the traveling rocket that ends up working in favor of Palm Villains. But so far, we've seen a lot of action on the map without players picking up time. They're very much focused on getting control. And, oh my God, massive kill from Mortally. I feel like Mortally's playing extremely well this game when it comes just to individual talent slays that he needs to come down with. He's able to take down that shotgun player. And while Rockets going to be up for grabs in 5 seconds as we see both these teams start to jockey for position.
These Rockets are important. The game just about tied up, but that won't be the case. You have to think after these Rockets get acquired. A lot of players, a lot of pressure to deal with from Mortally. He finds a way to get the kill. The Bulldog shotgun allows him to take down that player even at a disadvantageous position right there. Lesser shield, and right now just doing everything like you're saying, perfect to try and get these Rockets under his way. It's a phenomenal job by him, and look at this. They've been rewarded with some ball time because of it, but here comes Suppressed.
Whoa. Back-to-back 3 shots make it easy. He's going to be able to get this ball time for his team. Maybe you want to see it switch hands because he has that red gun. But so far, Palm Villain's going to be able to soak up a nice little bit of time here. If I'm Suppressed, I'm thinking about throwing this out the middle. He's just a hair bit too late with it. As Huss picks up the kill, Avenue will be that last line of defense with this shotgun. He's going to fall down as well. So although it was a nice little chunk of change for Palm Villains, it looks like Rokiaki have no problem on the retake.
6 points separate the two for now. Nobody really stepping up right now in the Slays department. It's still early though, and a lot of game left to be played. Still round 1, and Palm Villains can take the lead here for now, but as Slays not going in their favor, they're going to be forced to drop this ball just as they take the lead, and it's going to be a very difficult push for the rest of the team to deal with.
You start to see, I mean, just the slaves for Palm Villains, they come at the right time. They're going to be able to get another clean wipe. As it's the last one, Spartan's going to be able to get to that. Oh my God, Boo Boo Doo Boo's getting aggressive. He wants to get him off their spawn. Mortally falls down. He had no chance. Barcode follows the double kill for Boo Boo Doo Boo. They're trying to track him down, but it's a well-placed nade. Can he get another? Huss sees the respawn screen as well. Everything goes right as Boo Boo Doo Boo finds 3.
It was beautiful. Boo Boo Doo Boo finds 3. It's allowed this opportunity to rotate the ball into Tram. And look at this. The score is starting to expand for the first time for Palm Villains. They have a lead. It's starting to become significant. And it's all because Boo Boo Doo Boo stepped up and make a play. That's what I was talking about when we were starting this game. Individuals are going to start to step up. And who better than Boo Boo Doo Boo? Try and impact this first round and push it to his team's favor. Unfortunately, the round's not over yet. A lot of work to do. And Spartan doing some work to break the setup by himself. Gets into Tram. They get 3 down, and they have their own opportunity now to try and get a setup and regain the lead.
Spartan gets all the rewards. He gets both the red gun and the shotgun, and, well, I guess somehow ends up with the ball as well. He's going to start soaking up that time for his team. Diagram is going to be that first player to push in. Do they know about Huss? He's falling behind everyone. Boo Boo Doo Boo. He gets caught off guard. 4 easy shots to the back as Huss picks up the first. And Huss just doing his best to survive, but he's got beautiful timing. He's able to keep his shields. You saw Suppress. He dropped down there to try to pick up Huss, but he's nowhere to be found. The kill still going in favor of Rokiaki. And this is just absolutely beautiful from them. I mean, everything was going wrong, and they've been able to really get themselves back in a great position. It all started with that massive play by Spartan.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot for them, though. They get the ball right off the reset. Because it resets, Palm Villains weren't able to get a touch. Rokiaki pick up that ball. It's something very similar to what they did at the start of the game, but this time it's a little bit different. Slays being traded out, the exchange of the lead being traded as well. Rokiaki, such a phenomenal play here by Huss to get a couple of seconds, get the lead, play the ball, somehow staying alive this long. And it's all because of that first initial couple of kills. Like you were saying, Huss was able to stay alive. That's the same life. He finally gets taken down, but an unbelievable job by him. In the meantime, Diagram's found himself the new set of rockets. He's got to run with his tail between his legs, however. He's the last player alive for his team. Somehow he gets out of dodge, but only one rocket to work with. The ball in a neutralized spot. A 4-point difference right now. A minute on the clock. Who's going to step up?
Having that 4-second lead, you have to feel that Rokiaki saying, nice, man, we got this. Everything's going right, but then right when you start to rest a little bit, it's Palm Villains who start to find the kills. Diagram get a little aggressive, a little confident with that play, and well, he's going for another one. Mortally gets traded on out, and Palm Villains able to suck this ball away all the way across the map. It's going to be a trek for Rokiaki to get back towards this ball. And so far, everything's starting to fall in place for Palm Villains. They're running away. Suppress gets 2. The shotgun's too strong. They all start to fall. It's a potential overkill. Suppressed puts them all to the respawn screen as Palm Villains takes the lead.
You knew there was going to be an opportunity for it. The second you saw someone jump up heaven, spot all 4 players running with no shield. Suppress gets the over. It's allowed the setup to happen. The pressure's on Rokiaki. They can't get there. They get taken down. And round 1 of our game 3 in this series goes to Palm Villains.
Everything just worked out for them, right? Like you said, the 4 players all coming from B lining up. But even before that, right, being able to have the timing to get to that ball back of A and force the spawns at Red Room at the same time worked out perfectly. The one thing that didn't work perfectly for Palm Villains this time, immediately 3 down. But somehow ball not really playing much of an impact yet. They finally are going to start putting up some times, but Spartans got the rockets, and well, it's 2 kills in their favor.
Spartan having a hell of a start to this second round. So much damage done at the start to help his team win the opening setup. The Rockets, he gets a double. Suppress finding himself a double to answer it back. But Spartan stepping up really big to try and help his team win that opening break. But it's all been shut down to the double we saw as Suppress just land. And not only that, Palm Villains going to jump off to an early lead here because those kills transitioned into some ball time.
Suppress is a dangerous player to worry about right now. That shotgun, it barks loud, and he's going to be able to get the first on Huss, and now already in position to take down the next push. Sparty takes some heavy damages. The problem with Rokiaki is they just can't get to this ball. It's free time as Diagram gets himself a bigger and bigger lead. Spartan falls. It's a kill feed that favors the blue once again. Palm Villains soaking up the time. Rokiaki just can't get there. They're 3 down once again. Huss has to wait for his teammates to spawn up before they even have a chance to force this ball down.
Now this game's starting to get ugly right now. 40 points and climbing. Palm Villains have. You need to find some slays to get some slays. As soon as I say it, Mortally finds a triple. And not only that, Mortally finds himself the oddball. A lot of work to do. You're going to have to hold this setup as this push is coming through. And this is going to be a difficult decision for Rokiaki to make because rockets are coming up. And typically when you have that oddball in hand, you're playing a player down for this battle. You need to find a way to get the slays and get these rockets secured. And I'm not quite sure Mortally's in a position to do so. As I say that, he gets taken down.
Spartan tried his best all the way at back C, try to keep that rocket out of the hands of Palm Villains, but Palm Villains, they take 2 players, put them right on top of that rocket and say, Spartan, you got to choose one of us. The other's going to run away with this rocket. It's already led to an opening pick for Avenue. Ooh. Not going to be able to use that second rocket to find another. Suppress hides in the cubby, but here comes Spartan around the corner. He's going to be able to pink up 2. Ball's going to switch its hands. As Spartan did all the heavy lifting, able to find the break relatively fast enough, but still down by, what, 30 seconds? Half a minute of time needed.
Absolutely. I absolutely love that push from Spartan right there. The fact that he gets suppressed weak, but more importantly, just continues to push to create chaos. He creates a sandwich where no one on Palm Villains is able to react to him flanking the backside of tower. They don't expect him to come there. Even though he's no shield, he gets so much damage done with an assassination and more shots into a second player that allowed that push to be a successful one. Spartan, if he doesn't do that, this round's probably over. But Palm Villains gonna have to keep playing this one because it's a 10-point game and Spartan has ball in hand.
Rokiaki roaring their way back. Palm Villains have a lot of work to get past this defensive line, especially with the shotgun from Morley, but suppressed. What a well-timed flank. It's 3 that go down. Barco's last alive, and the time starts to rack up once again. Palm Villains now within striking distance of finishing this game. 30 seconds needed to win 2-0.
Palm Villains still climbing, but every time we say that, it really is the slay's going to Rokuyaki, but I love this from Suppress. More ball time to allow pressure, and the play is perfect. He gets it bottom middle. Rockets are up, as well as the ball being down bottom middle near the Rockets will likely benefit Rokuyaki in this situation. They know Spartan's behind them somewhere, but they're more focused on what's happening in the middle of the map. Rockets are gone. Spartan's here. He gets a kill. In a 2v2 situation now, they're going to have to break this setup, and the ball is in a very difficult spot for either team to really acquire.
You're playing on a thin edge, though, right? Rokuyaki, they can't afford to let this ball get away because it's just, 10 seconds needed for Palm Villains to win this game and series. Avenue, he's going to be the most forward player for his team. He wants to get towards that ball, but it's in the most exposed part of the map, right at bottom middle. So many angles for players to get a hold of it, and Morley, he's going to be able to find time. Still in the favor of Palm Villains, but you have to figure the map's starting to switch control. Rokuyaki seem to have a much better positioning on the map, and with 2 minutes and 36 seconds of game time left, they don't have to get impatient. Just get your kills, get your control, and get this ball. And Boo Boo Doo, he's last alive, and this is going to be some time for Rokuyaki. Ooh,
the pressure starting to amount. Fortunately for you, Rokuyaki, the game clock, not a factor here in round 2. 2 minutes and 16 left. Still down 30. You got to get some kills. Booba thinks he gets the kill, doesn't, looks away. Sparty gets the kill because of it, and that could be a mistake that haunts Booba here at the end of game 3, because right now that's the slays Rokuyaki needed. They have a tram set up. Starting to climb, 28-point deficit still, Rockets in 15. This is a very winnable round with a round of slays here from Rokuyaki.
Yeah, I mean, that works beautifully for Spartan right there, right? He gets that pick, and, well, you have ball and tram, and all the spawns are at PD, spawning all the way across the map. You have to figure this next fight for Rockets might be the most important. Avenue tries to stay forward on the map, tries to use as much as his as much pressure as he can possibly provide. And here we go, Sparty. He's got the shotgun, but the Rockets, I think they went into the hands of Palm Villains. It's a 4 down. It's a wipe.
That's going to be game. Palm Villains. Avenue stays alive, creates chaos in the back of Tram. Spartan gets surrounded. He gets stuck. All 4 members go down for Rokuyaki. The ball, it gets secured. Palm Villains get the job done. 32 for Suppress, but more importantly, it's a 2-0 for Palm Villains. They take the series 2-1.
It's insane. That final play that Avenue made, right? Like staying alive, getting forward on the map, made a huge impact. But like, I felt like Rokuyaki had the potential to make the comeback clutch. Break down what happened in that final push. How did Palm Villains find the break?
Well, the issue is all right. So Rokuyaki get the first kill on the Suppressed, and right there, Rockets are coming up in 10 seconds. You should have every advantage. But Spartan gets Avenue to no shield front tram. But Avenue goes trash, and he stays alive. Nobody had any angle on front tram outside of Spartan. And because Avenue's able to stay alive, he creates havoc in the back of tram. Spartan also gets timing from a player that came up Brutes and went out towards the balcony inside tram as well. So Spartan eventually was getting all of these callouts that players were behind, but he had like such bad timing. And actually the whole Rokuyaki team had such bad angles on the right outside of the map, outside of tram. They were positioned so poorly that they weren't able to compete for Rockets. They didn't finish a couple of the kills. And then all of a sudden, when those players have shield and they're behind you and you don't know it, they create chaos. They go a clean 4 dead. And I mean, to top it off, if Spartan was going to be able to impact that fight, he gets stuck by a phenomenal brute grenade that ends the game, ends the series in favor of Booba and company.
It almost felt like so deceptive for Rokuyaki in that position because, like you said, Suppress was the first player to go down, and then they feel as if they had the position to go for those Rockets, but then the player that ended up going for the Rockets is that player that gets picked, and then Spartan tries his best to kill Boo Boo, doesn't get it. Like, it's just nothing went right for them. And I think Avenue getting to the back was a big impact on that. All I got to say, that was a fun series to watch, man.
Yeah. More of that, please. I'll take two.
I love the triplets, man. I love the triplets. They're going to be in our winners finals. We have our next match coming up soon. But before we get to that, let's go back to Yeso.
Thanks, gents. And by the way, I have to say this for my own health. It is Rokuyukai. Not Rokuyaki. It is Rokuyukai. And also, if you like sick shonen battle anime, go watch Yu Yu Hakusho. The Dark Tournament arc is absolutely goated. And the knife edge death match from that Rokuyukai battle, very sick. Go watch it. But besides that, we had a couple of honestly incredible sets. You heard Tools and Clutch there talking about they'll take plenty more of that because we had two very tightly contested 2-1 series here to start off the day. And of course, we're getting ready for winners finals. We started off with Ambitious and Underground. That was Envor and Aventure's team matching up. Very tight and fun set there. And just double checking, I want to make sure Ambitious did win on their side of the bracket. So they are in winners finals up against Palm Villains, who we just saw win. And it is important to note that Underground actually done for the day. They fell to Incognito 0-2 in their losers round 1 matchup, so they're done. But the squad there for Envor still staying alive here today, and they'll have a matchup, a big one here in our next set. Jumping in though to that next set, you got Rokuyukai and Palm Villains. Palm Villains coming out really strong in game number 1, and it was Rokuyukai with that nice comeback at the end of game 2, flipping that one on its head when they were behind 7 or 8 kills at one point late in that game, turning it around to keep themselves alive. But Palm Villains with a nice response in game 3. But I do want to go back to game number 1 and check out a wonderful replay from Mortally. We got this triple kill that we're going to pull up for y'all and just take a quick peek at this one, because this was just so clean. 1 snipe there, there's 2, the quick peek down below tower for the triple kill, and that's just such a quick play. Like, you have to slow it down to almost understand what happens because it's so quick. 1 into 2 into 3, the perfect angle here. And it almost seems like Mortally is actually shooting for the player on tower. It almost looks like he actually wants to take Boo Boo Doo there, but the lineup just comes through here from Suppress. Yeah, he's scoping for Boo Boo Doo Boo there, and Suppress steps out and actually gets caught by the first shot. Still able to clean up though, Boo Boo there at the end. And this is just, at full speed, is absolutely disgusting. That is just insane. You are going to be hard-pressed to find a better highlight today. We had an overkill. Sadly, we didn't get the whole thing, but saw the end of an overkill earlier. That was super impressive, but I don't know that we're going to have a better highlight than that one. Mortally just popping off there with the sniper rifle. So just to set the stage, kind of where we're at in the bracket right now, of course, as I already mentioned, Palm Villains and Ambitious matching up in our winners bracket final. Down on the loser side, losers round 2, which is loser quarterfinals, we've got Business and Underrated, and then Rokuyukai heads down there to face off against Carmea's squad Incognito. Of course, those 4 squads battling for the 2 spots in losers semi-final. So that's where the bracket currently stands right now. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, plenty more action here from Series E Halo Infinite. Don't go far. We'll be back in a few.
I'll be loading up, they wanna package this. Pray for peace, pacifist, I'm never old enough to give a promise.
Tyson boneless buffalo bites have that tasty kick of flavor, so they're perfect for any get-together. If there are any left when your guests arrive. Tyson Anytizers Chicken. More kicks of flavor, more smiling snackers, more to love. Tyson.
Welcome back to our Series E Open Series. We got a great tournament ahead of you guys today, and it's the winners final. That's up next. My name is Tool. I am joined with Clutch, and we've seen some incredible plays thus far today, and I think we're going to have an incredible finals ahead of us today, Clutch.
Yeah, if anything we've seen is an elevated level of individual skill from everybody, right? I mean, I know a lot of the names that we're casting over today are up-and-coming players. I've been watching them over the past probably couple of years. At the end of Halo 5 into this, all these guys started becoming more familiar. A few of the pros that are obviously renowned household names. But the best part about it is the elevation of individual skill we're continuing to see grow from these guys. And I couldn't be more excited to continue to get an opportunity to showcase the hard work that they're putting out and the potential that these guys have. Because every year, every time a new game comes out, the first year usually dictated by the past pros. Some people start to make names for themselves. In year 2, that's when things get a little bit more interesting. People start to perfect their style of game. So Halo Infinite year 2, you can best believe we're going to see some household names grow. And as we get into game, a lot of these names could become very familiar. A double kill on the side of Ambitious as Rami finds himself a double with that plasma pistol. Absolutely disgusting to withstand some of the push that Palm Villains would have once just had, but now Booba Doobu forced to grapple away because Rami finds himself that 2-piece nugget.
Yeah, problem is Palm Villains, they still have the aggression on their side. They see an open base and they're taking advantage. The flag is out and on its way. Booba Doobu gonna be that carrier, but I love how he doesn't get too caught up on himself. He's gonna double back towards the rocket side. His team has now gotten possession of it, and this could be the first flag on board. Tony is the only player alive, and he goes down. It's gonna be a clean wipe as Booba Doobu passes the half line.
Keeping it with the shotgun runs as we saw the meta develop later in the season for the HCS. It's a clear-cut path for Booba Doobu to punch this one in. They take the lead 1-0.
And already, I mean, they're still pushed up on the map. They don't want to give any breathing room to this Ambitious. Squad Avenue eventually gets cut down. And it's going to be up to Monster to shut down the forward push. And now he's looking to get a little bit more of his own as he starts to rally himself forward. You're going to see Ambitious try to take some high ground, try to get some more pressure on this map. But already, Palm Villains starting to put up a stout defense.
An early cap can mean so much on Bazaar. Palm Villains are able to get that one on the board, and now they get to play with the lead, at least for now. And on a map with bases like Fortresses, so difficult to try and even up the score at times. And the Overshield battle, it's actually won by Envor and the rest of Ambitious, and this could be where they look to tie it up.
And Envor's going to check around in the tree. Wants to make sure that a noob combo doesn't get away, and puts an early damper on his Overshield. Waits for his team to get there. Diagram gonna stand strong towards that flag. Monster goes down, and Envor has to decide to push back. Says we don't have the numbers to get into this base. We're gonna have to reassess our position on the map, get control once again. But honestly, I'm surprised they weren't able to make more happen with that Overshield clutch.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that Overshield just doesn't pan out. It's not the same power curve as it has been traditionally in Halo at times, but in others, it's successful, especially on a map like Bazaar. You got to walk through doorways in order to get to the enemy base. A lot of that Overshield can get chipped away. The Rockets, they usually create the opportunity and the opening to create a numbers advantage to get into some of these bases. We'll see who can win the battle for Rockets. It does look like Palm Villains have that side of the map control, but as I say that, Rami finds the most important kill onto that Rocket player, finds the last Rocket, puts it to use. And now Ambitious look like they've won the battle for the middle of the map as of yet.
Great shotgun work by Rami. Gets that killing spree. And so far, Ambitious, they've done a great job at trying to draw the line at this halfway point, but they just haven't been able to get the control of the enemy base that they'd want. As Rami eventually goes down, shotgun will be on the respawn screen. And we already see this Overshield come back again. Oh my god, that shotgun is suppressed. Gets a massive kill. And now this is my question, Clutch. How do you play this situation? You have Overshield coming up, but you're getting the numbers to push in the base. Avenue just got 2 down.
If you can get the 3 or the 4 down, you got to get the flag. But when you can, use the Overshield for the flag run. But The second you start losing a number or two and you can't get that overextension flagpole, you gotta play for this overshield. Unfortunately, overshield, I believe it's gone. Not quite sure who was able to actually secure that one. Palm Villains had to have gone into their hands, you would think, but nobody on the map I can see that has it. So it had to have been wasted away in the damage output. Unfortunately, Ambitious fans, they lose the middle of the map. Palm Villains use that as an opportunity to get 3 down. They keep control of the middle of the map. They look to push into the bar, and that's a hell of a way to start the push into the enemy base from Avenue. He finds the first pick.
Avenue has to make a quick escape. Those nades felt like they're coming everywhere. And hey, you know what? You have to make a quick exit. Getting a shotgun for your efforts isn't the worst thing in the world, but I mean, trying to stay alive is also another key. Envor was chasing him heavily. Plays it right to stay alive for as long as possible. Somehow still alive. And well, you'll get the assist. I don't know how Avenue did it right there. He's 16-7 in this game. And well, he's been making some big plays, putting the enemy team on skates and finding ways to stay alive.
Feels like one of these triplets is always popping off. It's Avenue this time around. 16, 5, 7, an assist right there on screen, but great pressure, trying to do it all right now, but too much to work with, too much pressure on the side of Ambitious right now. They get a flag pull of their own, but Boo Boo Doo Boo on the other side of the map trying to pull the flag as well. A very interesting situation as Rockets and Overshield coming up in 10 seconds. The flags both being pulled. A very unorthodox situation you find yourselves in for both teams. We'll see who can prosper. It's 2 kills going in Palm Villains' favor for now.
I feel like that. What a patient play from Boo Boo Doo Boo. But the problem is Rami shutting things down. He gets a triple. Oh my God, he's going for the over suppressed. Oh, you're in trouble. It's gonna be the unofficial. Envor gets the cleanup. But my God, Rami's that's basically single-handedly stopping Palm Villains' push.
Now that's single-handedly securing Overshield and Rockets for his team. They're going to get an opportunity to get another flag on the move here because of that triple from Rami. They're able to run the flag this time around. They got Rockets to pair with it. Avenue's trying to stop it from happening with a couple of brew grenades. Actually gets the job done with the Bulldog. Last player alive is Tony, and he can't get to the return yet. He's got no answer. And somehow the mistake to run that to the shotgun without clearing Avenue out is going to cost Ambitious a tied game right now. Still find themselves down 1-0.
You know you're getting hunted down when you're in the vents and the nades are coming through. And he was not staying alive. Tony sees the respawn screen. Palm Villains do go 4 down, but not before they made the big impact play, stopping that flag short and keeping their lead in check. Tony, he's been this impact player that we've been wanting to see pop off. He gets loud when he is able to, but we just haven't been able to see him get comfortable. I say that's the biggest thing that Palm Villains has done, Clutch, is I just feel like Ambitious hasn't been able to get comfortable. They haven't been able to have just that clean push. Remember back to when Envor had the overshield, he tried to get into that base, couldn't get through, right? Palm Villains have a stout defense. They make things mixy. And so far, it's working in their favor. It's happening once again. Boo Boo Doo Boo, he's shutting them down, keeping them at bay.
Well, the only run that they really had a great chance of was with the Rockets when Avenue just popped off bottom shotgun with spikes, with the Bulldog, was able to get the kills that he needed to in order to find himself the return there. But ever since then, everything else outside of that, like you said, it's been scrappy, but the job's getting done on the side of Palm Villains to keep this lead in their favor. And I hate to say it with 4 minutes on the clock, but there's only 4 minutes on the clock, Tools, and that time I feel like on Bizarre CTF can go faster than any other map and mode we have in Halo.
Oh yeah, I can't really think of a map. Well, and maybe you with your vast experience in Halo, maybe you can think of one, but it's just like Bizarre.
We get it. I'm old. You don't have to keep saying
so
that.
uniquely positioned. As a matter, it just feels impossible to get. It feels impossible to get flag caps on this map sometimes. Like it's so easy to play your position to stop flags from running. And well, I think we've seen Palm Villains play that successfully time and time again because Ambitious, they've had multiple attempts to get into this flag. They just can't get it away. Like they just cannot get it past the 50-yard line.
Well, Envor's going to get another chance.
He's got a
see what he does with it
too.
Grapple to work with. He wants to get it just close enough to where he can grapple it to him from a safe spot in the tree. Does so. perfectly. Not a lot of pressure on onboard. It's going to be an overextension story from Palm Villains. They lose 2. It's up to Booba Doobu now. Last player alive in a 1-on-3. He's behind enemy lines, stalling the flag. And careful, because respawners are coming. Booba Doobu's perfect nade. Stalls the flag more. The flag finally through the double doors. Tony's no shield, but no one's there to stop him. Ambitious will tie this one up. And 2:30 on the clock before we go into an overtime situation. So a phenomenal job finally from Ambitious, but it was mainly onboard that made the play.
I mean, what a great play by Boo Boo to try to stop it, right? He was in the right position, stopped the flag, got traded, but made a player unicorn before he went. That spike got the trade. Unfortunately, just the timing wasn't there. Palm Villains have to let the flag go, but they're already on their counter. Who else but Boo Boo to be back into the fray? He makes Tony one shot before he goes. Honestly, Massive Avenue's there to get the trade, and now Suppress and Avenue working together to pull this flag further.
Booba Dooba's no shields right there. Has no business getting on board and no shield, but gets the melee off. Because he gets the melee on board, is an easy kill. It allows them to continue to move this flag right now so quickly without much delay. A couple more slays need to happen. Monster's dancing around these pillars, no shield, playing his life just as well, making it so difficult to continue to move this flag. But the return is going to be coming through. Tony 2 turns hopped on it. A lot of players to try and deal with, and it's only Diagram at the time that was alive for Palm Villains. So a phenomenal attempt from Palm Villains, but they didn't get the slays in the middle of the map. And now we're gonna have to see how strong the pressure is from Ambitious here as they look to be aggressive to try and win this game outright in regulation.
I feel like maybe we saw a huge mishap by Palm Villains on that flag run. When they threw it out from the tree, they threw it out to the left of the middle building instead of to the right. You know, and I feel like that let Monster zone the flag out so effectively. I mean, you saw him dancing on that pillar. Looked like he had a secondary job late at night with how he was running around that pillar, keeping himself alive, getting that damage down range. And well, it made all the difference. It stops that flag from getting through, and now it looks like overtime looks more and more likely.
Nice trade from Diagram onto Monster right there. It's a continuous trade of events here. Defensive stance from Ramy here, not really choosing to leave the bar. 25 seconds left in regulations. Next cap wins, you can almost guarantee in this kind of a moment. Just a matter of, are we going to an overtime round, or will someone look to get frisky here at the end of regulation? You can tell Palm Villains, they want the middle of the map right now, and with 9 seconds, they're going to get the middle of the map. They have 3 dead momentarily. Envoy's coming off spawn, and 2 seconds to get the touch in order to get to an overtime situation. They can't get there, but I like the aggressive play from Palm Villains. We saw a much different style coming out of Ambitious, a little bit of a settling for overtime. We'll see as Ambitious gets exactly what they want. They get the overtime round here with an opportunity to take game 1 in the series.
Already some big shots down range. Boo Boo Doo knows how important this overshield can be, and well, the nades from the triplets are perfect. Diagram gets 2, Avenue gets the first, and Boo Boo Doo cleans them all up. It's 4 that go down. Ambitious are on the respawn, but Boo Boo Doo glows yellow as he pushes his way forward. That extra shields makes all the difference as he looks to get the double. Tony's needle are not going to connect in time, and already everything goes to Palm Villains' favor.
Yeah, but can't quite get in the base, and Ramy picks up the most important kill. The first one onto the base. 2 players with no shield, but the second rocket only going to find 1. A very unfortunate sequence of events. Look at how Palm Villains have pushed into this base one by one. This is almost impossible to get the job done that they want. As they go down, they stagger their respawns, and a little bit more coordinated of a push from Palm Villains would have gone a long way in that situation, but unfortunately they're going to have to come off respawn in order to have that done, and they're already going to have Monster in their base.
Monster, this is what I consider the most important part of the map, right? This BR. You have to make sure you keep control of that, and when you're coming off the spawn, I think so many times we see players just push right into that tree. It could be a dangerous game to play, but we start to see Palm Villains once again. They just play a solid line of defense, find the kills, get through, but they've let Tony leak through. A slippery man, and he's going to be able to pull that flag, and really there's no players to immediately put a stop to him. Avenue's going to try his best, but he's not going to get enough damage down. Ramy comes in to get the cleanup, and Tony, well, he's well on his way towards the shotgun.
Yeah, but the shotgun's in the hands of Suppress. It gets its hands on Tony. Takes him down. The return will come through, and just not enough slays on the side of Ambitious to make that flag run realistic. But we'll see if Envor with Overshield can make the difference this time around.
Well, Diagram was lurking out there at the bottom tree. Envor decides to check the BR before he makes his play. Opening pick for the team, but Envor quickly has to back down. I feel like this Overshield not playing as much of an impact as it possibly could have. He's trying to zone out that noob combo. He is going to be able to get the kill. He is one shot, though, and we start to see Ambitious wait for their shields, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Avenue trying his best to stay alive. Envor gets some great shots down range. Rami gets the cleanup, and this could be the cap that Ambitious is looking for. Envor's on his way already to the mid-map as he throws the flag. Palm Villains have to make the overextend, but there's no players in blue that are forward. Suppress gets the kill, but he's immediately traded out. Envor, he's juggling. He's on his way, just moments away from cleaning this one up. And although Palm Villains played a solid beginning game, it's the end that comes to bite them. Ambitious get back-to-back flags to win.
We talked about how hot Avenue started that game with 16 kills with everybody else in single digits, everybody else far behind him. Rami finishes the game with 36, absolutely takes over in the mid-game, in the late game, and overtime to get the job done. And Ambitious steal game one in a game that they trailed a majority of the time during. They were able to tie it up with about 2 minutes left. And then in overtime, they're able to win. And now they're looking at an Aquarius Slayer that I dare say will complement their playstyle and the way that they love to be aggressive and swarm. We've already seen them on Aquarius CTF today. A lot of success there. Now they find themselves up 1-0 in the series, looking to close the door on this winners bracket finals against a very strong Palm Villains squad.
Yeah, Palm Villains has to be kicking themselves because that felt like it was their game. Multiple opportunities to get a flag cap in, didn't get the job done. Started off the game so hot, right? I feel like they outslayed by a lot that game. I'm trying to look at they outslayed, I'd say, pretty heavily in that game, and just not able to get the job done. Like I said, Bazaar, it's so tough to get flag caps. It's I really can't think of another map that's like been as hard.
No, by far the hardest objective mode probably in the history of Halo to get the job done, right? To fundamentally stop the respawners from stopping the overextension story, from stopping them from influencing that flag run. It's very, very difficult. But good teams can get it done, and that's what usually separates the two. Is do you have your act together so securely in order to be able to get that to get a flag cap in, not get yourself in a situation where you get a flag pulled to the middle of the map, because so often does a flag just die in the middle of the map. I like the shotgun runs though that we've seen the meta kind of evolve to. That has been an easier transition for teams to have success with the objective. We saw it a couple of times in the previous game, and I wouldn't be shocked that that continues to be the meta for as long as Bazaar stays in the meta.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess that's the big question, right? Is how long does Bazaar stay in the meta? Because like, season 2 is coming up, and well, we have some couple heavy hitters. I was able to play the new map at Worlds. It seems like it's going to be a fantastic flag map from what from the time that I was able to play on it. Pit's coming back. I feel like we're going to have a little bit of a surplus of flag maps. I don't know. We could see both Catalyst and Bazaar maybe get a boot in season 2 for flag maps.
Time will tell.
We're
just going to be a,
sounds like someone's got intel. I won't make you put your word on it, but I would say if I was in a decision-making mood, I would say we take Bazaar and Catalyst out. Actually, Catalyst could probably save. I'll
take that back to the studio tomorrow, and I will get in front of Pierre and Joseph Staten, and I will tell them Tools' opinion on what should happen for the update that's going on tomorrow.
Give me 5 minutes in a room, Pierre. I will change this. I will change the history of Halo.
I hope Pierre tells you to shut up for the 5 minutes that you're...
I could be a persuasive man.
Knowing Pierre, he would be like, excuse me, could you stop talking for the next 5 minutes? And you would do so, because he's a very intimidating soul.
I don't do well with intimidating people, man. I tell you what. Oh my god, that nade's gonna be perfect. It's hitting everyone, dude. Oh my god, it's hitting everyone, dude. Boo Boo Doo Boo gets a chain reaction. Monster goes down. Well, they're not done yet. That nade did so much damage.
Back here somewhere. Weak. They know.
Oh my god. You couldn't ask for a more perfect start. It's back-to-back clean sweeps. 8-0 to start the game for Palm Villains.
8-0. A perfect start. And a much-needed perfect start after losing in a pretty dramatic way, I'd say, in Game 1. To get back into this series is so important. It's a best-of-3, even in the Winners Bracket Finals, so no room for mistakes from here on out if you want to advance with that sweet double elims advantage you get in the Grand Finals coming from the winner's side. You got to figure out a way to gain that advantage. There's a lot of good teams in this tournament, too. You don't want to have to beat any of them twice. So Palm Villains, they start this one off 13-5 so far, continuing to climb, but a phenomenal job by them to respond to a heartbreaking loss in Game 1.
Already, sometimes, you get off to a bad start and you're able to recover. I don't think this is going to be one of those times. I think Palm Villains is gunning for the steak dinner this time, because so often we see Ambitious, they're just all spawning on top of each other. Look, there's just 4 players in red trying their best to break out, but everything is pitted against them. Heat Wave in the hands of Diagram. Great nades from Boo Boo Doo Boo and a better shot from the rest of the team. It's another clean wipe, and that just seems to be the determining factor. Ambitious just need to be able to spread out, but they just can't. So often, all 4 of them trying to push out at the same time, and well, Palm Villains has done a wonderful job at finding those clean sweeps.
Tony sniffs the camo as well. They do a good job to withstand the push this time around, but Avenue somehow wins the battle against Tony. Can't quite stay alive in the midst of chaos there, but suppressed there to try and capitalize. At least trade kills out. You're up 24-11. That's a recipe for success the rest of the game, and right now, so difficult for Ambitious. We already saw them try to crawl back into Slayer the last time around. They were not able to earlier today. Much different beast when you're playing against Palm Villains, I feel, and same story. It's going to be so difficult to try and get back into this one, Tools. And I'm not sure Palm Villains are going to give them any room in order to get back into this one. Now 28-15 and still map control in the hands of Palm Villains.
Now, Palm Villains just seem to be able to consistently just push forward, and I think that just makes a big difference. Boo Boo, it's a triple, maybe an over. Is Onboard. Oh, Onboard. He knew the hunt was on. He stays alive for as long as possible, but my God, Palm Villains, they look aggressive, and they aren't stopping for anything, just piling on this game. This might be one of the fastest game of Slayers that you'll see.
Yeah, 34. And counting. 8 minutes and 30 seconds left. Nothing like the Catalyst Slayer we saw earlier today. But a similar story as far as Ambitious falls behind by a large margin. Not this margin, though. A dominant Game 2 from Palm Villains is exactly what the doctor ordered in this series. To see a Game 3. To push this series the distance now. 15 kills to go.
Did he check his corners? No, he did not. Envor was lurking in the back. Heat Wave out. Was able to get the kill, but the question is this enough? This is a great round of slays that we've seen from Ambitious. They're going to be able to get the kills and the camouflage. Still down by double digits, but this is the first real life that we've seen from this roster. If they're going to get back into the game, it's going to be because of Onvor's play right here.
Yeah, unfortunately, they lose Monster, and that's not something you can afford right now. You gotta figure out a way to stay alive for Onboard to be able to change the outcome of this game. He finds himself a double, but still a 10-kill lead.
10 kills can feel insurmountable at times, but you still got a bit of time to work with Onboard.
Starting to roll.
Onboard's like willing his team into this comeback. It feels like 13-7.
I don't like that.
Looking to get to double positive, and what don't you like about that play, Clutch?
The long wave, heat wave, it's a risk for sure, but I mean, you commit to the fight front to base. You had height advantage. You could have trapped the player's lightning side of the map. You really chose that battle, and Avenue comes out on top. I mean, it's a phenomenal kill by Avenue nonetheless. Like, not a lot of players are getting that kill, but you can't afford to even trade in that situation, and I feel like that's the best that Onboard comes out with in that play.
Right, and with the lead being what it is, like the trade mentality just isn't going to be able to get the job done for them.
No, it was nearly perfect Halo needed, and at that point you gave up a massive kind of opportunity that potentially could have got you back in this game. However, resetting into the minds of the players right now, 41-32. It's a 9-kill game. It's not over by any means, but the map control, Palm Villains have done such a good job, even with disadvantageous positions, to spread out enough to where they have angles on just about everything.
As long as every kill is trade out from here on out, Palm Villains should be able to take this game easily. As that 5, make it 4 more kills are needed for them to take game 2 and to push us to a 3rd game. I've been loving all the game 3s that we've been having today.
Couldn't ask for any better competition.
Honestly, yeah. It's been insane, like how close these games have been. Palm Villains might be a little frustrated that they sort of, I'd say, choked away game 1. That was definitely their game to win. They let it go by, but I mean, this is about as great of a response as you can get. What a phenomenal start to the 2nd game, and well, they clean it up quite easily as they take a 50-38 win as game 3 is on the horizon.
A big win for Palm Villains with ambitions to win this whole thing. You can't lose in the winners bracket finals. You do not want to give that kind of an advantage over Streets King of the Hill, a game type we haven't seen yet today, is going to show its face here in the winners bracket finals, and typically a game that's played on time. We'll see how each one of these two teams opt to try and play this one out. A lot of chess goes into how exactly comfortable are you with the lead that you have built yourself. We'll learn a lot about kind of teams' confidence in their ability to withstand pushes and play Slayer in a game of King of the Hill. If a lead is built significant enough of like 2 caps when the hill moves to bottom middle, typically is what you're seeing, right? Opting to play time versus opting to get the point. Confidence in your team will show that the team will opt to play time and not get in that hill and believe that you're able to slay out. We'll see if that's the case. It's like a lot of newly formed teams here is what we're seeing. So maybe that strategy going to have to be a shot called on the fly, and will that benefit a team or will that cost a team? We'll find out here in game 3.
Yeah, King of the Hill is really interesting, especially because that, like you alluded to it, that bottom mid hill, right? And I'm curious, Clutch, how do you feel about that bottom mid hill? Do you think it's do you think there needs to be a redesign on this map, or are you kind of in favor of the whole let's make it a little mixy, let's get out, let's play some Slayer for a little bit? Because it feels like it was a map design choice on every King of the Hill map, because every map has that one hill that's just like right out in the open. You gotta find the slays. You
want my actual individual opinion? And I'll give you this.
I want the Clutch opinion.
Okay, I don't give these out often because I'm in-house. I understand pros and cons of both systems, but I personally would love a rework of King of the Hill itself. And I would love for the hill to rotate about every 60 minutes or a minute and a half, and it be based off old school point style, but the clock stops when you're in it.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
I would like the hill to rotate out of these terrible positions every, like, on its own, but I would also like to get credit for accumulating points throughout the process. I would like the clock to stop when you're in the hill in order to build, like, or have the opportunity to come back at any point in time. I think you need that in a game type like King of the Hill or Oddball. So I love the idea that the clock stops, but it's almost like a hardpoint-esque Call of Duty style of King of the Hill for Halo is, I guess, what I'm asking for.
What if it was like the opposite, where it's like true King of the Hill, and it's like you have 60 seconds for each hill, but the time runs down when you aren't in the hill? So then it's like you could rack up like 2 minutes of time theoretically on one hill if you were like that dominant on that hill setup. I think that might be interesting. It sounds like it would be probably horrible in implementation, but you never know. It could work. I like the idea of just racking, like banking up the time, having like consistent rotations, because I think everyone getting caught up on the same hill has been the biggest problem thus far, and I'm sure we're going to see that problem happen, especially on this map, because that bottom mid hill, man, you can just decide to play Slayer for 2.5 minutes if you want.
Completely agree. But as we get into gameplay, it is game 3 of our series right now. It's the winners bracket finals. Ambitious winning game 1, Palm Villains winning game 2 in a dominant fashion. Overtime for game 1. Ubadubu started this one off hot. Monster as well, both 6 kills apiece. But the hill, the time is going to benefit Ambitious, and as the rockets are coming up, that usually will dictate to how this first point's going to go.
Yeah, rockets coming up soon. I don't think you're going to be able to squeak away this hill without having to pick up those rockets. And Palm Villains, they look to be maybe taking advantage of the opportunity. Avenue gets 2. The third goes down, and now it's just Rami by his lonesome. And, well, it's going to be Boo Boo Doo-Boo who hunts him down. Not only is he going to be able to get that spawn, but he's even going to be able to get the next set of spawns controlled for his team. If they win this hill, they have immediate access to the next.
Rocket's in a tough spot right now, but Suppress makes his way up, finds himself a double. Last player alive, gets the information. No shield in the hill. It's an easy kill for Avenue. Maybe not as easy as it could have been, but still, Avenue picks up the kill, gets the point. More importantly, forces the rotations, and as he does that, he fries Tony Two-Turn up the stairs. What a phenomenal play. Sequence of events from all of Palm Villains, but Avenue specifically, to get that kill onto Tony, to block these spawns, and to get the early time in Tram. That's all you could ever ask from a teammate.
And Avenue just absolutely lasered on that cross, and what a massive win. Just gives them this early access, and well, Monster's doing his best to run down mid. Did not give any sort of presence of mind of having that exposed position, but he's able to pull them out of the hill at least temporarily. But Ambitious, they need to get better control of this map. Palm Villains that just seem to be chilling right now. They really have no reason to move out of their positions, ready to take on these fights.
Boo now with 10 to his name. Just an assist on the Monster there. Teammate picks up the kill. A couple of kills going in their favor. Last player alive is Envoy. He's got an icon over his head because he steps in the hill, and now that's Palm Villains' cue to sniff him out, take him down, and try and do so and finish this hill time. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure they knew he had Bulldog. Because of that, he's a little bit more difficult of a kill, and Ambitious are going to make this last, or the second hill, a little bit more interesting with control of the hill, and it looks like a massive opportunity to also pick up rockets.
Right, and well, this hill, even though you have most of the time, you're 90% of the way there. It's you have to get that last tick. And Ambitious, they look to be well positioned to make a play for this hill. Rami's been playing phenomenally. The position from him, he gets the double and the hill time. And well, rockets are still in the hands of Ambitious.
Did they know Diagram is here? I think they understand Diagram has got to be somewhere near them because they're keeping track of names. They find Diagram without him wreaking too much havoc. He's able to trade it out, but that's numbers. And rocket's still in the hands of Ambitious. A beautiful long-range rocket from Tony there. And look at this. What was once almost a guaranteed hill for Palm Villains turns into Ambitious with control and an opportunity to steal this point and tie this game up.
This red gun puts it to great work, and oh my god, remember how close it was for Palm Villains. It looked like they had all the control early on this hill, but Ambitious come back strong, and they get the secure. All that work that Palm Villains put in early in that hill, it amounts to nothing as the point transfers to Ambitious.
There was a beautiful play from Rami to start it off, and everybody else capitalizes. They do their part. They steal the point. They tie this up, and game 3 just as interesting as the series could be. Tied up 1-1 right now as the hill moves to courtyard. Positioning gonna favor Palm Villains for now, but numbers do not, and that's gonna be 2 going down as well. And here comes the push. Ambitions are going to have an advantage here. The Bulldog shotgun in the hands of Tony, looking to be aggressive.
I love that play from Tony. He's going to be able to get right in that face, uses that Bulldog effectively, and well, now it looks to be the first line of defense. Oh, that spike nade comes in. Those things can be absolutely ruthless with the amount of damage that they can do in those closed spots.
You see the second one just hit him?
Yeah, right. That did. You know, spike nades. If I'm going to make that list for 343, we can maybe do a little bit of a balance.
It's on the list.
It's on the list. There we go. That's what I love to hear. Rockets in the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo, and it looks like we may have a little bit of a little bit of a flip flop on what the control was, because Palm Villains, they just got a 4 down. They look to have clear control and a rocket still to work with. Everything's going right.
Everything going right. The rocket finds home as well, and unfortunately, as the rocket finds home, it's only the kill that Palm Villains get. Ambitious completely take over, and it's another hill where Palm Villains dominate the potential first half. They get to about 75% there on the bar, but no point yet. And we've seen what Ambitious can do with 1 round of control. Oh my.
Monster. He treating this like a jungle gym, man. Sliding in left and right. A little bit of a fun time for him. Love to see the movement, the aggression, the fight choice that he makes. It's just about perfect, but he needs to stay alive with this shotgun. It's shotgun versus red gun. Oh, he's trying to get ball for them. His teammates are going up big. It's 3 that go down, and Palm Villains, it could be a little bit of a case of deja vu. This hill was so close to being captured, but Ambitious comes strong at the end. It looks like they're going to get the secure and go up 2-1 in this King of the Hill.
Beautifully done once again by Ambitious. 2 minutes on the clock. So nobody really worried about time as of yet, but if this third point gets scored and it goes into Ambitious's favor, that could be where the bottom mid hill gets so difficult for Palm Villains to try and capitalize on, and they're gonna have to break this setup first, and that's not happening on the side of Tony. He finds himself a double by himself as rockets are coming up. That's numbers and hill control in their favor, and it looks like it's gonna rain down some rockets onto some respawners, and this hill is gonna go by very quickly with that round of slays.
Well, look at that block. One of the players from Ambitious gets right inside of PD, decides to block that spawn. That's going to force a red room spawn for Palm Villains, and they're going to have a lot of work ahead of them that they're going to find the break. And you can see having to wrap all the way back behind PD, and by the time they even get in position, well, it's a hill captured for Ambitious, and now we go to that deadly middle hill, and it's a 2-cap lead for this Ambitious squad. They will not step. I promise you, they're not going to put a step in that hill unless there's a rocket or a power weapon in there. They're just going to play time for the rest of this game here on out.
Yeah, Suppress knows that. He's trying to flush out the back of Tram because that's where you play time from best. Suppress is going to get in the back, somehow gets a melee with no animation. A beautiful job by him to flush this place out. Because he's able to get that kill, he's able to anchor this side of the map now with red gun in hand. This could be a very quick point, a much needed quick point for Palm Villains to stay in this one.
Yeah, I mean, how impressive is this? Like, being able to get that much time on the hill right away. I mean, this is the milk hill. It takes so many resources to be able to capture this, but everything worked out right for Palm Villains to get that opening time, and now suddenly this game feels way more obtainable, right? You're looking for one round of slays, you're able to jump right back into that hill and get the time, and old Rami, he's last alive, but no one from Palm Villains is ready to strike on this hill. This seems like it was much needed time that's going away. As Rami stays alive for long enough, his teammates are up on the respawn. They're ready to fight for this hill one more time.
They got the point. That's a big one. And how quickly they got it. 1:38 on the clock. Plenty of time. Rockets are coming up. And now all of a sudden, Ambitious needing to maybe rethink their time strategy. This top hill towards that B stronghold location will go by very quickly if a team can get control of it. And right now, Slays starting to go in Palm Villains' hands. Unfortunately, though, they lose 3. And that could be where Ambitious opt to get in the hill. Yes, they're done playing time tools. This is how it's done, right? Like, after that bottom mid hill goes so fast, you have to understand we got to get this 4th point.
Yeah, I mean, the time difference between letting this one go by and just capturing it, I feel like it's probably null and void. You just play for that hill when you have the chance, and you can still even double back on your strategy of playing time when needed. Play the slays, but everything just going right for Ambitious on this last hill. I mean, the play for Monster, he's been playing this perfectly.
Yeah,
gets behind everyone, gets the kills. 24 for him thus far in the game.
So close to getting this 4th point at this point. Another 80% done on the bar. 2 down for Palm Villains. The last 2 need to make a play, need to neutralize this hill. And unfortunately, Onboard just continuing to take over. Double kill, killing spree from Onboard. And every time Ambitious has needed him to step up and make a play, he's done it.
And now the numbers are still in the advantage of Ambitious. Monster stays alive at 1 shot. Diagram tries to be the hero. He gets 2. And this hill starts to transfer back to Palm Villains, but they have a ton of work ahead of them if they are going to capture this hill. 50 seconds to work with on game time and a massive hill to climb to get this secure. Ambitious Just play yourself slow. Wait for your opportunity. Get the 4 down and strike. And that's coming on its way. 3 go down. Boo Boo Tubu needs to be a hero. Rockets are coming up. He was playing for them, but now he just doesn't have the time. He has to run to the hill, but it's not soon enough. Ambitious secure their ticket to the grand finals in a 2-1 series.
A big win for Ambitious, and in all honesty, I'm not sure it happens if they're not able to transition that second hill in their favor, but they played perfect at the second half of that second hill. They take over Tram when the bar was so heavily towards Palm Villains' favor to score that point. We were looking at a 2-0 lead for Palm Villains. Even in the Courtyard Hill, we were looking at a potential 2-1 lead for Palm Villains if they're able to secure it. But somehow Ambitious locked down their setup so well in those 2 moments where they take over the game, and because of that, they find themselves waiting in the grand finals.
Yeah, and the way they clamped down on that shotgun hill was impressive. Honestly, just a great game by Ambitious. I was taking a look over at our bracket clutch, and I don't know if you consider this an upset. I think it's an upset. Rokiaki, or dude, I think, okay, so he put it in the chat. I want to say, he said it's a Roku Yukai.
Wow, we were butchering that earlier.
I know, right? Someone said I was doing it right, but lost 1-2 versus Incognito. So Miquin's team make their way through them. Little 2-1 action over there. We're waiting on Septify's team, Business versus Underrated. Underrated is that team. Let me see what's on that roster. Underrated. 7 Gunplexion, Mines, and Snaky. Ooh, Snaky. Is he playing from Europe?
Gotta be, right? Unless
he's on vacation.
Unless he's just moved over. He's made the transfer. I'm pretty sure he has a family over in Europe that I'm not sure he's going to leave. So
I think he's
a dad. I think
he lives in the Netherlands, right? No, yeah, I think he lives in the Netherlands. We'll see. Hopefully, that's a kind of exciting. Septify's team is. Let me look at this. Septify, Jazero, Soul Snipe, Talak. You expect Business to get through, but you never know. We're waiting for that match to finish up. So in the meantime, we're gonna take a quick break. Let's get a word from some of our sponsors as we wait for our loser semifinals to populate.
What's up, guys? Tyler Endress, CEO and founder of Esports Arena. And did you know that Esports Arena is located inside Walmarts all throughout the country? We're here in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now at one of our awesome Walmart stores. Let's go take a look. Fantastic, right? So typically in the front of the store, you see we got a Subway here, you got some Walmart services, but right there is the Tulsa Esports Arena. Right up front. So literally, if you're just doing some grocery shopping, you're gonna check out over here. Simple as that. Or you could check out right in here. We've got Calvin, my man Calvin right here. Hey, yo, log me in on station number 8.
You got it, Tyler.
All right, I'm getting logged in. We're ready to go play some video games. Look at that. The best video cards in the industry. The best CPUs in the industry. The best gaming chairs in the industry. The best Razer peripherals in the industry, the best monitors that let you hit that 200 frames per second in the industry, no screen tearing whatsoever. All right here at Esports Arena. Now I'd let you keep following me along, but I got a tournament to play tonight, so I'm gonna get some practice in.
Welcome back. We have our loser semifinal ready for you guys to watch. I'm Tools, that's Clutch, and Clutch. We just got the news. Underrated ended up beating Business. So Tolix, Soul Snipe, Jazero, and Septify fall to Evan, Gunplexion, Mines, and Snaky. Honestly, that's probably going to be the upset of the tournament.
Yeah, that's honestly very surprising. But I mean, Mines and Snaky are pretty solid players. Complexion's been doing his thing for a little bit now, and I don't know much about I'm gonna call him Seven.
I'm just gonna say Seven.
I'm just gonna say Seven.
I feel like I've seen his tag around, but I do not know anything about him.
I don't know if I've ever gotten an opportunity to watch his gameplay, so I'm very interested because he just beat some good players, so he's got to be doing something right. And it's hats off to them. We'll see if the upsets can continue, but Incognito gonna be a tough out. Also looking forward to seeing my boy Mikwin play.
Yeah, Mikwin on the main stage for us for the first time since he's come back from retirement. He was working with 343 alongside you, Clutch, for the past little bit. Decided when the game came out he wanted to compete once again, and what we're seeing why. Right. Puts a 4-shot down range. He is a filthy player, known as one of the best snipers to ever touch the game.
One of the best shots I ever played against, and played against it a lot, having worked with him for 3 solid years. It was a lot of Mikwin challenging you, and you needing to hit your shots because he's going to hit his. So you know anything about Mikwin, it's he almost over challenges at times, but rightfully so, believes in his shot. It thrives in his gameplay. So far, it was a good start for Underrated, you would have thought, but the hill time, it's going to benefit Incognito. The Slays ever since have benefited Incognito. One player last alive. He's taken down. It's Despiteful, actually, on this team as a 4th, and right now, struggling to try and keep contention of this first point. It's going to go heavily in the favor of Incognito here shortly.
Yeah, Incognito's looking as if they're running on all cylinders. Despiteful picking up the spot for Mines instead. And, well, so far we're seeing a lot. I still don't have word whether Snaky's playing from Europe or not. But, you know, shout out to him for playing. He was I believe he played with Navi in the Worlds. He was picked up at the last second. Looked really good, but was not enough for them to get past the pools in Worlds. But I think he has a long career ahead of him in the European scene. He looks really, really talented.
Yeah, a player that was really performing well before the Valencia regional LAN that Europe had, and he was performing at a very high level, almost underperformed, I would say, at that LAN specifically. So I worried about where his career would go, but I do feel like he played very well on Navi, especially coming into Worlds. So not quite sure what his team ventures off into going into season 2, but yeah, a lot of skill, a lot of opportunity if he continues to put in the work.
Ryan Newman Rain also looking for some new homes. EU United announced the other day that they had dropped every player on their roster, so they're going for a full rebuild.
And the content creator.
Yeah, shout out to Echidna. I wonder where she ends up. Anyone who gets Echidna is lucky. Let me tell you that. EU United really messing up over there. Let me tell you, we gotta rectify some issues over there. But they decided to go with a whole new team, and well, I guess this has been Mikwin's squad that he's been scrimming with recently. Mikwin rumored to be having a spot with that native roster, and he's trying to build what he thinks his dream team can be.
Ryan and Rain are 2 good players, but this Carmea kid might be something to watch.
Oh,
the double doesn't pull the trigger. Would have been close, not sure if it would have hit, but in the meantime, the double, it's enough. Carmea allows his team to get this second point in their favor. That's a quick 2 points. As only a minute has gone off the clock. Incognito are rolling right now, and this is an elimination bracket match, so someone knocked them into the elimination bracket earlier today. You got to think that they were probably the favorites to win this whole thing coming in, and they want to get back to that being the case. We'll see if they can go on that elimination bracket run, and if Carmea finds Snipe, they may as well just be there because he's not missing these shots.
Incognito, they earlier got knocked down by Business, which is the team that Underrated beat to get here. That was Tolix and Septify's team. Underrated just beat them in the previous match, so no revenge tour for Incognito, but I think they're probably a little bit happier to be playing this underrated roster rather than having to go up against, you know, half of that native red team.
Yeah, you'd have to think, but right now, you know, their ambitions are more than just beating a team in this tournament. Like, for Mikwen to get an opportunity to team with players that are like establishedly on a top 6 team, even to be Mikwen, that's a big statement in their confidence with him. But how long does that confidence stay if they don't start performing at the level that they have expectations to? So this is actually a big like tryout in a sense, I would say, to get this team some momentum going into the period where they'll be scrimming against the other top teams on the planet. I would imagine that that picks up pretty shortly. It's not going to be too long of an off season for these guys. So it's very important that they have a lot of success early in order to have confidence that this is the roster to move forward with.
Cartman has been absolutely phenomenal in this game thus far. 15 and 6, over double positive, and while he keeps racking up the kills. 2 for him. Well, looking to gank it a third, but Snakey's going to be able to stay alive, but not for long. Rain gets the kill, and this looks to be more and more likely a perfect sweep of the game. Look at how they have him trapped all the way across the map at B. Underrated, just struggling to get out of their spawn as Incognito continually applies the pressure.
I can't think of a better roster for Karmaya to get an opportunity on than a team with like Ryan New Brain and Mikwen. Players that are going to absolutely give you every opportunity you need as far as like space and to make plays, but more importantly, players that are going to teach you that next level of what it takes to win in big series. And Karmaya, as long as he's a sponge, as long as he can soak up some of that knowledge, find his own in some of these games, he's going to give that team so much firepower to play around. And unfortunately, as he's taken down, just narrowly can't get the kill, but still, you can't say enough about the opportunity he's getting, as well as Mikwen in this whole situation.
Yeah, learning from some great veteran players, right? And, you know, at 18 years old, like getting opportunities like that, you have to take advantage. And I'm glad to see he's been getting some shots on some of these rosters because, like you said, I think it was at Orlando where he really, like, just was head and shoulders the best player on his team for some of those series. And it was really making some waves. And you could tell, I mean, hey, you make some splashes on the main stage, and suddenly you start to, you know, catch the eye of some of these veteran players like Ryan Noob and Mikwen.
Despiteful with a nice body shot, one shot on the Mikwen, steady aim, trying to get back into this one. You get the first point in your favor. Time on the clock to get this third or this 5th point. The top middle one's usually the most highly contested one. Sometimes you can lock it down, though, and that's going to be a key for Underrated to get back into this game, is how well can they lock down this top mid hill. Starts with a couple of kills from Despiteful. It's a killing spree as well. That's a good start.
And Despiteful doing his best. He hit that repulse, but it did not go anywhere.
No.
They stuck on him. Ryan Noob's going to be able to get that kill, and now you start to see tower control in favor of Incognito. If you really want to capture this hill, you have to essentially get control of both tower and A at the same time, and that can be just a tough task to ask for. And you can already see Incognito, they roll as a squad. 3 of them push over to that overshield, and it's going to be a free one for them to grab. And you can already see Ryan Noob has plans as he picks up that drop shield, ready to handle any push that comes his way.
And look at this. They don't even want the hill. They're going to keep it neutralized. They want to play Team Slayer the rest of this one, and rightfully so. They've earned that right. A 3-1 lead, minute 20 on the clock. They're staying out of the hill. They're playing Team Slayer. They're doing a good job of it. In the same time, 3 go down for Underrated. Spawns at green are being blocked. And Ryan Noob giving his team all the information of where these enemy teams are coming from, and this should be some more easy kills on the side of Incognito.
Yeah, you see Karmaya goes high. He's finding his 26th kill of the game, plus 16 on the killing column for him. He's just been an absolute force to reckon with this game, and the timer, it just keeps ticking down for Underrated. They're quickly running out of time to find the play, and not only do they have to capture this hill, but they're going to have to capture the next one, so you need to capture this hill with probably 20-ish seconds of time remaining if you're going to have a realistic shot of winning this game.
I want to know what sense Carmea plays on, because this is absolutely correct.
I think he's like a 5-er. You know what I'm saying? He seems like a 5-er to me.
This looks like a 3.67
or
something.
Oh wait, no, like what? It would be like a 3.65, right? 5 is the highest excel you can have.
Absolutely insane.
Dude,
Though.
Mick
Speaking
has
of
such a clean
insane,
shot, dude.
It's-
Mick,
it's-
you go to like the opposite of Mick when he's just nice and steady with it.
yeah, literally. Unfortunately, he eats an aid. It's a beautiful grenade, but 18 seconds remaining. Not a lot of work done on this hill. Complexion misses the repulsor because of Carmea's snap slide.
Did you see? Yeah, you see that? That's something we
insane.
will not see tomorrow, Clutch. You will not be able to see that play tomorrow.
Well, it ended up in a death, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the whole point. It's not too powerful. It ended up in a death. You got to be able to use it right. Hit my line, bang my line, 3-4-3.
No one's banging your line.
You know. Yeah, you gotta throw the shot out there. You know what I'm saying, Clutch? Maybe one day. Oh,
Keep your phone charged.
Dude, I want to pull on whoever
we'll call you.
What is the title that the person who decides all the movement stuff? I don't know. I was gonna be like, yo, you should come on, let's talk, dude.
Sandbox designer?
It is the sandbox designer? Yeah, probably, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just really like the snap slide. I thought it was cool. Kind of sad to see it go, but I'm excited to have a new update, new maps, new everything to be kind of playing around with. Forge comes out tomorrow, Clutch.
I'm aware.
Dude, I'm excited.
Yeah, a lot of work's been going into that. So
I'm glad my controller's broken, so I can't play any of it tomorrow.
Fingers crossed it's received well by the community. I think it will be, and it's going to be an opportunity to really just let the game explode as far as a creator's standpoint. So I'm excited for like the jump maps. I'm excited for the the mini games you get to play, the zombies, the everything and anything and everything, right? Octagon, whatever it may be, all the mindless things that I've spent doing countless hours as far as social games are concerned for Halo, like Duck Hunt and all that. That's always going to be.
What's the GOAT social game?
It's gotta be zombies, right? I don't think anything will ever be zombies. Zombies on like Foundation.
Forge game. You know what I'm saying? Like zombies was like in matchmaking and stuff.
I like the puzzles that people used to put together, and you used to have to like break out of this room, and like you used to have to figure out like what the next step in the puzzle was in order to like advance to the next room.
They had a lot of good ones in Halo 5 for that.
In Halo 3, it was like so addicting. I spent hours.
I miss the jump maps. Do you ever play Speed
months.
Halo? On Halo. Speed Halo Reach, bro. You ever play that? It's like
is this like with a speed boost?
No. So it's like you have a giant hallway that's like sloped at like a 45-degree angle, and then at the top you have like a bunch of warthogs, and then there's the zombie.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then you just go down and you just keep gaining momentum as you go through, and then eventually you have like warthogs going at 300 miles an hour passing the zombie. I loved that game type as a kid. Used to watch you ever watch like Achievement Hunter Horse?
I'm not even sure what you just said.
Dude, you never seen that? Dude, that's
Achievement
like
Hunter Horse.
Yeah, like the achievement. You know what Achievement Hunter is, right? Like the Rooster Teeth thing from like back in the day.
No.
Nah, bro. Wow.
No, I was playing Halo.
You said you were playing. Bro, I didn't even know what competitive was in Halo Reach, dude. That was the first Halo Reach was the first game that I had Xbox Live. First online Halo for me.
It honestly shows that you and Tony didn't, with the blatant disrespect that you had towards my career that you did not know.
You guys were playing against plumbers and electricians, bro. Let me tell you what, dude.
I was dropping 40 on the plumber's forehead.
Yeah, let me tell you what. The plumbers and electricians, I'm glad that you were able to build a career against the plumbers and the electricians of the Halo 3 days.
Look at what Mickwin's about to do this competition. I'd still be cold today.
Dude. Probably. I mean, why not, dude? You'd only have a year of hell to live through, right?
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
You just pull up the old. Imagine you just pull up the old team, bro.
Who's the old team? You want me to call Snakebite and Royal 2?
Yeah,
I'll do that.
I was about to say, pull up Snakebite Royal 2. I was about to say, you got half a championship roster right there. Now you just
gotta hang up on me.
Oh my god, you think so? You think what would it take for Royal 2 and Snakebite to team with you again?
I'd have to be the best player in the game because that's what their expectations would be.
Yeah, you could do it though. You know, if you believe.
I think Frosty's got me beat right now, but give me some time. I'll see what I can do.
Frosty could be the 4th though. You know what I'm saying? Frosty could be the 4th. So like, goodbye, Lethal. Clutch is picking up the sticks. You could probably. Lethal got a lot better, but like.
Stop.
Anaheim Lethal, bro.
Whatever you're about to say is about to be so disrespectful that I'm not even going to entertain it.
It's going to be really disrespectful.
No, I'm not comparing myself to Lethal at any point in time.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, he literally is like the GOAT right now, so it'd be pretty hard to compare yourself to Lethal. Oh my. Shout out. Yo, drop your top 25 list sometime, Clutch. I want to see it.
You want to see mine? I'm going to be 1 through 25.
Yeah, do that. See, that it was a simpler time where people were blaming you for the top 25 being whack.
It was a simpler time for you.
Yeah, I was like, I wonder what that week of Twitter little looks like for you. Okay.
I was getting swatted.
Yo, underrated. Coming out strong, 11-7. Able to put up some of the best score lines. I'm telling you, Clutch, you should release the list, man. I think it would be a hype material, bro. We see what your top 25 was. My only question. I'm
gonna list the 25 demands that I have to get before.
One
of them is I get all the Bitcoin that anyone that looks at the list has.
Hey, that's a good one. Hey, did Shotzi place in your top 25?
Absolutely.
Hey, there you go. Love that. Giving the respect to the H5.
I'm not disrespectful.
Right? Yeah,
I think Eco and Stellar were in my top 25 list.
Yeah, that was actually disrespectful of the top 25 list. You know, like people were talking about some of the other stuff. I'd say Eco and Stellar not being in the top 25 was a little disrespectful to me. They have to be now, right? I think they have to be top 15 now after their first season of Halo Infinite, right?
I would say that they're definitely top 20. I'd have to look at the list. You know, it's just an ugly conversation. Let's focus on the game. 18-12, underrated, continuing to roll to get back into this series.
I'm gonna pull the list out of you. Sitting on the water cooler, Rain, waiting for some co-workers to make conversation. No one is there. He eventually finds the pick, and well, they need to get themselves back into this game. Down by 5. Ryan Noob been the key player. Watch out over here. 7 kills for him. His duo Rain trying to provide some support from up top. The duo get the job done. Snaky seeing the respawn screen.
Okay, back into this one. It was looking like underrated. We're going to run away with this one, but Incognito having something to say about it. Ryan frying a generator as his teammates kills. Big shots from Ryan. It was actually with the Stalker, so I'm not quite sure who we were on board with there momentarily, but just a 2-kill game to separate the two, and 9 kills for Ryan to keep his team in this one. And let me tell you, from someone that's maybe not the most prolific sniper in the game, his work consistently with the Stalker is so impressive to me. He gets taken down there. We don't get a chance to really see what he's capable of. But man, is that kid special when given the right opportunity and the right weapons.
Who do you think is the best Stalker rifle player in the game right now?
What kind of a question is that?
Dude, because I have mine, and I always like comparing people. I think, and I'm not even capping, bro. I think Gilkey's the best Stalker rifle player in the game.
Gilkey's up there. Gilkey's nasty, but I think I give it to Lucid. I think you got to give it to Lucid. I think best player in the game. There's a reason he's the best at controlling weapons, and he's so universally good with all of them.
There's no one like him when it comes to controlling the weapons. Ryan, I feel like is single-handedly keeping his team in this game. 12 kills for him, 12-5. Make it 13-5 as he's able to find another. And while he's not trying to let Snaky stay alive, but Snaky's nade catches him out. Underrated. We're able to pull away with that rocket. But 7, a little bit too far on that first rocket's going to come. He's going to have to waste both of them in order to get the 1 kill. But Ryan Noob's still just demanding so much presence at the map on being 13-6.
Good job to stay in this one if you're underrated, but after the start that you had, you really want to be able to play with the lead, crossing the 30 kill mark. They find themselves down 5. This is a question of can they keep it going, or will Ryan Noob and company really start to take over as this game continues to expand? Ryan Noob does such a good job to stay alive and actually get out of dodge there. He realized that everybody was about to spawn on his half of the map, so he gets out of there safely. Gets Bulldog, keeps Bulldog control for his team. With a 6-kill lead, this is going to be so difficult for Underrated to get out of this position. But they do take down Carmea, and that could be the pick to start to gain some ground on the map.
Ryan stalking some prey. Unfortunately, he's not going to have the correct timing to get the easy pick. But he comes right back around. Carmea and him double up to find the kill, and suddenly Underrated, I think they find themselves in a precarious situation right here. Those kills are going to come at a massive cost. Setting up the spawn, and Ryan didn't expect it. I thought maybe he was tracking over to PD to try to get him off their spawn, but no. The spawn from Underrated comes to save them at the last second. This game was close to getting out of hand, but the PD spawn saves.
Yeah, you thought Ryan Noob, even with Observer mode, like had the information that they were spawning there. Ryan Noob was on the right track, didn't expect that spawn. It's not going to hurt him too much as Rain's able to clean up a double there towards Thrust, and unfortunately he gets removed from the map. Still a 5-kill lead as all the chaos ensues, and the battle for Rockets is going to be a must-win fight from Underrated. It's a good start, 3 kills in their favor. They should be able to get Rockets now, and if they can secure Rockets, that could be the win condition that gets them back in this.
Well, they're only down by 4, right? This is so much in the realm of possibility for them to get back, but it's going to be resting on Despiteful to make some big plays. You have the Rockets, you can't let them go to waste, and most importantly, you can't afford to die with a rocket left over. Ryan Noob's going to be the first victim, and Rain not going to go down. That rocket falls just a bit short. And now 46 kills. You have to imagine Incognito is going to race their way to victory here as Carmea finds another, and everything starts to fall apart for Underrated.
Carmea does such a good job to just make sure that player doesn't get out of there, doesn't stay alive, doesn't get a chance to breathe. And with that, it's a 2-0 win for Incognito. Underrated, they created the first upset. The second one, they couldn't make happen. And Incognito going to continue their elimination bracket run here with a 2-0 victory.
That means our next match is going to be Palm Villains versus Incognito. I'm excited for that. Triplets versus Mikwin. We'll see how that one pans out coming up soon. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about I like, how do you feel about, that's the first time we've seen Mikwin play with this roster outside of scrims, first like real tournament play. How do you feel about this roster? Do you think this is the one to stick for Mikwin?
I think this is a good roster, best roster. Like, I wondered what his team options were going to be coming into the season, coming into like taking so long off, and how respected was he going to be? Well, he gets a little bit of respect from Ryan Noob and Rain immediately, which is a blessing, because you wonder kind of what that story looks like. They give him a chance. I think Mikwin has the ability to compete at the highest level, and so we'll see if Carmea is the right fourth for those guys. Carmea is an unbelievable individually talented player, so I like what we saw there. There's a reason why they're in the elimination bracket, and it's going to take some time for this team to really swing into things. You got a lot of different dynamics that are kind of new to situations, like Mikwin's off season, we'll call it, as far as the time he's taken off. That's something that they're going to have to be okay with him kind of catching up to speed with everybody. As far as everyone that's been scrimming over the past year is a massive advantage over Mikwin in this kind of situation. It's going to take a little bit of time for him to catch up to the pace and the knowledge that everybody else has of rotations, timings, spawns, everything like that. Like, he should have a good base of it, but you're not going to have the same level if you haven't been scrimming the past year. So they're going to have to be some growing pains that get over dealt with. It's just a matter of how quickly can he kind of make up for that.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how that looks, and I think it's a little unfortunate. I guess with how the Optic tournament's working, I don't know if he's going to have an invite, so he's probably going to have to play through like a last-second qualifier to maybe get to that one. Hopefully his team can make it, because I'd love to see him on LAN versus some of the better teams in the league. And I'm just excited mostly for the Optic tournament, just to see what some of these teams look like, right? Because we're in the midst of off season. There's a lot of changes happening left and right. I feel like it's been a little bit slower than I think most people anticipated, but with the Optic tournament coming up, you have to imagine a lot of people are going to be trying out their first rosters. And on the lead up to that Optic tournament, well, there's an Esports Arena tournament all y'all can play every Monday for the next few weeks to maybe get some of those practice reps in, try out some of these rosters. Obviously, we know Ryan Noob, right? He's going to be practicing every single chance he gets with whatever roster he's coming up with. My big question is, where does Collect go? Because there's no way he's staying with Oxygen. I just feel like he had such a breakout performance at Worlds and all of Season 1 that he's been the hot commodity on the market.
Commodity.
I'm wondering what top team's trying to pick him up.
It'll be interesting. It's like Carmea is almost in a spot where I feel very similar to where Collect is. And I think that those two players are very up and coming. Right? If you wanted to, like, the new hot commodities that some of these top teams are going to look at once they start figuring out contract situations and team spots and who's open and what we need to try. I think Collect and Carmea are the first two that really stick out to me as guys that have proven themselves to have the level of individual skill, the dedication, the like what you look for in a guy that hasn't created a name for himself just yet on the biggest stage. We'll see. I think time will tell, and I think it gets so difficult with contract situations is like the big thing for me right now. That's the new story. It's not like you can just form any team you want to like you could back in the day. You have to work around buyouts and situations that are restricted due to those contracts. So a lot on the table. I don't know everybody's individual situations as far as what they're thinking, what they're going to do. I've heard rumblings, but I mean, rumblings will be rumblings until there's contracts signed. So we'll find out in the future. I'm sure season 2 will give people a boost too, because once that new content comes out and players know what they'll be playing and practicing for and on, it'll give them more of a reason to solidify their spots and their teams and then get to work.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to be, you're from a different time where there was none of this contract stuff. I mean,
no.
Oh, dude, I can't even imagine what was like the worst day before tournament drop situation that you've ever experienced. You know what I'm saying?
Snakebite dropped me 2 weeks before a tournament, so I held that over his head for the rest of his life. I'm sure I'll be in his wedding and I'll literally say something about that. So
put it in the speech. How did they do, Clutch, when they dropped you?
It's a difficult thing to talk about. It's not not enough time has passed for me. They won, by the way.
They won.
Yeah.
Damn,
it's not fair. Enable was a cheat code. That
is true. I mean, he's got so much talent in half that thumb.
It was a 2-for-2 swap, and I'm still convinced that we would have won with me and Enable, but Enable forced them to pick up Flamesword, which made sense. I mean, it is what it is. Snakebite and Roll 2 were on the prime. We had just got second, and we had third, and then we got second, and then they took off. They are who they are, right? The absolute legends of the game. I am who I am. I talk about the legends of the game.
Now, in the general, I'm trying to think of what was the most scumbaggy team drop that you've ever, not even you personally, just that you ever seen? Because this is a different time. I wasn't around for this era. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have the inner workings of damn, that's rough, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Goofy did some real shady stuff that I'm going to keep off air one time.
Okay, dude.
I was never a part of too much shady stuff because I had just respect for other humans. But there was a lot of shady stuff that always went down. And it was the night before roster locks. I was usually always pretty good. Never panicking, never trying to put something together. I was always usually pretty solidified with whatever I had going on. That being said, I had a new team just about every event. But there were times where things would change and you'd be yo, you have 2 hours to find a team, and I'd be talking to somebody. I'd be well, what about these guys? I would help people talk through it or kind of handle the absolute storm they were thrown.
It's a ripple effect too, because it's that one team makes a change, and then that's gonna affect 6 other teams, because it just goes down the line of oh, this player's available now, and it's
oh, it's ruthless, it's cutthroat.
Oh man, that's
and the second you get your spot taken, I saw situations where guys would be I got my spot taken, but I don't want to take someone else's spot. I'm listen, you need to understand right now that this is a cutthroat business, and that you need to put together the best team that you can in order to get out of this storm and get into the top echelon of players. You're not going to do that if you play Mr. Nice Guy right now and don't put together the best team you think is possible at this moment. Every tournament you go to, you should go with the intention of putting together the best team.
Well, Ryan Noob's in chat. He said one time in reference to your Goofy comment. And then
hey,
yeah.
hey, that's my casting duo. You can't, I can't be throwing him under the bus. He's a changed man, okay?
Very changed man. That's a good one.
He's a changed man.
Six Ruin saying neighbor and Elamite was a big one. Was that really?
I don't know what they did to each other. Those two were
neighbor Elamite snipe down scenario. I'm just not too caught up on my history. So
I don't know how close to a deadline that was.
Right, I feel like that's when it's scumbaggy. Like you might have some like changes. Well,
yeah,
like
changes are gonna happen.
How questionable was the lethal change? Because that was like pretty close to X Games, right? Like lethal onto CLG.
That wasn't close at all.
Really? I remember that being like a couple weeks before. Maybe a couple
weeks, but it was like still. I thought it was reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, probably because you were coaching that team, you probably thought it was reasonable.
Sorry, yeah, we need lethal.
Yeah, lethal.
And the difference between the two back then was pretty big, obviously.
Yeah. Dude, that was I remember that rocking the world because no one thought that was gonna happen, right? Because like EG was just so dominant in H2A, like it didn't feel like anyone could like touch them, and then lethal was like, so I guess he saw the writing on the wall because EG was never quite the same.
I think everybody saw the writing on the wall. It was just, I think all of H2A, it was like CLG is so close to beating EG, but EG was like dominant.
Mm-hmm.
But if you watch the gameplay, you knew how special Royal 2 and Snakebite were going to be.
Yeah, it's crazy because they're so young at that time, huh?
And I mean, they were probably like 17, 18, maybe 18, 19. So,
really? Wow.
They, although their time was like frustrating, I mean, even like their team with like Hines was really good. Their team with Cloud was pretty good. But I honestly always felt like the second that they put like a God Squad together and those two found the right other two, like it was going to be what it became, right? A problem for everybody.
Right. I mean, that makes sense. What was your first tournament, Clutch?
Dallas 2006.
2006, damn. So that was H2, right? 2006.
Yes, it was 2006 H2, and I went not knowing anything, and I beat the #1 team in AM.
That's so bad.
Just,
that is like the most plumbers and electricians. That discounts every top 25 list I've ever heard of H2 players on it, dude. Holy shit.
I was like, who are those guys?
You just show up, little kid, like got a little controller. Okay. You're like, hey bro, this is it. Hey bro. We're in the game. Incognito versus Palm Villains, and so far we see Diagram making quick work. We saw Palm Villains on this map before. They got so close to winning the game, but choked it at the last second. But we saw a very similar start last time, getting that overshield, being very aggressive into that base. And Diagram, well, he's picking up where he left off, putting down some great damage on map, and already a flag for Palm Villains on its way.
Palm Villains, this is a big question mark for me. Can they beat a team like Incognito? I'm not quite sure who still knocked Incognito into the elimination bracket. It might have been Palm Villains, but right now they're looking clean. And remember, the last time they played Bizarre CTF earlier in the tournament, they got a cap in the first couple minutes. They're doing so right here. They're going to take a 1-0 lead. Last time around, they blew the lead, though. We'll see if they can keep this one. It's real nice to play it from, though, on Bizarre CTF, so they're doing a phenomenal job to get off to a hot start. But if I'm going to bet on anybody in this series to stay in this kind of a game and to be able to successfully have objective captures on Bizarre, Ryan is usually a good bet.
Yeah, he's a player that never gives up. He's always scheming, trying to find his way, doing some matchful objective work. But you have to think, if you're Boo Boo Doo right now, you got a 1 flag cap on the board. You haven't even gotten a kill in this game yet. Everything's just, your team's working well for you. They already got a 2nd flag on its way. This is just, I mean, Palm Villains are just looking good, but Miquid has a chance to stop everything in his track. He's fighting some big kills, able to get the first, and now the overshield's up for him to grab Boo Boo Doo Boo's the last player on the map. He's not going to be able to find any of this stop, and now Palm Villains have some work ahead of them. They're going to have to play some strong defense as the overshield of Incognito starts to push forward. Miquid leading the charge with the Bulldog.
Miquid can't find that player hiding outside tree. They're going to need to push him for this flag as they get 3 down. Suppressed Last player alive is in there. Migwin doesn't see him. Takes some damage. But it's going to be another round of slays needed in order to get this flag on the move. All these players coming from tree. They must have spawned must have spawned in the corner. And with that, it's such a difficult flag run to try and get it moved on the tree. But somehow Migwin's still alive. Bulldog shotgun in hand. Needed to find Boobadooboo to get that flag continuously moved. Couldn't do so. It's going to be a complete reset. And as rockets are coming up, the battle for the middle of the map is important.
Gourmet is doing his best to survive. Goes flying high, but unfortunately not going to be able to survive. Rockets getting traded out, and it's the push to get them on time. Everyone wants the rocket. No one can get home with it. Still on the ground. Incognito has a better route, but Avenue's going to do his best to try to stop it. Ryan plays it patient, able to get the clean kill. And this is an opportunity for Incognito to start making their way forward, but Diagram could be the spoiler from across the map. He goes down. Ryan Noob falls, and Migwin going to be the last alive as Palm Villains stave off the push and now have an opportunity of their own. Look how forward they are on the map.
Yeah, such a good job by Palm Villains to withstand a lot of the pressure they've been through the last couple minutes from Incognito. They're able to fight out of it now with control of their own. A 1-0 lead still in their hands. They get the first kill under Rain. Ryan Noob goes down as well, and his overshield's coming up. 3 go down for Incognito, and this could be exactly what the doctor ordered to find a significant lead in game 1 for this team.
Oh, suppressed. Oh, no. Dude. We both saw the line. I don't know how he didn't get back smacked right there, but Suppress walked right into that doorway. I expected the full smack to happen. Doesn't go that way, and now Suppress trying to catch Ryan right off his spawn. Rain and Ryan Noob spawn up together. They're going to get stalled just for the time being. An Avenue, well, he could stall for even longer as he starts to stay forward. I think this is going to be a second flag on board. Diagram pushing this one in.
This is beautiful done. Execution with the overshield, perfect. The kills they got, the lead into staggered respawns to make the defense of Incognito was so crucial to getting this cap. They have their numbers. They play with the overshield so well. It brute forces their way in. That flag run couldn't have been any better. And Palm Villains looking so strong here in game 1. And Incognito not looking like the same team now that they're playing against a little bit higher caliber of players, I would say. And that's got to be a red flag, right? You got to figure out a way to get back into this game because this is only a best of 3. You're going to be looking at a significant 2-0 deficit with 6 minutes on the clock. That clock, like we always talk about, is going to dwindle down very quickly, and 2 caps is no easy conquer.
Ryan Noobs, there's plenty of time for them to work with. That nade's going to be perfect. Boobadooboo hits the respawn screen, and this flag is close to being pulled, but I just feel like Incognito are too slow to pull that trigger. Time and time again, we've seen Palm Villains be able to play a solid line of defense, and it's again Incognito getting the base, but they're not going to be able to pull out a flag. They have to back all the way out to play for this overshield. And while Palm Villains, it seems like they have the better position to start for this play anyway.
Ryan doing what he can. Damage on the 2 players. Rockets are up, and he wants to go for him, but they got to get some slays, and they got to do it now. Ryan, who's able to get the rockets. He's getting flanked, though. Knocks the player, no shield. The switch to the headshot onto Boo Boo. That was phenomenal by Ryan to get out of there with rockets. Unfortunately, I do believe his team lost the battle for overshield. He does spot Diagram trying to play a cheeky angle. I think he thought that nade was the overshield, and unfortunately ends up just being a frag. And with that, these rockets not really creating an opening into the base, but trying to maintain control of the map, and he even loses his life after that.
I don't know what's going on, Clutch. I feel like I see a lot of action happening for Incognito that doesn't translate into anything. Like, we saw 2 rocket kills. You guys picks up a shotgun, but at the end of the day, Incognito doesn't really benefit anything from that play that Ryan Noob made. And I don't know what's going on with this Incognito squad that's like preventing them from getting more opportunities for flag caps and just making more objective oriented plays.
Yeah, you know, it's a new team, but in a map like Bizarre CTF, we talk about it all the time, how much structure you really need to play the objective and get the flag successfully across the board. 4 go down in the meantime, as I'm saying this for Palm Villains. So Incognito have complete control of the map, but it's this step-by-step procedure that you kind of have to execute on Bizarre CTF to get a successful flag cap. that requires so much teamwork, so much cohesiveness. Incognito right now not really finding the answer to that teamwork, that cohesiveness. Not all on the same page, but this could be where that story's rewritten. 3 go down, but Badu was the last player alive. Love the flag run. We're going to get Thrust paired with this flag. And Ryan Noob knows that this cat needs to go in for them to win. Wouldn't be surprised to watch him slay here.
Yeah, Ryan Noob trying to write himself a twist ending. The new chapter has started, but how does this one end? Because you can see Incognito. They're trying to do their best to get it in, but Palm Villain's trying to bookend this chapter early, as they've been able to get kill after kill. And Boo Boo Doo, well, he'll get the return and an overshield. And with only 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in this game, their chances just start to diminish greatly. And Boo Boo Doo, I mean, look how patient he's being. He waits till the last possible second to pop that overshield, and now he's going to be a man of action trying to get right into these fights.
Yeah, he spots so many players over towards the Rocket side. So much information given over to Palm Villains. They get the kills. They get a couple of the kills at least. They get rid of that overshield, but unfortunately that flag being returned, that's such a deflation to the side of Incognito. You almost know you needed that one to make this one a manageable source. It's 3 minutes left. Sounds like plenty of time. Sounds doable, but you have to play just about perfect in order to get 2 caps in 3 minutes. Very seldom does that happen on a map like Bazaar, and with Rockets coming up, that could be the opening ticket to 1. You're gonna have to manifest magic to get the second one from what I've seen.
Doing his best to survive. This is another chance. I mean, we've seen this multiple times from Incognito. They get in the base, but the follow-up just hasn't been enough for them. We'll see if this can change this time around. Rain starting to put pen to paper as this flag gets on his way, and well, a little bit of a bad spot right there. Gonna juggle that flag a little bit mishapenly, and I don't know, man. I just want to see Incognito have a clean flag grab right here. Do something just clean, get the job done.
Oh, no.
And so far, they just can't do it.
Carmeo is forced to leave the flag behind. They still got to get around the slays. He's gonna eventually get this through the double door. His movement's so quick. You gotta love his point of view. He's gonna throw it up to Mick when beautifully done.
There we go.
They get the first cap. 2 minutes left, so there's time. So you're saying there's a chance, and that's all they need is a chance. But right now they need to figure out a way out of their base, and they're being held in there by an overshield player, dynamo grenades, and Diagram looking to be a little aggressive. And then find himself a couple of kills, you would think. But holy, this light pole. Carmea, of course, making it such a difficult kill. Eventually, Diagram gets the job done, but well played light by Carmea, doing everything he can. But unfortunately, a battle that needs to be won is lost on the side of Makewen. It's suppressed. It takes him down.
And just like how powerful are those shock nades in that spot, right? He threw them in before he rounded that corner. It pulled them out of position, and eventually it becomes a double kill for Diagram. And I think that's the biggest thing for Incognito is just the lack of overshield control. And Palm Villains, every time it's calmed up, it feels as if they've been the ones ready to take advantage. They've been pushing forward. They've had clear routes to the base. Mikwin, he has a minute left to make something happen. He's the most forward player on the map. The problem is he has no support, but he's going to go in for it anyway. He's going to take the 1v2. Suppress is waiting for his brother to come help. Diagram's there, and Mikwin, well, he's easy enough to take down with the power of 2.
And Mikwin maybe a little bit too aggressive there. You got a minute left. It's not the end of the world if you have to wait for your team there. He goes in and by himself, can't get the first kill, can't find the second. Now look at this play. Suppress, finds one. That's a big one. Being able to just stagger the opportunity of the strength of this flag run is everything to Palm Villains right now. And now you're seeing the flag doesn't get pulled. Multiple players are in the base, but because there's not a third player here, it's a little bit less of a threat. They're able to scavenge their way to a couple of kills here, trade it out, get the return. And that was all because Suppress is able to find that first kill.
And that's going to be potentially the last player. Ryan Noob.
We got a pie chart.
Yeah. It's a very temporary one as we see Avenue find the final kills. Yeah, look at this. Overshield, getting bullied. Okay, double hop. There we go. Incognito are gonna fall. Palm Villains going up 1-0 in our best of 3.
A little bit of life showed out of Incognito there in the second half. but not enough to really get the job done. Palm Villains convincingly, and to me, win that game 1. Another up 1-0 with a chance to end it on Recharge Slayer. I can't remember if they were the team that came out on top. I don't believe so. I believe they lost Recharge Slayer to Sparty's team earlier. So an open door into the series on a game type that Palm Villains isn't exactly the strongest team on for Incognito, and that's exactly what you want to see as game 2.
Yeah, Spartan's crew did win, but Spartan's crew also not in this position. Incognito, different team, different vibes. Palm Villains, I think they're hungry to get back in this final. I see this as a 2-0 clutch. I'm gonna be honest. I liked what I saw from Palm Villains. I think they're gonna come out strong. I think Boo Boo Doo is gonna get that shock rifle. He's gonna zap a couple enemies, and I think this is gonna be a cruise for them to get back to Grands.
Yeah, I think Incognito needs a little bit more time together in order to really play the way that their skill sets would benefit from. Unfortunately, not a ton of success there, but I'm telling you, would it shock me at all if they win this game 2? Carmea or Mikwin get a shock rifle, they pop off, they start making individual plays, they get it to a street strongholds, and then all of a sudden they just look like a completely different team on an objective outside of Bizarre CTF? Not at all. Time will tell, though. We're in the gameplay. It's already Rain picking up the first and looking like a beautiful push from Carmea as he takes down Boobadooboo, and he's going to go straight for that shock. And I've watched this kid dominate with shock. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait and see if he can get it in his hands later, because he gets ripped off that pad.
There's a crop of players that Carmea reminds me of. I'm talking about the Vetras, the Shotsies, that really fast-paced, in-your-face, crouch left, right, crouch left, right, nasty strafe. Sparty. I love watching these guys get into gunfights and play, dude. Carmea is just fun to watch. Yeah. I hope he keeps getting those chances because honestly, he's gonna have a bright career ahead of him. I just love the way he takes a one-on-one.
Yeah, that micro movement. You can tell it benefits everything he does. It's all about the macro as far as his skill sets developing and continuing to push his career forward. But I've liked what I've seen so far here today. It's an 11-8 start on the side of Palm Villains. 11 everything we're seeing out of the triplet so far here today as well. Boobadooboo now with shock in hand. The game slows down for a second, and see if Boobadooboo has an opportunity to continue to extend this lead for his team.
Boobadooboo looking for the shot, but not gonna find it. The crouch is too much over the head. 11 all for both these teams. Shock rifle gonna be moving into the hands of Incognito. You have to figure whatever team starts going ham with it's gonna start taking a massive lead.
You have to think. Nobody really quite given the opportunity to pop off yet. Avenue finds himself a nice double. Being aggressive into pipes isn't easy. Avenue makes it look easy as he finds that double. In the meantime, his team was able to secure camo as well. So this is a big power opportunity for Palm Villains.
Yeah, I'm using that little grapple to get around the corner. And, I think he wishes he had a grapple right now. He wants to get into this action. By the time he gets here, his teammates have fallen. And it's a trap. Akbar screaming as Avenue's trapped in between everyone and just falls down. That might be the most average death I've seen yet. But, sometimes it happens. You think you're going to make a play, and there's just no play to be made.
Good job by Incognito to weather the storm, though. It looked like Palm Villains were going to have an opportunity to really run away with this game there as they picked up camo with a couple of kills, but not yet. 20-18. It's a must-win game for Incognito. Backs against the wall here. It's a best of 3. No room for error right now. Down 2 kills. Make it 1 as they get a successful couple of kills on the Avenue and Diagram, and that Suppress's Q to relocate. I wonder where this shock rifle is. It's on spawn, and that's going to be Suppress's golden ticket to a potential headshot.
Now Suppress had to move the reticle up, but Diagram is able to bail him out from across the map. And Suppress, well, he gives him an answer. Mikwin, he falls down. Rain last alive as he has to try to survive, but Boobadooboo shuts him down, and now Incognito, they're in trouble. Corralled at the back of C, and Suppress has a clear line of sight with this sniper. He's going to poke down some damage. I like this patient play by Palm Villains. Wait for their pick. Make your move. Count on your players to make the plays, but Ryan Noob does what Ryan Noob does. Double kill for him, making some room for his team to expand. And now Suppress suddenly finds himself in a dire spot.
Yeah, he gets taken down on an overextension on the side of a Suppress. If you're going to play like that, you better hit the shot. Can't hit the headshot, and because of it, he loses that shock rifle. Gives it over to Rain right now. Boobadoo. Let's try to kill over. They know that shock rifle's making its way back into blue, and that's a phenomenal job by Diagram to shut that down before he gets comfortable. Finds himself with the shock and the grapple now in his hands. He's exchanged hands several times. What can Diagram do with it now?
Oh, misses the head, but gets the body. Diagram gets 2.
We'll take that.
Yeah, I just feel like this is the hot potato of a shock rifle right now. Everyone's getting their chance with it. Rain's opportunity to hit some good shots. I guess he scoped in at the wrong time. Boo Boo Doo gets between 3 players and finds the trade before he's taken out. And this game basically even. As Rain looks to be the equalizer, gets it to 33 all, but the trades start to come in. Both teams just looking for an opportunity to just get control of the map and create space for their team. And it's going to be
This is the screen to watch.
Yeah. I want to see Mikwin hit some shots. Dude, it's been a while since I've seen some good Mikwin snipes.
He can hit him. I've seen him. I've been on the other end of him.
Well, there's the
There
first
goes one.
little toe tap on Boo Boo Doo Boo. Gonna give them the lead for now. You can see Mikwin wants to be let loose. Oh no, the pink missed. Oh, beats the sniper rifle. Suppress comes in with the needler, and Mikwin was not ready. The headshot was just a bit low. And now Incognito, they're in trouble. They've given up the shock rifle, and Palm Villain looked to take advantage as Boo Boo Doo Boo soars to Carmea.
Good job to stay alive for Carmea. Boobadoo actually backs it up. It's a 1-kill lead now for Incognito as the game still continues into stalemate. Camo's coming up. Shock rifle on the side of Incognito as well. They're going to have a favorable position for this camo. The question is, can they safely secure it? And then what's the play after that? In the meantime, I say that 2 players made their way from Palm Villains all the way down to bottom camo. We're able to activate that camo. We saw Avenue with it momentarily on the side of Carmea's point of view, and somehow that's a massive blunder Incognito made to give away that camo with all the position they needed.
Yeah, let me see if I can do this quick. You were good at math, so I think you can probably solve this for me. Usually, if you have A control and you have C control, and when you add those together, it usually ends up with camouflage going in your possession. So I don't know how Palm Villains got that, but Avenue became the X factor. He somehow messes up that whole equation, gets away with the camouflage. I think that blunder could come back to haunt Incognito at the end of this game.
Still up 1-0 as Mikwin just charges. He wants blood on his hands. He's got it. Takes down Diagram. They've got long haul control. Mikwin says it's clear. All these players stuck in pipes is exactly what the doctor ordered for Incognito. It's a 2-kill lead. Let's see if this pipes push is a successful one. Beautiful melee before he gets taken down on the side of Avenue, and that has allowed his team to win the battle. And look at this. It's a triple. Suppress can't get the OV, but the damage has been done. The game is tied, and Suppress looks to help Diagram extend the lead in their favor now. With pipe control, it was a failed push from Incognito, and it's all because Avenue gets that melee off.
Now, Ryan Noob's not about the culture jumping up and not challenging for that overkill. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you gotta let Suppress at least gun for it. But 46-45, Palm Villains trying to get themselves back in this game. They make it 46 all, and Incognito, they're in a dangerous spot. They're trapped at back tower, and Boo Boo Doo Boo's trying to get the damage down range. He's getting the shots in, made 1 shot, but somehow able to survive. But no, Rain cuts him down. The push is in. Diagram equalizes the numbers. Suppress trying to find the pick to open it up, but he goes down. Mikwin finds the kill. Trade after trade. It's one more for Incognito, and they go down. Palm Villains tried their best, but they fall 50-48, and game 3 is on the horizon.
Game 3, I wasn't sure what was going to happen, but Incognito get the job done. They tie the series up. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't easy, but they found their way to a game 3 like a veteran team will do. And now Stronghold Streets is the name of the game, right? One team playing in the grand final shortly after this. You got to win 2 best-of-3s, but before that, you got to win a Stronghold Streets game to get there. And these 2 teams are battling these games out. as close of a series as you could get. 1 cap in Bazaar, 2 kills in a Slayer. Stronghold Streets surely to deliver. We'll see if the big question for me going into this game too is Cognito a little bit more disciplined in their objectives, because we saw clear mistakes giving up that camouflage. Bazaar CTF had tons of mistakes down the road, where a team that needs to be more cohesive, more on the same page, isn't at this current time. I'm not sure if that's going to continue to be the case, or is Stronghold Streets more of a straightforward game type for these guys to where that happens a little bit less.
Man, Stronghold Streets is fun though. I mean, we're gonna see a lot of trip cap action. I think a lot of fast-paced gameplay. Who can really get that momentum going? I'm down for it, man. I'm ready to see what happens. I'm sure people have their teams that they're rooting for, and may the best one win, because I think we're gonna be finding ourselves in a treat right here with this gameplay. It's gonna be absolutely phenomenal. And who do you expect to be the player that steps up, Clutch?
I think it's going to be Karmaev. I think that Streets is just one of those maps where he's going to have such a large impact on the entire map. The way he moves, constantly looking to be aggressive, constantly looking to impact the outcome of the game. Wouldn't be shocked if, when Incognito have control of this map, Karmaev is very impactful on every bit of like split spawns, on making sure that they're consistently applying pressure where they need to be.
Well, I'm ready for it. We're gonna load into our game 3 soon enough. Can you give me a solid prediction right here, Clutch? I'm ready to.
You just ask questions like that just come on. I'm either right and I got lucky, or I'm wrong.
I'll give you mine. I'll do score and everything. I'm gonna say it's 250 to 179 in favor of Palm Villains. I put it in chat real fast.
250. Oh wait, you said Palm Villains?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Incognito.
Incognito.
I'm gonna put my faith and my trust.
What's the score?
And Mikwin. It's 250 to 204 is what came to mind.
204. All right, put it in chat. We're gonna come back to this. May the greater Halo player win, or I guess commentator.
I was about what?
Because by God, you're a better Halo player than me.
Well, no matter what happens in this game, you are not the better Halo player.
Hey, you never play with me, Clutch. You don't know, bro. I'm kind of nasty on the sticks.
Yeah,
you don't know.
That's the thing, is I've never played with you, so you can't be good.
It's the brain, bro. It's the brain. Let me tell you, bro. We need a caster. We need a caster tournament. I bet if we had a caster tournament, I go further than you, bro.
You are on drugs,
dude. I'll bet a rack that I go further than you in a caster tournament.
What?
Let me pick my team before, bro. I want to do like a 4v4 caster tournament, dude. I'm so delusionally confident that I would win. With Lottie? Yo, okay, I'll actually take that, bro. I'll take Tony and I'll beat you with Lottie if you want to have Lottie on your team.
You can have Tony. You can have
that's what I'm saying. That's how confident I am, dude.
That's just ignorant.
Ignorant, bro. I think I could beat you.
No, I mean, I'm glad you think that, but
I'm sorry. I know that, but here we go, bro. I need it now. I'm gonna put you on the biggest stage, Clutch. Posterize.
All right. In the gameplay.
Talk
about
boring.
the players.
Boo Boo Doo Boo, great. Didn't have the finish that he wanted at Worlds. G1 kind of just fell apart, which is unfortunate. And I like to see him play with the triplets again. I feel like maybe he's trying to reignite some of that passion, because when you play with the triplets and it's Boo Boo Doo Boo, that's like the most entertaining stream I think you can possibly come up with. These guys are a comedy riot whenever I see them play, man.
I've heard it. I haven't ever really talked to the triplets in general. I have, but I've never heard them complain at each other. But I've seen the ogres complain, like I said, and once you hear that, you pretty much get how the story's going. I can't imagine having to play with my sister. That would not have gone well.
Yeah. What? How many siblings do you have?
Just an older sister.
Just an older sister?
My rear end.
I bet you I could beat you with my older brother. I have my older brother playing me versus your
stop
sister.
This I bet you, and then you saying something that's never gonna happen is Just
Bro, I'll call him up, dude. He lives in Montana. He's ready to gun. Yeah, we'll pull server, dude.
you're gonna tell him he's playing me, and he's gonna say, "Why would you bet that?"
You never know, bro. He's goated. He was like he was really good at StarCraft too. I'm sure it transfers over. Starting to see some of the plays come in. Incognito going 3 down. And Palm Villains need to take advantage of this. Avenue's going to be able to get the Rockets. It's a quick 4 down. Ryan Noob's going to be the first one alive, and well, he'll be the first one on the respawn screen. Carmea able to curb slide his way out of danger. Avenue played a little premature on that rocket, but what's not premature is how much trouble Incognito's in right here. They are completely trapped. They're going to have to fight through Palm Villains to even have a chance at capturing B. And while Avenue, he's dissecting them as he rotates through the middle of the map.
I've really enjoyed what we've seen from Avenue so far throughout today, and he starts to make some plays here at the start of game 3 to give his team control, the lead, and now starting to build that lead. 55-35 right now. Avenue with 7 kills to his name, doing everything right. Gets taken down, but made a statement with that play, and as A and C are now converted in Incognito's favor, a little bit of an untraditional hold. They'll see what this new squad can give us as they try to hold this unconditional hold. Untraditional.
Hey, it is unconditional and untraditional the way that diagram's laying him down right now. 2 for him, and they're going to be able to capture A-B control once again. And Incognito, it's trouble in paradise over there, man. All 4 of them spawn at the back of C, and Diagram, he wants to get right into their face, throwing those spike nades up. Carmea, did he hit himself with his own spike?
I don't think you can do too much damage with your own spike. I think he just got rocked.
I thought a spike went right through his head. Honestly, that's what I saw. But Incognito, I mean, a little bit of a mishap for Palm Villains right there. I felt like they had a real opportunity to be pushing for a nice trip cap. Instead, they get caught out, they get killed, and now Incognito split on the map. But that split results in CA control for them.
A big win coming out of driveway for that player. I couldn't quite catch the name, but that gives his numbers advantage to Incognito. Rockets are up as well, and oh no, it's an AC hold, but he's going to be heavily under pressure, especially with these rockets going to the hands of Incognito. But phenomenal job by Diagram to try and make sure that doesn't happen, but doesn't spot Ryan Noob. The drop wall doesn't get there in time.
No.
The Carmea Rockets seem to be cursed right now. Carmea with the big one on the suppress, though. Secures the Rockets. That's the biggest kill of the match so far. Takes down Boobadooboo. Can't quite play his life. But right now, ANC still continuing to allow Incognito, as these kills get traded, to score and build a lead.
Rand's going to try to transfer B as A switches on its hands. Oh, maybe not. A stopped at the last second. Mikwin and Carmea work together. This could be a trip cap. A gets reset, and C, well, it's going to be under fire immediately. Rain tries to get through that front door. The nades stop him for now. But C wasn't captured. Palm Villains, oh no, they're in trouble. This trip cap can be trouble.
That's an overstep. The picks come through. Those are two massive kills from Palm Villains to be able to stop this bleeding. You would think strongholds are going to be coming right after.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for all three of them. Look, Suppress is making a play towards A. C transfers hands. Avenue's got B. What a reversal of the situation. Suppress is looming, waiting underneath of A for a misstep. He sees the shadow. Ryan Noob, he knew exactly where to look. Oh, Ryan Noob, nothing slips past him. He's going to be able to open up the first pick, and now Incognito are on their run. They're starting to get the kills. 3 go down. Boobadooboo last alive, and Incognito is going to be able to switch control of B.
It's a 60-point lead and climbing still for Incognito. Ever since they've really gotten control of the AC setup, they haven't really looked back. Question is, can Palm Villains get out of this one? Unfortunately, it's not going to be that easy. Rockets in the hand of Rain. He's starting to waste him. A good play by him, honestly, in a tough situation. But 4 go down for Incognito in that moment. And that's going to allow Palm Villains a little bit of control. How long can they keep it?
Hey, let me just say, if Palm Villains go perfect, my prediction is completely right. So I need a perfect game from Palm Villains right here. 250 to 179, imagine. We start to see it's 3 down for Incognito. This is actually pretty dangerous. Avenue has the stalker rifle as well.
Trip cap coming through.
Try to shore up with Boo Boo Doo. Trip cap for a temporary moment. And we start to see it's Diagram got taken out. I was about to say Diagram's in a great spot in between all those players if he could have stayed alive. He buys a little bit of time for his teammates to get forward. Avenue able to find the opening pick. They're getting back into this
converted.
one.
A gets converted, though. It's a 40-point game. Still close.
Oh, that's rough.
Mickwin picks up a big kill on Avenue, and with 2 down, that's going to be the key to push on to B. C being converted as well in the meantime. It's a red room spawn for Boobadooboo. He gets absolutely deleted, and unfortunately, the perfect prediction out the window. The lead.
Tough.
Just 20. Right now, Palm Villains trying to come off Spawn Cafe. Need to stop the bleeding because this trip cap is going to be so difficult to play around right now. It's 160 to 200 right now with rockets coming up in 25. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure you're going to see these rockets if you're Palm Villains and you're not able to transfer a stronghold over quickly.
Yeah, they have to make a decision whether they're going to play for these rockets or play for a hold. The problem is rockets are still another 10 seconds away, and every second you give up past 200 has to feel bad. And while Incognito, they get 3 kills, make it 4. It's a clean wipe. And it's at the most devastating possible time. Only 25 more seconds for this Incognito squad to win, and they're going for a trip cap. The jugular is on their minds. And Rain, if Rain can find this pick on Boo Boo Doo before the hill comes through, oh no, it's disastrous. Rain gets 2, and it's the game for Incognito.
Trip cap to end it. Dominance in the second half, but a phenomenal game 3 from Incognito. 18 on the side of Carmea, 18-9, and he ends this one in Incognito's favor. They're going to find themselves in the grand finals now, and what a performance by him to pop off when his team needed him most, making a statement that even though he's the young gun, he can step up in a time of adversity where you need someone to step up. It's the guy that's why they brought him here, right? The Kevin Garnett saying, or no, Paul Pierce, I think, said it. That's why they brought me here. Carmea, able to say it after that game, finds himself in the grand finals. Now, the big question is Incognito, can you do the unthinkable, hit the reverse sweep, and win this whole thing?
It's still very much on the table. Wait. I think we're grand finals, no?
Grand finals.
Grand finals. I'm just crazy. I don't know. I got lost in the sauce for there in a second. I'm still trying to recover from doubting Ryan Noob. I think that's what it is.
That's
I feel like I do it too much, dude. I always doubt Ryan Noob, and I always get caught. Always get caught tripping. We already got people in the chat talk saying he's frauding. I guess things not going well over there, and we're having some tough trouble in Paradise. Grand finals. I'm excited, man. Incognito, very good. I'm excited to see how they do. Carmea is looking fantastic. And, while we wait for that grand finals to happen, let's go back to Yeso at the studio.
Let's go. We're back in the studio. We're getting ready for grand finals. Big losers final set there. Incognito taking the win. 2-1, getting the reverse sweep there over Palm Villains. And that means Palm Villains don't get the opportunity for the rematch with Envoy's squad, in grand finals. So this will be an interesting set. I just want to kind of look back at the runs we saw from both of these teams, because you have to remember Incognito lost 0-2 in their first round of top 8. So they had to make the long distance losers bracket run because they fell to Septify's squad business in that first round. They then had to take on Underground, Aperture's team that lost to Envoy in the first round. They took a 2-0 there. They then go up against Roku Yukai, Spartan's team there. They take the 2-1 there. The 2-0 over Underrated, and now the 2-1 against Palm Villains. That's a very strong run there, and really anybody that's going to get this deep in the bracket with the squads we had come out today is going to have a tough bracket run, but then you look at what Ambitious was able to do. They take down Underground in round 1. They take down Business in round 2. That's a 2-1. They get the 2-1 against Palm Villains there in winners final. So they haven't had a clean set yet in terms of a sweep, the way that Incognito have gotten a couple of under their belt so far today, but they still had a very strong showing getting all the way to grand finals. And they've also had the benefit of a little bit of rest. They've gotten to watch these sets here for the side of Incognito, maybe get a little feel about how they're playing today. So it's going to be an interesting matchup here. And of course, then you have to bring in the fact that Incognito has to win the back-to-back sets, whereas Ambitious sits in there with that extra life going into grand finals. They should be feeling fairly comfortable. This is going to be a great set, and we heard, Tools and Clutch talking about it earlier. They were hoping for more of these very tight matchups, these close sets, and it's pretty much delivered all throughout the bracket today. Only a few 2-0s in this top 8 bracket so far. A lot of really close sets, going the distance, really tight games, and it's been really fun to watch. Honestly, just a wonderful way to come back to Halo Infinite action here after a few weeks off. So absolutely love to see that, and I think that this grand final is definitely going to deliver. I am, though, taking Ambitious 2-1. No reset. That's going to be my prediction for grand finals. I want to know what you think. Let us know in the chat. We are going to go to a quick break, though. When we come back, Tools and Clutch will get you all ready for our grand finals action. We'll have a winner for Series E Halo Infinite this week in just a little bit.
Now, esports should be for everyone. That's why Esports Arena's launched our own tournament series called Player vs. Everyone, where you get to compete at multiple different titles, multiple different locations, whenever you want. Just watch this and check it out. I believe we have the best Apex Legends PvE player. Oh, I think he's supposed to break in the record. Best Apex Legends player in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Whoa, Tyler, hold up a second. We got someone out here in Salt Lake about to smash the record. What'd I tell you? Salt Lake City every time.
PvE has something for everyone. Here in Miami, we absolutely crush it at Mario Kart. Into the final part. Oh, there we go. And that's going to be the top score for the day. See if you can beat that on the leaderboard.
The day's not over yet, Luke. Here at Esports Arena Cincinnati, we have somebody who's going to beat the Mario Kart record. So close. But the good news is you can always try again.
That's PvE in a nutshell. So find your nearest Esports Arena, because it could be you atop the leaderboard. See you later.
Hello and welcome back. Grand finals time is here. I'm Tools. That's Clutch. We have two teams ready to battle it out in our grand finals today. Ambitious versus Incognito. It's going to be two best of threes. If Incognito wins, Ambitious just need to get the first one done. Ambitious having a great tournament run, but it's been a lot of 2-1s for them to get the job done. They have not played one series that did not end in a 2-1 finish. they're looking to continue on their reign of terror. Incognito, the new squad around, trying to make themselves, feel a little bit better, win a tournament together. The talent's there. We just need to see the teamwork catch on up. Clutch, how are you feeling about our grand finals today?
Feel good. I'm glad Incognito 1 was featured on stream. 2 has gone on this elimination bracket run. I was really interested to see this team at the start of the day. And Ambitious, I mean, they've looked strong too. A lot of up-and-coming, individually talented players that started having success in the second half of the HCS season, made some statements at Orlando and Worlds, and now they find themselves on a team together and in a pretty good spot. Winners bracket finals, they had a lot of success. They find themselves in the first grand finals, and this is the true two teams playing against each other in this tournament. So it's really nice to see them go at it here in the grand finals.
I'm super excited for this. Incognito, been a very interesting roster thus far. I keep doubting Ryan Noob, and every time I feel like I would doubt Ryan Noob, he ends up winning. But
typically is what happens.
Yeah, I like this Ambitious squad, though. You got Rami, who's just, I feel like has always just hasn't been able to reach what the heights that he wants. I mean, shout out to him. He gets the triple kill to start this game and a camouflage to go in the back pocket. But I really want to see Rami just lead this team today. I always feel like he has his moments, but he hasn't quite been able to capture the finishes that he's won at major tournaments. I'd love to see him come up, prove why he's the talk of the town whenever he makes these big impact plays.
Well, it's not Mikwin's first time in the grand finals. No surprise he starts this one off with a triple. Beautiful play here with Camo, sorry. Had the hiccups or something. Able to get that kill and wipe out the players from A. They continue their AC hold. Unfortunately, Mikwin leaves A to go to control, expecting a C push, and it's back to A for Ambitious. It's going to allow this point scoring to stop. An over challenge on the Envoy is a mistake. And now all of a sudden, Ambitious in a pretty solid spot as far as map control is considered with an A-B hold. It's the traditional setup. Numbers in their advantage as well. Shock rifle now in the hand of Envoy.
Do we see in the transfer of hill control? Envoy's going to be watching this cross, and Incognito need to make a decision of how they're going to make this push a reality. Make one isolated from the other three, and there we go. Oh wow, an interesting play from Riot. He jumps out, gets the opening shots on Envoy. They're trying to push through. Envoy able to find the first kill, but Mikwin wasn't there to follow from behind, and Envoy, he's going to try to take advantage. Gets the 2-shot beatdown, keeps A for his team. Unfortunately, Rain's going to pick him off before he can get back to safety. But an ambitious play to keep Incognito away. Camouflage up and ready for grabs. Both these teams having equal opportunity. I think Ambitious better set up at the moment. Mikwin's going for the grab. No one was there to stop him. Mikwin's gotten away with the camo.
Mikwin had the first camo. Mikwin with the second camo. Envoy on an absolute tear throughout this game with 8 kills. Tony not yet to find one, but you have to think that's on the way. Envoy, if he can keep his slaying presence up as he takes down Mikwin. Mikwin had camo. That's a big moment to deny that power curve from going in to Incognito's hands. However, B and C going to be converted in Incognito's favor. Envoy looking to once again push into control pipes here. He's able to get the first kill with the help of his teammate. Now they have their eyes set on B.
Envoy jumps up, hits the shot, gets the hill. 77 and counting for Ambitious, growing themselves a bit of a lead, but they know the pressure's on its way. Ryan Noob going to be the first in the hill. Rain's coming from behind. The long-term duo work together to break A, and now suddenly Ambitious find themselves in a trip cap, and Tony's trying to survive, but Rain, he was quick on the uptake. He gets to see an Incognito. They want more. They're going for a jugular play. This trip cap could be devastating as Carmea charges forward and decides, hey, no, ain't doing that. Uses the grapple to get out of danger. An interesting use of the grapple play.
He's able to stay alive somehow, some way. Wasn't pretty, but a great job by him to stay alive. Needs to get this headshot into Rami. He does. That's a big one. Monster's gonna push him on bridge. God. Monster gets ripped too. Who else wants a piece of Carmea? The long haul plat spawns are coming through for Ambitious, but Carmea keeps his team in this game, keeps his team scoring, keeps shock rifle in his hand, and his camo is coming up. Carmea tries to find an opportunity to impact is the team's ability to push this, but more importantly, needs to stay alive in this pipes area.
I believe Ambitious was able to get away with that camouflage.
He's so clean.
Carmea is insane right now. Remember, this play all comes back from him making that insane grapple. I mean, the G-forces that his Spartan must have sustained going from curb slide to like a 90-degree angle with the grapple was probably severe, but able to keep himself alive for quite a while before Monster takes him down, hitting some insane shots on the way. And while his team's right back in this game, remember, it was I believe an 80-second lead for Ambitious. Incognito has cut that down to just 20, as they still have been able to keep up this pressure. But Hills need to go in their control once again, and Ryan, well, he's in trouble. Envor is going to be able to pick up that kill. That's 3 that go down. Reigns last alive. And suddenly a trip cap looking possible. Oh my god, Envor sword. He's going. He gets the stop. He gets the reset. Trip cap for Ambitious. And Monster has the follow-up. Carmeo wins the fight, but Tony's not letting him stay by. He pushes forward. He's going to be able to find that kill. And suddenly Incognito find themselves in trouble, but it's a great headshot that stops Ambitious pushes.
Still, Ambitious continues to score. It's over 50 points now, the lead. Envor with 20 kills in this game has been taking over so far in the first game of our grand finals. Can't quite find the opening onto the turbine as he tries to push through. He eats the nade. Miquin finds another kill as well. 3 go down. Last player alive is going to be Tony, up on this bat ledge, perfectly playing this situation to be able to get the reset right before the team comes through. Unfortunately, more members of Incognito are there to continue to try and cap, but the reset continues to be the problem for Incognito. Ambitious doing everything they can to keep control of B. And now look at this, Tools. The lead, it's up to 70 and climbing with Tony and company in the lead.
Oh man, they got the reset as well. Envor jumps in just in time, gets the stop, and it's another 3 down for Incognito. Ambitious is starting to find their groove, and they're starting to run away with this game. And Envor, he's making a dangerous play. His sticky connected, and he's going to be able to get the reset. Ryan goes down as well. Envor hits the perfect nades, and he's going for a trip cap again.
He wants the kills. He doesn't want the cap. He wants the slays. Look at him, 24, 5, and 8. He's taken over this game completely. He doesn't want to stop. Doesn't need to stop. 203 to 91 right now. And he sees a player no shield. You guarantee this kill's coming through. The rotations to every stronghold so far, several times throughout this life, continues on to C. But Envor gets the reset, finds Miquin. Carmea goes down. Can't quite finish Miquin, but he's doing everything, having so much influence on this map right now. It's incredible to watch.
And the carry, right? 25 kills. It's so like he has almost as many kills as the rest of his team combined. That's just how impactful he's been on the map. And it's the grapple plays that have really differentiated him, right? Pushing, being aggressive, getting in the face of the opposing team. And it wasn't long ago where we thought Incognito was getting themselves back into the game, but from there it's just been an ambush of Ambitious's points. They have been able to just lock down this map, and it's only 1 point away from this one going in their favor. It's going to have to be, I mean, some miracle play needed from Incognito if they're going to win this game. And with that kill, I believe Envor has shut it down. Ooh, maybe not B. Switching hands.
It's absolutely nuts what we saw from Envor earlier in this game. Just 1 point, all they need. I'm not even going to entertain the comeback with the way Envor's played so far. They don't deserve it the way Envor's been able to take over this game. Ambitious close it out. And now we're 1 game away from being your champions here in the Esports Series E tournament. And they look damn good doing it. Envor's going to wear the crown himself.
What was that? Plus 17 in a grand finals? Like, that's just numbers that you don't see.
That's nuts.
Absolutely insane from Envor, going 26-9 in our grand finals. Impressive from him. And now Slayer Aquarius is on its way, and Incognito, suddenly they can't afford to drop a map. This is it. Slayer Aquarius, they have to come out strong. If Ambitious wins this game, it is the grand finals and championship that goes their way.
Absolutely an unbelievable performance from Envor. We'll see if there's a different story to tell here on Aquarius Slayer as game 2, but it's a must win if you're Incognito. There's a long hill up road here for Incognito if they want to come back now that they've lost game 1. You got to win 2 here and then reset the bracket. Ambitious, having come from the winner's side, going to need just one more win to close the door in the next 2 games. If they can't get that done, then they got another best of 3 to play around as well.
They have to find an antidote to Envor. I mean, the way that he played in that final game was it's unbelievable. Like it felt like nothing could stop him. The way that he was moving across the map, his grapple plays, he was always pushing forward, and it just felt like he was just breezing past the competition. Absolutely insane plays from Envor. It just shows how high his ceiling is, right? We know how skillful he is. He's had a really bit of a rocky career thus far in Halo Infinite, but the BTB kid coming up to the big lights, he's shining today.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, and Envor's done this, I feel like, every time, not every time I've watched him, but he's done it at times throughout his career where he just like hits a certain flow where he's all of a sudden the best player in the server. And he does this with like great players in the server. So it's like a matter for me with the Envor story is how can we get him consistently feeling like this comfortability to where he can impact the game at that high of a level consistently, because when he does it, it's such a dramatic difference in the outcome of the game for his team. And I mean, we saw it in game 1, we saw what he's capable of. We'll see if he can keep that same like steam going downhill here in game 2. But for that kid to take the next step in his career, it really is just a matter of consistently being able to play at that level.
Now, Clutch, I just got word both the teams have agreed a little bit of a GA going down. Live Fire is going to be our next map instead of Aquarius. A little bit of a sniper action. I like Live Fire as the Slayer map. Yeah, I really do appreciate that. We're going to see some sick plays. I have a feeling Mick was one of the best snipers to ever do it. We got raided by one of the best snipers in the game, Lucid. Shout out to him dropping over the fat raid. Appreciate you, and congratulations on your trophy, man. I didn't get to say hi to you after the championship, but I'm sure you're basking in the glory, dude. Imagine being a world champion, Clutch. I couldn't envision it. I'm sure you have some tales of your past glories, but I couldn't even imagine the feeling.
I felt like I was the best in the world, and let me tell you, I have not felt what Lucid feels like, because he was undefinable, the best player in the world. Like the way that he has played this past year has been absolutely unbelievable. It's a pleasure to watch. Thank you for the raid, and congrats on your MVP. Congrats on your world championship. And let me see what else you got in store for us to write the name in stone, Lucid, because he's young too. That's the best part about his career, is he's just getting started.
Oh yeah, right. That's so exciting. I love all the crop of the new generation of players. Players I came up watching. Lucid making some big waves in the scene. I'm excited, man. We'll see if that Optic team becomes a dynasty. But right now, Ambitious trying to finish this grand finals in a 2-0 fashion. Incognito needing to put some work in. Sniper rifle going to be so impactful on this map. We see Ryan who missed a couple shots there. You're going to see a lot of back and forth with that guy, but Rammy, he picks up the AR and he's immediately putting this thing to work.
Rammy trying to help his team over at green. They don't really need it though. 8-4 the lead now for Ambitious, and continuing how game 1 went. Ambitious on the right start, 9-4 the lead. Everybody's contributed to it. And they have control of the map as well. It's an interesting decision from Incognito. You saw them over towards the Brutes in the overshield spawn. They opted to rotate all the way to green. It's going to benefit them. They take down Envor. Trying to rotate around this map, play a little bit of mind games right now. We'll see if it continues to benefit them, because now they find themselves in the open field. And Ryanu's in house by himself, but he's creating havoc in this situation.
Yeah, Ryan single-handedly pulled 3 players back from Ambitious, and now the rest of Incognito spring their trap. They come in, they finish the kills, and Ambitious start to see the respawn screen. Rammy and Tony have to try their best to get away from the grinder, but they keep pushing forward. Rain gets the first, Ryan with the second, and the wipe is clean. for Incognito. Ambitious need to desperately get control back, but they've just been constantly put on splits. They just cannot get all 4 players up at the same time.
It's easier said than done. Still just a 1-kill game now, so Incognito, like you said, doing a phenomenal job to bring it back. They have Overshield to play around as well. The combo might be the problem, but Envor, he's deleted this time around. Karmea getting the better of Envor there. There's another player back tower that ended up sneaking up behind in Karmea because he's given up the high ground. He's going to be forced to hit the jump. He does so under pressure. No surprise there. His movement's been on point all day. But he's a little late to the party because he decided to overextend towards the mud area, and because of that, the trades do come through. It still remains a 1-kill lead for Incognito. Good shots.
He's gonna be able to track down Monster. I mean, that was like really good shots. He knew exactly how to play that position. 19-18, a lead finally for Incognito to sink themselves into, and with the sniper rifle coming up, Incognito would love to get away with this one and start putting it to work, but Tony's trying to be the spoiler. He pushes right through top mid. Ryanoob shuts him down, and well, his AR is going to be strong enough with the help of Karmea. Monster sees the respawn screen. I believe Rami is the player that got away with this sniper rifle. So even though all that work that Ryanoob puts in, and Rami's the one that gets away with the sniper,
how the cards fall sometimes. Rami, what can you do with it? It's a 1-kill lead now for the side of Ambitious, and not really the best angle to be taken here, and unfortunately he's gonna have to try and be aggressive. They know the player's behind that box, but they don't really have the grenades any longer to try and get that kill. Rami forced to try and relocate. In the meantime, trying to hit a no-scope, but eventually we'll find a headshot under Rain, but now the pressure is going to come. Ryanoob gets the information that he's here, and Rami, I guess it's better to shoot the shots than transition the sniper to enemy hands, but nobody really looking to push Rami, and that's going to give him an opportunity to impact this Overshield fight.
Yeah, it's interesting. They were just caught in the middle, right? They're deciding, well, do we take down the sniper player or do we play for the Overshield? They decided to push back towards the Overshield. They let Rami have the last little bit of sniper, and I guess that's the right play because Rami, I don't think, did he even get a kill with the extra sniper bullets that they gave him? He got one? Okay, so not bad. I think he got, what, 2 sniper kills out of the sniper? Not the greatest, but, you know, you'll take what you can get. Ambitious.
And sometimes it's all about having Karmea not ripping your head off.
Dude. Karmea is filthy with the thing. Having it out of his hands is probably for the best. But Ambitious still have some road to catch up on. 3 kills in a deficit.
Sheesh.
And Incognito have the power weapons to work with.
And Karmea is doing some work with this heat wave. Takes a couple of players down. Gets another player to no shield. The over challenge from Monster. He won't be punished for it for now, but still a 4-kill game. Trades across the board. Keep it at a 4-kill game. It's a 2-2 situation now, and not really a great position for Incognito to find themselves in. They're going to try and run out of here. Repulsion top mid. The other one has forced to stay bottom mid, but Ambitious, not the same level of control we saw in game 1 as we're seeing in game 2. And though Envor is leading his team in kills, it's no superstar performance like we saw in game 1.
And Incognito at this point knocking on the door of victory. This X Overshield, it could determine a ton in this game, and well, the first strike is going to be what matters most. Who gets that opening pick? It's going to be Monster. He finds the first. He's going to push forward, getting awfully aggressive with this play. Gets up the top cuts. Not going to be able to get the kill. Gets the damage to keep them at bay, though. I don't know. This is going to be a tough one for Ambitious to come out of. They need to get this Overshield, but the angles from Incognito are strong.
They just don't have the position right now. They do get the Overshield, still down 4. They're going to get a player bottom middle as well, so that's a nice pick. Unfortunately, Monster goes down again in this situation. You need to watch the way you're tossing your lives right here, and this Overshield's already gone, basically. Tony trying to get top tower, but such a good job by Incognito to position themselves to be frustrating. But, I mean, Tony plays his life fairly well and ends up getting a double. The third player spotted that drops back Mud. And all of a sudden, still a 4-kill game, but a good position for Ambitious to try and fight out of this. They need to take down these players' elbow, but it doesn't look like they have the right amount of pressure.
I mean, the way Tony's played his life right here is just so disciplined, and he's been able to find a couple big kills, but his teammates have been falling in the kill feed, and well, you just don't have that many mistakes to give up. You cannot die here, Tony. You have to stay alive.
Jesus. Almost risked his life to destroy the drop shield.
Oh, no.
It's a Ryan Nubnade. We've seen that before today, and the double kill is going to end it as a couple more kills come through for Incognito. They tied the first best of 3 series up 1-1, and we're going to a game 3 this time around.
Absolutely a strong performance from Ryan Noob and the crew. Miquin having probably his best game yet that we've seen on stream. Had a solid amount of kills. I think he had like 14, 15 kills at the end of that game, so shout out to him. And we're going back to CTF on Bizarre. Man, I feel like we had a lot of Bizarre today, Clutch.
A lot of Bizarre CTF. Absolutely. It's gone the time, every single one of them, and I think the most caps we've seen is 2. So we'll see.
Probably see 2 again. Oh, man.
I think
Bizarre, man.
What sticks out to me is Incognito really didn't have a ton of success the first time around, right? So I think that was probably their first time playing Bizarre CTF as a team together. Have they learned from their mistakes, or is this going to be the game type that kind of bites them throughout their tournament run and actually ends their tournament here in the first best of 3 in this grand finals?
Yeah, because honestly, like when we saw them play Bizarre Flag, it was unimpressive, to be honest. Like they weren't quite able to capitalize on their numbers. It felt like they were a little sluggish with how they're playing towards that flag. And it seemed like the triplets were just running through them on the flag runs. But different team, different opportunities. Maybe they'll learn from their mistakes. We'll see a new, more aggressive squad this time around.
Yeah, I expect them to correct some of the mistakes they made, but I think you're right on point when you're saying they weren't really playing together, right? That's a big problem on a map like Bizarre. You have to be a cohesive unit. You have to fill a strategy. They start the break as good as you can. The first kill, unfortunately, on the Miquin is going to stagger the ability to really make this a very powerful push, but the flag's already on the move. Everything going right for the boys in red right now. Rocket's still in the hands of the flag carrier, not maybe where you want them. A phenomenal rocket, though, from Ryan off the ceiling. That's the first time I probably have seen a player do that. And he picks up the kill. He allows this flag to continue to be on the move. And Incognito look like they're going to take an early lead here in the first minute of the game.
I'll say every game of flag on Bizarre, I think it started the same way with an immediate flag capture.
We've seen early caps.
Seems like that opening fight's so pivotal in this game, as Rain tries to keep the dominance up high. Monster hides in that corner. Rain puts down the damage and decides to get back towards his teammates to get the help. Tony. Oh, Tony gets around the corner. Tony stays alive. He jets out of that situation. Rain gonna be left empty-handed, and now Ambitious trying to pick the pockets of Incognito as they start to push forward.
2 go down for Incognito. Make it 3. Ambitious only lose Envoy in the meantime, and all 4 now for Incognito. They're gonna need the corner right now. And this flag actually getting stopped for the moment. Actually threw it down. Okay, making sure stays on the move. It's a shotgun run. They lose 2, but they find 2 of their own. Monster is the last player alive. Flag in hand. Needs to be careful here because he's going to have pressure. He's not going to be able to cap this without getting a couple of kills. And his teammates spawn out.
Yeah, the timing's just not there for them. Maybe if he was faster, he could have gotten into the cap in time, or he could have played a little bit slower and waited for his teammate spawn and play for another slay. Just a little bit of an awkward timing on that run, and well, I mean, great overextension by Incognito right there.
Yeah, absolutely a phenomenal overextension. He needed to have someone stay alive with Monster. He wasn't able to, but Incognito keep this at a 1-0 game for now and have control of the map in order to pair with it. Great dynamo grenades coming in as you're seeing Carmea try to deal some damage to find an entry pick, but he can't quite get into the base. And as I say that, Incognito, they fall like dominoes. Ambitious do a good job to fight off respawn, at least get control back of the map.
Rockets up in 5 seconds. You start to see Rami. He's checking. He does not want to let them get away with that, but he has problems of his own. Miquin gets up close. Miquin gets the trade. Carmea lasts alive, but he's on top of the Rockets. Can he get away with them? Fires the first one. Is he going to waste a second? No, has a grapple to reposition. So even though his team goes 3 down, Carmea not letting the rockets fall in enemy hands.
Such a good play by him, and he shoots the last one at onboard, allows Ryan Noob to pick up the nade kill, and it turns into all 4 down. Ambitious going to come off spawn. No rocket to play around, but grapple is going to allow him to cut the distance and make this push a little bit faster. They know that the players are going to be spawning up in this base. A great angle onto Ramy to get damage, but unfortunately, he pays for it with his life. Tony Turturn shreds Carmea, and that's going to be another failed push on the side of Incognito. So Ambitious, their defense looks solid, but you've given up a cap. And the big question is, can you figure out a way to get offensive to tie this one up?
I mean, honestly, what a great response by them to come off their spawn, because Incognito was laying in wait. They were trying to get into that base, but Ambitious, they immediately get their BRs up together. Team shoot the same things, find the picks and get in, and now an overshield might be the difference maker as they try to get themselves a flag of their own. Ramy opens the way with the first pick. Envor stuck in the back base. He's trying to get the shots in, trying to keep this flag alive for his team, but the push
oh my
God, he's still alive.
How does that shotgun do that much damage is the question, but in the meantime, such a good play to try and play his life. Kills continuing to be traded. I believe there's another player behind this flag carrier. He's dealing damage, but he can't get the kill. And although 2 players on Incognito just recently went down, the flag now in the middle of the map makes this one a lot more interesting. Ramy gets out of dodge, finishes the kill. A beautiful dynamo grenade before Monster goes down, allows this cap to be a little bit easier. And the question gets answered. Offensive production happens for Ambitious. They tie this one up 1-1.
What a play. I mean, that was insane. The Envor staying alive at that back base, the overshield coming into play. Everything just goes right for Ambitious. They're able to capture that flag. And look at the pair of Ramy and Envor, 12 and 13.
Yeah,
between the two of them.
They've been doing it all day.
25 kills combined. They've been so consistent. I think that's what's crazy, right? It's like how consistent they've been slaying out.
They've been doing it all day, Ramy and Envor, but entirely Ambitious playing phenomenally as a team to get back into this one. You know they don't want to go to the second best of 3. They do not want to play even footing against a team that they built a lead up for a reason. You got to end it here on Bazaar, and you tied this one up after falling short early on. 6 minutes left on the clock. Let's decide who the better team is.
Tony's going to be able to capture one right in the mid-map. Looks for the next, trying to get kill after kill. Question, does he know that player that's in the lockers? Yes, he does, and he throws the perfect nade to handle it. The overshield goes down. Tony, he tries to get it on in time, but Mikwin's nade's going to shut him down, and Mikwin gets shut down by a rocket. Ramy throws a second one out there. The overshield, it's still down for grabs, but it's going to be Incognito that's in a better spot. Ryan Noob puts it on the body.
Ryan Noob's going to get that overshield, but it's almost already gone. Great job by Ramy to melt as much of it as he could, but it's not enough for Tony to try and take down as Tony gets spawn killed, trying to get out of dodge. Ryan Noob has the flag on the move, and it's up to the rest of Ambitious to find the slays. Fortunately for Ambitious fans, Monster finds the first with the dynamo grenade and does some ton of damage with the second, and that makes this a little bit more manageable. But Envor finds himself the last player alive, and I'm not quite sure where Envor is. I guess he's on screen, gets taken down, and now the flag surely on the move through the double doors is going to result and the game going back into Incognito's favor.
Carmea throws it up. Flag is in. Ryadu punches it in. Second flag on board. A 1 flag lead for Incognito to try to hold on to. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to play with. It might seem like a long time, but on Bazaar, it can be. That's almost like getting to the finish line.
Oh my, the grapple comes through. They kind of trade spaces here. The reversal card, unfortunately, not able to do too much more with that life, but the flag does get stopped, and Ambitious tried to get a nice counter cap opportunity there with the control that they got from the Incognito cap. Unfortunately, not able to get that one any further than the tree. The return comes through. Envor goes down staggered, and that's going to be an opportunity for Incognito to get middle of the map control once again.
Only 2 players left on the map. It was Ryan Noob and Monster. Ryan Noob has the better position, but his teammates still have a long trek ahead of them if they're going to get back into this fight. The good thing about Ryan Noob, though, is he has a great position to try to contest this overshield, waiting for his team to come up. Even though he falls, he stops Ambitious from grabbing it.
Oh my God, what a snap onto the grapple.
That's not easy.
No, you don't see that often. As much of a joke as that is, that was quite the snap. Overshield now in the hands of Tony Two-Turn.
To see him use this to get that flag on its way. You can see Incognito letting up their base. They're going to try to take the fight at the midway point. Tony needs to be the spoiler, but there's 3 players in this building. He's going to be able to find the first on Mick when he still has plenty of shields. The second's going to fall. Oh my God, that's about textbook. That's perfect for the side of Ambitious. Reigns last alive. Can he make a miracle play? I don't believe so. Envor's going to lay this one up at home.
The cap's coming through. It's going to be a tie game. 3 minutes left. We're going to see 1, the most caps we've seen on Bazaar all day, and 3 guaranteed now. Being tied to the 2.
They're 3 down again.
I mean, the flag's still on the move. The slay's still going in their favor. Somehow Ambitious keep control of the map, even though they were capping that fight. Not often do you see that, especially on a map as big as Bazaar.
They got the rockets.
Oh my God. Ramy with the double. Gets 2. The flag keeps moving. Ramy's done it. Ramy finds a 3rd. Ramy finds a 4th. I'll call it before it happens. The frenzy. Ramy puts an end to this game with a cap. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, but Ramy putting a punctuation on Ambitious's opportunity to be grand finalists.
Ramy stained the entire side of Incognito. This man went on a killing frenzy. 26 and 13. Double positive throughout this game. He's been doing it time and time again, stepping up big for the squad. This overshield needs to fall in the favor of Incognito if they want to get back in this game. But look at the position of Ambitious. They're trapping them underneath. 3 go down. Mikwin is trapped at that locker room. He's not going to be able to move up, and his life is now on the respawn screen. Oh my God, Ambitious has come to life.
On the back of Ramy's shoulders, Ambitious has come from down caps multiple times in this Bazaar CTF to now have the lead. The play that he was able to make to give his team that lead was absolutely incredible. It took a killing frenzy against the likes of Incognito, but the job got done, and Ramy's not done yet. On board gets a flagpole.
Oh my God.
Throws it out, looks to be aggressive, but if Incognito is forced to play defense, they cannot focus on the offensive side of the map, and right now, struggling to get to the middle of the map, struggling to get control. A phenomenal job by Monster here to stay alive as he tries to play his life. All you're focused on now for the next minute is making sure Incognito do not tie this game up.
If I'm Monster right here, I'm just making a home at the enemy base, right? Just sit back, let them get past you, put the shots in the back. There's nothing that Incognito can do. Tony makes his way behind the enemy lines. He gets the kill on Carmea. Ryan Noob, the last one to make a play. He's all the way in the opposing tree, but there's just no support for him to make a forward play. Envor catches him out. Ryan Noob stays alive for now. His team is now ready to make the push, but there's only 30 seconds on the clock, Clutch.
Yeah, he feels the pressure. He's got to go now. Carmea gets a kill. Monster trades it out, though. I like this stagger push from Ryan, but unfortunately doesn't expect Ramy, who else, to be there to get the assassination onto Ryan. It's up to Tony to try and finish this kill off. It's Mikwin behind the pillar. Tony's got to get this kill now. Does so with 8 seconds left. The last player is going to be Ryan, who desperating across the map. It's a little bit of BM from Tony. He knows he's got the win. Teammates in a position to defend anything, and Ambitious have done it. They're 2-1 Incognito in the grand finals. They take this whole tournament, and they are your Series E champions here today.
I mean, that back-to-back flag cap that we saw, Clutch, might see some of the best Halo I've seen from a team standpoint in the last couple of weeks. You know, since Worlds has happened, I've been waiting to see some high-level gameplay, and that's what we saw. The way that Ramy and Onboard played in that best of 3 was phenomenal. And walk me through what happened on those final 2 flags that Ambitious was able to put down, because they were down 1-2, win the game 3-2. Absolutely phenomenal performance from them.
All the slays came through for the first one that went through shotgun. That was perfect from them, right? They got the kills, they kept map control, but somehow, as they're capping the flag, the rest of the team was able to keep control of the map and win the battle of slays in a 3v4 situation, which they have no business doing. And because of it, they found an opportunity to quickly get a flag on the move. But I mean, what Ramy was able to do with grapple, with the rockets, with just relocating from one place to another, impacting every single fight. I mean, shooting one rocket and getting a double kill is great, but like everything in between was why they were able to get that second cap punched on the board. He took down the entire team that second flag run once it was already on the move. But I mean, it was an incredible comeback, and one I didn't honestly know if it was going to happen. I thought Incognito was for sure going to reset the bracket once they went up 2-1. Well, we got proven wrong. I got proven wrong, and it was on the back of another player that steps up and has proved people wrong for a long time. And Rami did so at the end of this last HCS year, and I'm very excited to see what he can bring to the table in season 2, because everybody loves a good Rami story.
Yeah, honestly, I was like, we're seeing Bizarre Flag so much today. I was like, oh man, we're gonna watch Bizarre Flag again. I did not expect that Bizarre Flag to be as good as it was. I don't think it had any business being that good. It was. We saw so much from both teams, and honestly, I shout out to Rami and his ability to step up the game at the end over there. I mean, going double pause to finish the game, the killing frenzy was phenomenal. His 10 unanswered kills was happening during those 2 captures that they were able to get to win that to win our grand finals today. Honestly, I would say Rami is the MVP of today's tournament. It just felt like every time we were on board with him, he was doing great things, and then Onboard was right behind him. I mean,
that whole team was playing lights out. Monster even had like a fairly quiet day.
Yeah, no, he had a 26-9 game, I believe, one time, or 26-10. Monster like was slayed out whenever he had the chance. On Tony, he was doing that support role, you know what I'm saying? But Tony's there. He's that teammate. He's making sure everyone's getting the job done.
I mean, Ambitious really came out and played well. That is a good team that they played today, and for them to come out on top, even if it's a best of 3, I mean, that says enough that those guys have a combination of players that really makes sense, and they had success today. I'm not quite sure if that's going to end up being their team or whatnot, but the level of individual skill and the halo that the quality of halo that those individuals, those 4 guys can play, they're going to find ways onto the successful teams in season 2. I'll call it like they'll find ways to have like their best placements and keep progressing in their own individual careers, because that's like what it's all about at the end of the day, is how are these guys going to figure out ways to take the next step. Well, they did a phenomenal job in season 1 to put their names on the map. Now, what are you going to do with it is the big question. I think that the continued hard work that they put in will only result in positive things.
Well, Clutch, what's your final thoughts? You saw a lot of good teams today. Anything that what's your big takeaway from today's tournament?
Big takeaway was Carmea is a player to watch. Rami, obviously, Envor. There's just a lot of individual skill from that top 12, top 16 area of players from all of the HCS season last year. The guys that at the end of Halo 5 are really starting to step up. The guys that have put in a lot of time in that first season. If they continue to put in time, good things are going to happen, and they're going to make themselves household names. They're going to start to take over that next wave of pros that really break their way into the top 8, into the top 6. We see it every time a new Halo comes out, where the first season predominantly the best players in the world continue to be the next best players in the world at the next game. But it really is that season 2 and that season 3 where you see the Shotsies come out of nowhere. You see like all these different players just pop out, like the Frosties and whatnot, that become the superstars of the league. I'm waiting for that next wave of players, and I think we've showcased a couple of them today.
Yeah, I mean, remember that Splice team that was so dominant in Halo 5 didn't start winning. I mean, wasn't even really a team to be reckoned with until season 2. That's when they started getting their stuff going back in Halo 5. I'm excited to see what some of these season 2 teams look like in the next few weeks. Optics tournaments just like a month away. We got some great Halo coming up. Series E is happening every Monday until then. So if you're trying to get some practice in, play against some of the best players in the game, well, Series E is where it happens every Monday. Sign on up. And it was a pleasure casting with you today, Clutch. I had a lot of fun. We had a lot of good anecdotes. We had a lot of good gameplay in front of us. I think it's a good time to throw it back to Yasso out of the studio as he closes out our show.
Big thank you and shout outs to both Tools and Clutch. They crushed it today, and I honestly don't have too much to add. They really hit a lot of great points there in their close. Incredible run from Ambitious. They looked really good today. And I would say one of the most stacked top 8s we've seen in a while here at Series E Halo Infinite. Honestly, so many really good teams playing today. A lot of very tight an exciting series, and it delivered all the way to the end. And I will give myself a little pat on the back because I was correct on the prediction. Ambitious taking the 2-1 win, no reset there for Incognito, and closing out strong in that final game of the day. Just as Tool said, make sure if you want to compete in Series E Halo Infinite, make sure you're heading over to esportsarena.com to check out the dates and sign up and get more information over there. I believe we are actually off next week. We've got draft days coming up for Series E, so we've got to take care of some business on that end. So I believe we'll be off next Monday, but we'll be coming back very soon, and we'll be hitting the ground running as always. So still plenty more Halo in front of us, and keep an eye out for that. And again, if you want to check out dates, sign up, need more information, esportsarena.com has you covered. That's going to do it for us from here. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight, folks. Always a pleasure to come and bring you some Halo Infinite action for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena. Thanks so much for hanging out with us tonight, and we will see you again next time.